14th of May, 2024. Don't see anyone on yet, but I'll keep yakking. My buddy Ronald saw it the one time, and I didn't say anything for a long time. I guess nobody was there, so, and he watched it later, so I'll start yakking. But that stupid patch thing they gave me, this medicine, it must have wore off just real quick. Yesterday I felt good. My hip wasn't hurting. And we took a walk up to the store and bang, hip's out. Can't hardly put any weight on it. Now it's wrapped all the way around, all the way to the middle of my back. And it's like, gosh, damn, when's this going to end? And then I find out the chemo's nowhere near done. And now they wanted me to do the stem cell stuff. I read about that. And boy, the shit that can go wrong with that. That's just, I don't know. I'm going to have to really think this over, whether I get that or not. Because one of the, any sickness you have in you can come out, kill you. And then the bad thing that happened to me was when the kids got the chicken pox, I was 57 years old, and I got it. So I'm susceptible to like getting shingles when I get older. I had an uncle that got the chicken pox when he was older. It was right before he was 60 got it, and when he was in his 70s he would get the shingles, and oh man, the poor guy. Oh, thank you. Oh, my sweetie brought me some coffee and some avocado. If you don't mind me eating it while we're yakking. Hello, good morning. Well, I woke up this morning thanking the good Lord for the start of the day and praying with some. I'm just depressed right now. It just seems like this is never going to end. I thought, okay, the chemo's done. Wow, great. I got my 8 things done. No, I'm only on the second course of 8. So I'm not even halfway done with this bullshit, poisoning the hell out of me. Every week's a stinking roller coaster. When's it going to be done? I talked to the one fellow there, and he only got 8. And I'm thinking because my insurance kicked in, they decided, okay, we're gonna give you more now because you got money. I don't know what else to think. But this is where we're at. At least I gained a little bit of weight. I last night was doing a lot of reading about the tail hour and these people that go, about the doohickey and that thing breaking and being adjusted. And I watched this old guy that's a Kawasaki expert. And some of the problems with the bike and what goes wrong with them. And one, he's got a special doohickey spring that lasts longer. So we'll get that checked. Whenever it goes in for the service on that, I might get that thing from him and take care of that. But the other thing that happens with them, they don't have a thermostat in them. And I want to ride it in the cold temperatures. And they don't heat them up right. So they have a kit called a Thermobob kit. You can look it up. It's from Wattman. And these guys who do these big long trips and everything, and head down through the Andes and South America and all that, they all use that. Keeps the motor heating even, keeps the cylinder in round so they don't burn as much oil. Because those things, it's known those are oil burners. Kawasaki, every Kawasaki I ever had burned oil. Something about the way they make them or the way they cool them, they just burn oil. And some of them a lot. When I had my 900, that thing just burned oil like crazy. I didn't even keep it because of that. It just used way too much. Hey, ma'am, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Russell. But so I'm gonna get that kit and put that on the bike. I couldn't do anything yesterday. Oh, thank you, my dear. I couldn't do anything yesterday on it because the back went in the hands aren't working. I can still make a fist here though, but it just, be honest with you, was just absolutely depressing when they told me that I'm nowhere near done on the chemo. And then they hit me with this, okay, we're going to get you set up for stem cell. And I just Googled it, started reading. And the shit that can go wrong. They're going to tell you, oh no, it'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. But man, the stuff that can go terribly, terribly wrong. I mean, they can get you in there. It's 2 to 3 weeks in the hospital, and you can croak. You can reject them. They've wiped your immune system completely, and then they can put your stem cells back in. Your body can reject them, and you're screwed. You've got no immune system. It was like when I watched Son House when he wiped out that person's immune system. Boom, nothing, no white blood cells, and you can die of a cold. So, I got a lot of thinking to do before I decide on that one. But they tell me, oh, that'll help you rebuild. But I don't know. Anybody knows anything about it? Let me know. But a lot of thinking to do. A lot of pressure. I'm thinking right now I'm inclined not to get that done. It just doesn't seem right to me. I did talk to a fellow who had it done, and he seemed like everything was okay. But who knows? In my luck, it might go wrong. And I sure would hate to get even the minor thing, getting the shingles, not croaking. When my uncle had them, boy, that poor guy. I felt so bad for him. It's just horrible for him. And eventually I'll get them anyway, being I had the chicken pox so late in life. Most everybody has them when they're a kid. I have them when I'm 57. Go figure. So, but I got some coffee this morning. I'm going, my buddy Gary got me that really good colon cleanse stuff, and I stopped taking the morphine pill. I got this patch now that doesn't work, and I stopped taking that morphine pill, so I'm starting to go regular. In the morning I get up, I eat, I drink the coffee, and then I gotta go. So, and it's coming right out, so that's got my system back to normal. But I'm not taking any more of those little pain pills. I need them because I hurt, but I can't keep blocking myself up. That's no good. Who else is here? I see 4 on there. Say howdy to everybody so we know who's there. And hit the thumbs up if you want. But that's where I'm at with all this stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm inclined to do is just, I'm going to go in for the meeting on that and still talk to him. But it's just it sounds like there's too many things can go wrong. And anytime you're in the hospital and they're jabbing you with stuff, you look at my buddy. I had a buddy, Richie. He had a blood sugar problem, and it was off a little bit. They said, "Hey, come on, we're going to go in," because he wasn't eating right. So his doctor, family doctor for his whole life, said, we'll put him in the hospital and put him on a diet, a special diet, so that he gets his blood sugars normalized, because he was just eating garbage and chips and pop and stuff. And he put him there, and they gave him a shot, and he got a staph infection. He went in on Thursday. They gave him a staph infection. We were going to the funeral on Saturday. Anytime you go into a hospital, they can kill you. Yeah, from what I read on, I went down the list. When you look up on Google, they'll have questions, and I just went right down the list. And the stuff that can go wrong with that, it's just absolutely terrible. But they say, oh well, it can extend you by 10 years, and if you don't, you might only get extended a couple years with this thing I got. I don't know. I think when this is over, I'm gonna do some more reading about the German studies and maybe try some ivermectin, because they claim that this bone cancer is a fungus. It's a fungal infection, and it stems from having worms. And if you take the ivermectin, they can kill it. And they're over in Germany, their curing rate on this thing is super high, but they won't do it here because they say it's experimental. So nobody here wants to do it. And there's no money in it. It's $6 a pill for an ivermectin, where, this chemo, I'm already running up probably over 70, 80 grand. And they're telling me that this stem cell is going to be about 75 grand. That said average cost on Google. So, but I'll go in. I'll go in for their meeting and I'll talk to them. But I think it's too many things can go wrong. Yeah, you definitely want to eat good, and that'll keep your body healthy. We always ate good, and stuff like that. Especially even when we were in the Philippines. I don't know how I got this stupid bone cancer. What causes it? I have no idea. But I wound up getting it. Go figure. I hope nobody else in the family gets it. It's a real bummer. And then this crap with this chemo not being done. They're really down there. That was the rottenest thing they could do to anybody. He told me, okay, you're going to get 8 of them. Well, they never said it's 8 courses with 2 or 3 in each course. Why didn't they tell me that? I was geared up to do 8, and I was all happy because I was done. I was telling her, "Oh man, I'm so happy I'm done. I don't have to come back for this no more. Maybe I can get off this roller coaster." And she looked at me and she said, "You're not done. You're only on your 2nd course." You're kidding me. I got to keep coming back for this shit. He goes, "Yeah." She goes, "You got to keep coming back." And it's like, I walked out of there so depressed and then pissed off. I went after the doctor, but he ran into his office with another patient, so I wasn't going to hang around. But I was like, man, why don't you people explain this stuff? Tell me, okay, you got 27 or 30. Don't tell me I got 8 and then I get 8 done, and it's like you're not even halfway done yet. It just was, it just pissed me off is what it did. I walked out there, I'm thinking, man, these pricks. So I'm getting overloaded on this chemo thing right now. This stupid roller coaster I'm on. I feel good for a day or two, or for a couple hours anyway, and then I go right back to being screwed. Can't even walk to go take a piss. Can't do nothing with the kids. It's starting to really suck bad. But what are you gonna do? I guess I ain't the only one who gets this shit. Get that water in me. I've been drinking distilled water to help haul a lot of the crap out. I guess the kidneys are working good. They haven't said anything about it on any of my tests. The blood doctor guy called up. They'll call me when they do the blood tests, and then, like they told me, the last time they said, "Oh, it's down a little bit, so we want you to take 1.5 of these pills," and then it went up way too high. So last time he called, he says, "I want you to take 1.5 of these," and I just screw him. I just kept taking one and not listening to him because I don't think he knows what he's doing. It went way too high. Said I could bleed to death, internal bleeding, all kinds of stuff. So I just kept taking one instead of 1.5. And he come back, "Oh yeah, that was good. Keep it right where I told you to put it." Yeah, that pain medicine, Russell, it like gave out midday. I was fine. I was walking all around in the morning thinking, man, I'm gonna go do some stuff on the bike. I'm gonna go walk up to the store. We went to get eggs, and shit, I could hardly even walk up to the store. Just fried. No weight on the hip. This stupid patch is worthless. It said, okay, that's gonna work. I thought it was gonna work. Soaked in overnight, the whole night, and it was working great. And then as soon as I started needing it, it gave out. So no weight on the right side. I have to still use that stupid walker if I wanted to walk anywhere or go anywhere. And this chemo's got me got me weak. I made it about halfway to the store and was just pooped out. I just get tired real easy, so just a real bummer. This is taking too long and depressing, very depressing. It's not working though. Yeah. Right now I'm fine. My hands hurt. My hands are just numb and hurt. But this, if I get up and put any weight on this right leg, it's just like, man, it feels like I got a sword sticking me in the joint on my hip. I don't know if my hip fried or arthritis in there, or whether I got one of them blotches like I got in my back. I don't know. On the bone. All I know is I can't hardly put any weight on it. And this stupid box of pain patch things, they give you all this shit. And, why don't they give you something that works? They gotta have something that'll help you with the pain. But they don't seem to want to give me any of it. Just getting a little bit tired of all this shit. I don't know how people put up through this. This is why they croak, I think. They put them through so much crap that you just give up. You just say, fuck it, I'm done. I'm done with this. That's about where I'm at with this crap right now. I'm just done with it. Just stop giving me this shit and leave me alone. And I think that's why people croak. They poison you half to death, and halfway through the damn treatment, you give up and you're dead. They finish you. These guys, just I don't know. I wish I could perk up. Now I got this stupid move coming up and no money. It sucks. Nothing seems to be heading the way it should be going. And they're making us leave here. Which really sucks. I wish they'd just keep their mouth shut and leave us alone. They said, oh, well, some of the tenants might complain. Well, how do people know how many apartments are in here? Across the street, there's a two-bedroom. I didn't know it was a two-bedroom over there. How do people know what's in here? I don't tell them. Nobody really comes in here. The only one that's been in here was the maintenance people. And that fella Rich with the big dog, Samson. He's been in here, but he don't go in the bedroom or nothing. And we always we just bought some more bologna for his pup dog. We're not eating it. We bought it for the dog when he comes to visit. He's got this big 150-pound, it's a half Mastiff, half Pit Bull. Biggest, happiest boy, gentle as a lamb. Especially when you feed him bologna, he just gently takes it. He's not going to bite your finger. Some really try to grab it from you. But he's real gentle, and he loves to get petted. Pet his big old ears. He's got a damn monstrous-sized head. And he perks me up. We like to leave the door open. We know when he takes him out for his walk. So we leave the door open so they stop in to visit. Kids love him. I really like the dog. I think it's a fantastic dog. I'd love to get a pit bull again. I had a couple of them, and they're just to me, they're just the best damn dogs. And mine, when I had her, I never thought much of her as a guard dog or anything. But when the chips went down, oh man, she knew something was wrong and went straight to it. And I was surprised. It's just shocked the heck out of me because she turned into this vicious beast from the biggest lollygagger lapdog in the world. They're really something special if you have a dog like that. They will protect you. And just, they can move. I was surprised how fast she moved at them guys that came after me. But fantastic dog. And I don't know if when we move, it'd be nice to have another. We're going to be on the second floor, so I'll be getting some exercise going up and down the steps. We got to get this. We got to get this dang applications in. Get some money for that. And by the way, somebody sent me on Zilly. They sent me $25, but it doesn't say who did it or anything like that. But whoever sent it, thank you. I really appreciate chipping in and putting a few bucks in the account. I also did a PayPal, and I looked on the PayPal that said on there You just go to PayPal and then you just put my email address in, which is rickshaw82885 at gmail.com, and that'll find me. And I have an account linked to where if you want to donate anything, it goes right into there. It'll go right into my account because we're behind a little bit this month. We got behind the ball, and just one of them things. It's not like when we were in the Philippines. We got this rent, and then of course this month the problem was we had to get her $1,440 paperwork done so that she can stay here in the States. Trying to get her all legal. We want to do things the right way, and that just killed us. With the rent and all this stuff. Rent's $1,100. So, and then they took my insurance. They started taking insurance out, so we got just plastered this month with too many bills. And then I bought groceries, spent about half of what I normally spend. So hopefully we get it through the month, down to $5 in my stupid account. So, wah. I'm sure a lot of other people run into the same boat right now. But it's tough. At least we were able to cruise around to Walmart, the different stores, and get things at a little bit of a better price. I want to keep these kids eating fruit and stuff, but this month we're not going to have too much of that because we're out of dough. Well, we got 8 or 9 folks in there listening. I wish I could perk up on this. Be nice, it'd be nice if I could go out and just fiddle around with the bike. I always liked, when things went wrong, it was always nice to go do something mechanical and just take my mind off of stuff. But shit, I can't hardly walk out there, and my hands don't want to work. It's just sucks. When you get stuff you had your whole life and it gets taken away. Just the fact of walking or doing something with your hands, it sucks. I was thinking, man, I would love to be golfing again and riding the bike and all this, and who knows? Who knows if I'm ever going to be able to do this shit again? I can't even squeeze the stupid clutch pedal on the bike. So, depressing. I think too the chemochemical is affecting my brain too. Wish they had some antidepressants that they shoot in me. So, well, probably ain't no good anyway. They shoot these people with all these chemicals, and you see people going nutty all the time. I'd hate to see that. I watched a video the other day. These police, and they got a call for some kind of robbery, and this kid come out. He's a little bit nutty. Must have been on meds or came off his meds. Who knows? And he's saying, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." And they're like, "No, we're not going to kill you. Don't worry, we're not going to kill you." And they killed him. The cops killed him, and the pricks get away with it. They stick their knee on the back of their neck, and they put all their weight on him for 5 minutes. What do you expect is going to happen to the kid? And then they tase him. They had this one lady cop. She tased this poor black guy 30 damn times. Then they stuffed him in the back of a car, and he died. Dead. 41 years old. The guy's dead. And there I standing outside the car, not getting him any medical treatment, laughing, having fun. And he died. Died in the back of the car. And they get off scot-free, these people. They get no problems. They put him in there and say, okay, well, you're going to get 6 days off of work with pay for doing that. Shame on you. Don't do it again. That's what happens to these cops. And then the thing that really pisses me off about Trump, and I'm sitting the vote out, guys. I'm not going to vote for him. I am not. He's all for red flag laws, which I'm dead set against, and he wants to give the police indemnity, not just qualified immunity. He wants to give them indemnity. Screw him. He's courting that bunch over there to get their vote, and that's not the vote to be wanting to get. No, because these people are nothing but abusers. No, I didn't see that one, Bams. But, no, they're horrible beasts is what they are. Just right over here in Elyria, 10 miles from here, how they beat that poor kid. Now that cop got fired, but what's going to happen? He's just going to go work somewhere else. They don't take his certification away. So he's just going to go work somewhere else. He'll get a job in another police force and he'll abuse people over there. It's a culture these guys have. They're better than us. They got more rights than we do, and they'll drag people out of cars and all kinds of stuff right on the highway for a blinker. For a stinking blinker, they'll haul you to jail now and tow your car and all this stuff. It's just all money, and they're all a bunch of sissy punks. These are the kids that got bullied in school, and they're the ones that are cops now. They're just nothing but a bunch of sissy punks. You see them beating up women. I can't believe how many women they beat up. That poor one little girl, she couldn't weigh more than 110 pounds. And he threw her right on her face, knocked the poor little thing silly. She was all beat up, completely bruised. They showed pictures of her in the jail. Her whole body was bruised. Her face was all scraped up. Her jaw was broken. You know, and the guy was just tossing her around. And the other guy, he tossed that 18-year-old girl, threw her on the ground. These guys, they come up with these laws they make up in their own head. So you question it, and they toss you. And then the one fella, he's going to work. He's got his backpack on, going to work. Cop walked up to him, didn't even tell him what was going on, and just threw him in cuffs, and then did a backflip on him, landed the guy on his neck, messed him all up. Now that was another one that got fired, but he'll go work somewhere else. They need to, when this happens, when they abuse somebody like that and do an assault like that, they should be treated just like us and go to jail for the same amount of time that we would go for. You want to fill up that industrial jail complex? There's a lot of cops that could go in there, and they'll get what they got coming. And they do got stuff coming. What the hell is this? You stop somebody on the road, and you economically terrorize them. You cost them, hundreds and hundreds of dollars, just because you can. And then they want to search everything and bring dogs all the time. Yeah. Yep. I'm from the government, but I avoid the cops as much as I can. They're just horrible. It was like one time I was over at a friend's house, and their daughter. They only had one bathroom in their apartment, and the daughter was taking a Hollywood shower, and I had to pee. I had to pee really bad, so I went over in the bushes and took a pee, and there was cops walking up. Somebody called the cops on us for sitting there outside, and he shined the light on me while I'm peeing. And he goes, "Oh, you're showing it in public." I said, "Well, if you didn't want anybody to see it, what the hell are you putting a light on for me? And you're putting a light on so everybody can see me taking a whiz over in the corner here, not exposing myself. I had to pee." I says, "You wait until you're in your 50s and got, your prostrate's as big as a grapefruit. You'll be peeing every 5 minutes too." But he didn't do anything. But you know, they're not. You know, they don't think. I don't think they got high IQs. Many of them. Very few of them. They should. That would be something if they would get cops and have an IQ test and put them through a little bit more schooling so they know what's going on and teach them to be decent people. Back when I was young, uh, they didn't really hand out tickets so much. They weren't looking for money. But like I had old cars, and a blinker would be out or something like that, and they would come around and check your lights and say, "Hey, you got that light out. Why don't you get that fixed?" They'd either just tell you that, or they would give you a fix-it ticket where you had to go back and show them that it was absolutely fixed within 30 days. And that's the most I ever got. Now you get pulled over, shit, you're looking at hundreds of dollars. And they might tow your car. They might drag you out and beat the crap out of you. And they immediately put you in cuffs for no reason. They're so scared of their own damn shadows. They say, "Oh, officer safety, officer safety." Well, what about citizen safety? What about our safety from them? They kill people all the time. I mean, this is normal. They said every 7 minutes in the United States, a cop kills somebody. I saw that. One of the things said it on there. If that's true, I'm not sure, but you know, sucks. It's pretty scary. But the kids will be getting up here pretty soon. That'll be nice. I got to take my morning pills. I had the avocado, so I like to put something on my stomach before I eat this stuff. But most of the stuff I take in the morning, the Acorn Police was quite funny. I don't know about that one. Most of the stuff I take in the morning is just the vitamin ones. I got calcium. And those ones, if they sit in this little pill container for too long, they stick because I don't know if it's warm in here or what, but they got the calcium one and vitamin D, big vitamin D one, and then one for the stomach so I don't get a stomach ache. I haven't gotten any kind of stomach aches or anything yet. A lot of people do, but I haven't. But right now, guys, I'm inclined not to take that stem cell from reading it. But Bams, what was that Acorn Police? Was quite funny. What's that? What was that about? I didn't see that. Oh, come on, arm. There we go. I didn't see anything about that. Oh yeah, yeah. And he lit up the back of the car. I saw that. He did. He fired his whole weapon off. But did you see the two girls? They banged on they're on the front porch and they banged on the guy's door and he came to the door with one of them Walmart cheap cordless phones, the black phone with the big antenna on it. He was on the phone. He came to the door and they pulled their guns out and just opened up. The one woman hit him, fired 17 rounds, I believe, and then threw another mag in and kept shooting. She hit him 5 times, killed him. And the other one over on the right-hand side, this chick, she emptied her gun, did a mag dump, and never hit him once. It shot the whole house up. I mean, there's some real, they're so scared. Yeah, Russell, they should have told me, okay, it's 8 courses, and there's going to be on the first course there's going to be 2, and the second course there's 3, or something like that, so I could had a count, and had a short timers chain, you might say, and then I can process that, and okay, I'm getting there, and then they tell me 8, and I get all done with 8, and I'm like, I'm done finally. I'm as happy as a lark. She goes, what are you talking about? You're only on the second course of 8. I'm like, you're shitting me. I'm like halfway through, and she goes, yeah. I'm like, I'm just at the point where I'm going to say, something. I just ain't going to go back in there next week. I just, screw them. What are they going to do? They're going to give me this for the rest of my days? Just sit around here, and this is going to be the rest of my life where I can't walk, can't do nothing, can't do anything with my hands. This ain't living, guys. This is not living. This sucks. Who the hell wants to be like this? I feel sorry for them people who are like paraplegics and quadriplegics and all that shit. I don't think I'd be able to take it. Oh yeah, it's not trouble down there down south. Ronald says cops down there are pretty cool. It's not like up here in the north, and you see more of the trouble up this way than you do down south. You don't see too many, but I do see some. I do see some abuse down in Tennessee and South Carolina and Florida and all that. And I saw where a couple of them where they were in Arkansas because the more channels you watch, then there's more channels come up in the feed. And I've been subscribing to more, and they got this one fat guy now that he critiques all the stuff. That's a pretty good one. I don't remember the name of his channel, but that he's got a pretty good channel, and he goes over how these the abuse and and these cops. I'm not kidding you. I swear their IQs can't be more than 40. Well, here's the thing. Something? I'm starting to think there's no good ones because you'll say, okay, there's a good one, but he stands there and watches a bad one do something bad and doesn't do anything about it. I saw one video where the guy was doing something wrong, and this black heavy-set lady cop jumped in and said, "Hey, knock that off." And every now and again, you'll see a sergeant come in and say, "Hey, guys, get out of here. You don't know what you're talking about." That's very rare, though. Most of the time, even the sergeants or the lieutenants come in and they don't know what they're talking about. You look at that thing like the public filming. They're not going to go after a guy standing on a corner selling heroin, or because he might have a gun, but they come after a guy with a camera because they know they're safe and they can get some news play on that. Hey, we busted a guy. He had a camera. You know, and then I watched this one where a lady in a DMV office swatted the guy, called up 911 and said, "Oh, he has a device." Didn't say it was a camera. She knew it was a camera, but she said it's a device. So they swatted him. And that's the best way to kill somebody. You want to kill somebody? You don't got to hire anybody. Call 911 on him. Just say, "Hey, he's a danger to himself." Don't worry, they'll come in and kill him for you. He won't have to kill himself. They'll kill you. Blue suicide. But that's just what's happening now. And that one that really made me, sad watching was that kid say, "Don't kill me, please, don't kill me." He knew what was up, and they killed him. So, but John, I don't believe I really don't believe there's a few good ones because after so many years of watching bad ones, they get bad just like the rest of them. They get abusive, because they can. It's because they can, and they could care less about the citizens. Officer safety. I want to get home safe tonight. And then they have these big crybaby things when some cop gets shot and he gets dead. And I got a funny feeling we're going to see a lot more of that. Where they're sitting there having their lunch and somebody comes up and pops them in the back of the head and runs off. I could, because there's too much of a big disconnect between the police and the people now. They're the uh, SS, anymore. They are the bad, the bad police force. Hey, Subin Tribe, how you doing? Yeah, but I knew different people who got. I had a buddy that became a cop in Cleveland when I was very young. Real good buddy of mine, and he got into the police force, and they were all corrupt. The police in Cleveland were all corrupt, and he got into the corruption, and they wound up doing a sting thing on him, and he got, I don't know, 16 years in jail. They busted a whole shitload of him, and because he was a new guy, they threw those guys under the bus, and the ones that were doing all the real crime got away with it. So he wound up 16 years, and I think he did like 10 of it. No, the cops don't know. They don't know what your rights are. Their training is, stupid. Look at me. I was a gunsmith. They trained me for 2 years. What did they train a cop for? A couple weeks? 6 weeks of training? And most of them, their IQ is low, so they can't process the information. That's just the way it goes. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're getting the best and brightest. And personally, myself, if you're looking at a career, I sure as hell wouldn't want to be a cop. I mean, some people do, but uh, okay. Well, thanks, there, CJ. So I've been like, okay, cool. Hey, Chris. Yeah, there's sirens going on. They got this in this area right now. There's a bunch of these. I don't know if they're old hippies or what, but they got their late '60s race cars, and these guys are all '60s, reliving their childhood. And for some reason, they get up here on the end, and this is like a drag light, and the cops are sitting right there in the store parking lot. And he's not the one that goes after him. He just is a watcher and gets on the radio. And then the cops pull out, put their lights on, and bust these dummies. And then you get some motorcycle, these young motorcycle guys riding through, doing 100 miles an hour through town. And they're getting them. Yeah, Bams, I think you'd make more money as a garbage man, too, than a cop. All right, CJ, thanks. That's nice. I'm glad you think that. But me, I'm going through a chemo thing. Um, I just like to tell people what goes on with this. let them know in case it ever happened to them. But you need to question your doctors really good. One of the things that happened to me, I know you're just coming in, that was just totally depressing is when they started. They said, okay, when you're going to take chemo and you're going to take 8 of those. And I wish I would have said eight. Eight of what? Is it 8 individual times or what? So I finished my eighth one this last Monday, and I told the girl, well, I won't be seeing you anymore. That's my eighth one. And she's like, what are you talking about? This is only your second course out of 8, or fourth course, whatever it was, halfway through. And I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me. So, yeah, I hope so. I'm contemplating, reading as much as I can about this stem cell stuff, but I think I'm going to decline it. Looks to me like too much can go wrong. I was reading down the Google list, and it's a long list, and too much stuff can go wrong during that. Way too much. So I'm going to go in for their meeting, but I think I'm going to decline that. And just say heck with it. But I got some coffee. I do. My sweetie made me some coffee. I love my cup, Gary. I really appreciate you getting me this cup. My friend Gary from Negros bought me this cup. And the one day I had coffee and I had the lid on it. And it's got like a magnetic lid. You got to clean those, though. Make sure they're good and clean. They come apart real nice, though, for cleaning. And I had the lid on real tight. And the magnet, I had it on the table and I forgot about it. My wife made it to me in the morning. And it was about bedtime. Kids were getting ready for bed. And I saw that coffee. I said, oh, crap. And I took the lid off. It was still, wasn't super hot, but it was real warm. So, hey, thanks for the praying, CJ. I appreciate it. Right now, I hate to say it. I don't usually get this way, but I'm depressed. I'm really depressed on all this because the chemo's not done. I got to keep going back for this shit every week, and I'm nowhere. I'm no light at the end of the tunnel. So it's a real bummer. And this stuff, this bone cancer, just came on me. Yeah, I know, Russell, but man, I'm telling you, you keep getting news that ain't going the right way. Oh, cool. We decided we're gonna have those Salisbury steaks for breakfast instead of eggs. We went out yesterday and bought a bunch of eggs, but I love them damn Encore Salisbury steaks. I can eat a whole box by myself, with the gravy. They don't want me to eat potatoes for some reason, but sure is nice to have some mashed potatoes. Did you just shut it off? I'm gonna leave it in there, right? Good idea. That'll keep it warm. We're starting to get the kids up. Dorothy starts getting up around 7.
I want to sleep
Momo's
15
turn.
minutes.
Yeah, sleep a little bit more. We don't need to be up yet. Kids get ready real quick. Does anybody need a bath this morning?
They get off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Russell, but I just wish this would turn around. It's like it's never ending. Yesterday, I was so happy that I was walking. I was a little bit depressed about that I got all this more chemo to do, but I was like, oh, this is great. I'm up walking, no pain in my hip. My shoulder, this is way better. The shoulder's way better. And, it's just all this pain starting to go away and this patch is working. And then all of a sudden, poof, it quit working. Like I got a flat tire and now I can't put any weight on my right side again. And even worse than it was before. And then I whacked my stupid right shin. I got a big old, because of the Coumadin, I got this monstrous big old bruise on there. That's, gosh, just never-ending crap. But at least we're starting to get warm weather. Things are turning green. Oh yeah, John, I got my bike. I'm not getting rid of my bike. But I'm gonna put a thermal bob on it. Did a lot of last night. I did a lot of reading on that and watched a bunch of videos on that. And Kawasaki, they never put a thermostat on there, so the bottom of the motor will run real cold in the cold weather. Anything below 80 degrees, they run super cold, so it puts the cylinders out around and all this. So the guy made a thermostat. I'm going to put a 185 thermostat on there. They recommend a 195, but the kit comes with a 185. So if they recommend a 195, why don't they sell the kit with it? You got to buy the 195 extra. But that's called a Thermobob. You can look it up, and that's going to go on there. It looks like a pretty easy thing. I'll probably get the dealer to do it. You know, I'm not gonna be able to get my hands in there and turn screwdrivers and take the fairing off. I'll let them do all that stuff. And I would like to. I mean, I always love to tear bikes apart and work on them, but it's just not going to work. Yeah, take a look at that. I got on there that one of the moto channels, and whenever I get depressed, I like to read about motorcycles because, ow, ow, I can't even move on this hip right now. Ow, I gotta sit up a little bit. Oh, oh. Yeah, and then I'll watch videos on that. I get depressed watching all them cop ones where they're murdering people. So bikes always cheer me up. And then I started watching this old fat guy working on them with the doohickey, and he was saying be careful and make sure you have a good dealer. And I think when it comes down to the dealer, when they go to check that, I'm going to get that. He's got one that with a better spring to keep the chain tensioned. Just too much can go wrong with that, and they haven't. Kawasaki just won't fix it because people don't. Some people, he was saying on the video that some people got bikes from 2004 that only got 3,000 miles on them, so they're not getting any warranty complaints on the doohickey. But if this thing goes bad and breaks, it's like catastrophic engine failure. I mean, it just goes down in the gearbox and chews everything up. You think they would have a screen or something in there to keep the parts from going in there. Just a screen I think would help. That way at least if it broke, okay, the counterbalance broke, but it's not going to come apart and go in your gearbox and chew everything up. But they haven't done anything for it. So this guy came up with a new torsion spring for the doohickey and a little bit stronger doohickey, and I think and it's not that expensive. I think I'll get it. And he's got one guy that rides. It's got 179,000 miles. The guy who invented the Thermobob, and he hasn't never changed it, and he hasn't had any problems with it. So, yeah, they don't want to engineer that problem out. I was watching the video, and I was saying, okay, the guy made the torsion spring. That was cool, so that's better. But even if it did fail in the future, all they would have to do was put a screen in there. Just put a screen around it. There was plenty of room. I was looking at it going, yeah, you could get a screen in there. And that way when the pieces come apart and break, instead of dropping down into your gears, which are right there, it would hit the screen. What's so hard about that? Maybe I should invent that. I don't know. The guy came up with the Thermobob. And, but this guy, all of them, everybody who has these Kawasaki KLRs, they just tell you they burn oil. Now, me, when I had my Kawasaki's, I always used synthetic, and you can minimize the oil burning with synthetic. I'm telling you, especially if you break them in right. Me, when I'm still in the break-in process, I zoom that thing way up, and then boom down. Get that ring to seat really good. But I need to break it in with that Thermobob on there, get it up to temperature, and I don't think I want to do any more break-in until I get that on there and get it to where it has a good temperature, because we rode it on some cool days where I had to have gloves and stuff. So yeah, they do some really weird stuff. I saw a dang. I was looking at a car at the car lot one time. I can't remember what brand it was, and the starter was inside the bell housing. I was going, man, where's the starter? I was crawling underneath because I wanted to see, and I'm looking at the oil filter, going, damn. And then the oil filter wasn't on the bottom; it was up on top. It was in this plastic housing, and as soon as you take that off, you got oil everywhere. I'm like, and who the hell thought of that one? That one was really stupid, like this canister filter. And then I'm looking underneath, and I'm like, well, where's the starter on this? And the guy goes, oh, it's inside. It's inside the bell housing. So if your starter goes bad on this car, you got to pull the you got to pull the trigger. I'm like, what nutbag in the planet came up with that one? I guess there's room in there. That is nice. It's got room in there, but holy cow. How stupid is that? Plus, you get all the heat in there, so the starter it can't last as long. You want to keep a starter cool. It's an electric motor, and they got it in a hot bell housing. It's just ridiculous, some of the stuff they do. Yeah, you got to take it to the dealer. They want you to go to the dealer for everything now. One thing though in the Philippines, if you buy a new car, hey Ben, you can take it to the dealer because they're dirt cheap to get any work done. I'm hanging in there. A little bit depressed on the news that I got a shitload of chemo to go yet, and then I got decisions on this stem cell shit, which it looks like there's too many things against the stem cell for me to agree to it. I don't really want to agree to take a chance on killing myself. It's a roll of the dice. I never was a gambler, and it looks to me like the stem cell. I got a dice in my hand, and I'm hoping for a seven or whatever number you're supposed to get when you throw a dice. But it's not looking safe to me. Yeah, what went on with your day there, buddy? Well, type it up. Let's see what happened. I'm not the only one with problems, that's for sure. Everybody's got some stuff. I know Russell, he's out there trying to sell his house so he can get, his life on. And, well, look at me. I'm skinny as a rail now. I was 260 pounds about 4 or 5 months ago. Now I'm 196. I went down to 180. The cancer just knocked all the weight right off of me. Doctor said it was good. I had the weight to lose, but he said you need to start gaining weight. So I went and bought a bunch of yogurt. He wants me to eat ice cream and get some like tiger's milk stuff, protein powder, whey powder. He says you need to gain your weight back. But the kids sucked up all the damn yogurt. I wished I'd have bought more of it, but shit. And then Moo he would eat half of one, and then throw half of it away. It was starting to piss me off. You don't waste that stuff. I paid all that money, and we're tight this month on money, and then to waste food, man, I don't go for that at all. That really ticked me off. And he'll go in the damn refrigerator and take bites out of apples and put them back, and that's another thing I don't like. And then grab another one instead of grabbing the one he bit into. He'll go grab another one, and I don't like to have food wasted like that because it's expensive. It's really real expensive to eat here. So, but we were doing so good in the Philippines, and then we come here, and it's like, they mandatory me making, paying for this insurance, and that killed us. Yeah, I'm in America now. I was in the Philippines for 11 years, Ben, and now I'm back in the States because I got sick. I knew something was wrong with me. I didn't know what, but I knew something was wrong way back in the Philippines. And then I came here, and when I finally got down, I went to the emergency room, and they found out within less than an hour. They were like, "Man, you're just full of bone cancer." And they did that radium thing on me, and I think that guy messed the bone up in my back because I got a dang hunch. It's like one bone sticks out all the time where they radiated it, and I don't know why they did that. He kept saying, "Oh, I'm gonna fix your back." I'm like, "My back don't hurt," So yeah. No, I live up in the Northeast, Ben, Cleveland. Oh yeah, you're late at night. It's 7:15 in the morning here. Kids are going to be getting up ready for school. Are you hollering at Dorothy, Faye?
I know she's
She's
moving.
not. She's not getting up. You here?
Moving.
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
think she's fixing
Dorothy's
herself.
usually the first one up. Moon was the last one. Did they all got to get a bath this morning?
Dorothy!
They better get to it if they're gonna, because it's
Don't
7:15
worry,
already.
they move very fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know in the Philippines, it's right now. It's 7:15 at night. You're there 12 hours, so you're a little bit more. You must be on the eastern coast, huh? If you're at 9:30 over towards Sydney, huh? That was a place on my bucket list. I always wanted to go. Let's go to Australia. I watch a lot of those videos of the bikers that go out and ride. They got that one bald-headed thin dude that has a bike channel. He had all the different bikes. I really liked that. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, we had money to burn every month. We had all kinds of money left over. But now I'm here and they're mandatory taking my insurance out, and the rent here is $1,100 a month. Hopefully, we get that other apartment. That's going to be about $400 a month cheaper. Because this one they won't let us stay here, so we got to take a $1,300 one. It just sucks.
Dali na. Mag-ready ka na at kakain na kayo.
All right, Ben, you take care and you be good down under.
Pwede niyo na sa baby niyo.
Mr. Skinny. Hi, sweetheart. Good morning. How are you today? You want to come say hi to everybody on YouTube? You're all up. Oh, how's my beautiful baby girl? You slept in your clothes, you goofball.
Yeah, because
What
I
did-
wanted to.
Because you wanted to.
And you did too.
How are you doing, sweetie? I love you, honey. There's my precious baby girl. Look how pretty she is, guys. She's the most beautiful little baby girl in the world, aren't you?
Wait.
Way. Mommy says way. Ah. Here, I will help you. Oh. Sleep in your clothes, you goofy. Mm-hmm. Make sure you brush your teeth real good. You gonna get a bath this morning?
I'll wash.
Yeah, get a quick wash. You need to wash your hair. Hey, sweetie? How's your hair smell?
Food is ready.
Let mommy smell your hair. Yeah, we got Salisbury steaks this morning.
Stinky.
I could eat those things all the time. Those Encore Salisbury steaks. When I was younger, I used to buy a box of them. There's 6 of them in there in gravy, and I'd get me one of them big
Sarap mag-isip.
olive. They used to sell at the store I went to an olive loaf bread, and I would just dip that in the gravy, eat that, and just eat the whole damn box of Salisbury steaks by myself. I loved eating them all the time. So, all right, John, you take her easy, buddy. Yeah, that my little sweetie, she's turned into a little woman. She's getting nubs and pubes and all that stuff. It won't be long. My little baby girl that I used to carry in my front sack is gone. Just like that. She's getting big, but they're all doing good in school, and she's just the sweetest kid, just unbelievably the sweetest kid there is. Well, she's just like my first daughter, Victoria. Those two they're identical. My oldest daughter, Victoria, she was the sweetest little baby too. Drug her around everywhere I went. But Dorothy, I was able to be, the first year of her life, I wasn't working. You couldn't work in the Philippines until you get all your paperwork done. So the first year I didn't work, so I threw her in that front sack and we went everywhere. Because we were doing a lot of walking. We didn't have a lot of money then. I was just getting a real small pension. And so we would walk into town and we'd go walking through the jungle. We had shortcuts we could take into town, and we called it through the Flying Monkey Farm. And just had a blast with her. She's the most fun baby. Had her all to myself, and she was real light to carry. Victoria, when she was a baby, she was carrying around a big old bowling ball. She was real heavy, but Dorothy was just super lightweight. But my daughter Victoria now, she's a big kid. She's 6'2", like 200 pounds, and I think Dorothy's going to be big too. I think Dorothy's going to hit 6 feet also. That makes it hard for her to find a guy that's taller than them. You know what I mean? Yeah. They grow fast, and then Hi, handsome. How you doing, Mr. Curly? You slept in your clothes too. What's with you guys? What is this? You guys, everybody slept in their clothes. Come on over here and say hi. Where's my hug, you big butthole? You guys got to check out his hair. Get up here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Show him the beautiful mop of hair you got. Look at it. Come here. You goofball.
Okay.
Where'd he go? Come on. Look at that guy. Slept in his clothes too. They were up a little bit late last night. I kept telling them go to bed, and they were in there dicking around until after 11. And that sucks because now they're tired in the morning. You got to get bath, pal.
Dorothy's bathroom.
Yeah, when she's done, you got to go in and you got to wash your hair too.
I know.
Okay, good, because your hair's a little bit smelly. But one thing that was really cool, my daughter's, her youngest little daughter, when she first came around, she just took to me right away. I mean, she never met me. I never saw her before in my life, and she just came right over and Grandpa was giving me big hugs and love, and it was so sweet. Now her older girl, when I was in on 2017, I saw her when she was just a wee little baby, and her son when he was just a wee little baby. And he's a good kid. I really like him, Logan. And I gave him my hatchet that I had almost my whole life, you know, because he likes to do outdoorsy stuff. So, and I had that hatchet. That was a great hatchet. But the middle one, she was a little bit standoff. Beautiful kid. I mean, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous little girl. And I really same age as Dorothy, so they got to be fast friends. And I took her to the store, and I was really happy to see that. I said you could have anything. We went into this section. They had all kinds of stuff in this section of the store. I said you could have anything you want. She picked a doll. And she picked a little dolly, so that, you know, that's nice when you see these kids still playing with dolls at 10. They come out better. You know, you're not forcing them into this, you know, into this cliques at school where they're all starting to wear makeup and they got to have the fancy shoes and the fancy clothes. Now Dorothy, she's a fashion queen. We're teaching her how to dress nice. Maddie too, and Faye had a Filipino friend that gave a bunch of clothes to us. You know, they wear them a few times and then they don't want to wear them no more. And she got some really nice clothes, and it all fits her, jeans and all kinds of stuffs, and doesn't fit Faye. So Dorothy got a huge bag of clothes, and she's all excited. Some nice, you know, like designer shirts with the Perry on the front, and it's got somebody else's name on it. I don't want to wear a shirt that says Calvin Klein. You know, what the hell? I want to wear some other dude shirt. But
You want to try a little bit rice?
No, I don't want any rice.
Ito na eh.
Just a Salisbury steak and maybe some bread. Bread. You want to go get me some bread and butter, man?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll have bread and butter with the gravy. You're sleepy yet?
No.
Yes, you are. You my handsome buddy. You got nice curly hair, man. He's got beautiful hair. This kid. He's not going to cut it, and I'm okay with that. 6'8", Berkey. You know, I'm 6'8". Not anymore though. I can't stand up straight anymore. You know, I try to get my back straightened as much. I ordered one of them damn things that pulls your shoulders back. You know, you put it on, you pull the straps, and it helps you stand up a little bit straight. And that never came. They sent me a bunch of ladies' shirts. It was a scam. You know, it's hard to buy anything on Facebook. You know, it seems like everything on there is nothing but a scam. You know, they say, okay, here's this, you're going to buy this thing, it's going to be $29, and they send you stupid ladies t-shirts. They just sent me some stupid work boots, size 4.5 or 6.5 or something like that. Who the hell can wear them? Why are they sending me this crap? I don't get it. I don't understand that there's got to be so damn many scammers. Yeah, I got a bunch of buddies that are that. My boy's about that tall, and I have a bunch of buddies. There's one fella in the building here, this black fella. He's like 7 foot something. He's monstrously big. He's got a duck through the doorway. He's a big happy guy. We've seen him a bunch of times. He's got this little teeny weeny tiny dog. It's like a teacup. four and a half pound dog that he just loves, and he's this big old teddy bear. But when you walk past him, this guy is just so huge. He would make Shaq look small. His hands are monstrous. He holds that little puppy in that hand. You can't even see him. Guinea-Bissau. Hey, wow, we're getting people from all over the world here. Where the heck is that? Down by Australia? Alex? Guinea-Bissau. Wow. This is really this is really cool. We're going worldwide here on the Rickshaw Channel. We only got a few people on here, but it's worldwide. Yeah, I like taking the walk and talks and stuff like that with my camera. The camera isn't the thing that went bad. You know, I couldn't make, you know, I'm doing these now because I couldn't get the cameras to work. But what happened was I plugged them in the computer and I got a hold of Sony, and they ran through a program on each camera, and they said there's nothing wrong with the cameras. It's this Samsung phone that got corrupted. So I have an iPhone now, but I don't know how to work it. I don't know how to get the cool stuff on it. My buddy Sean's going to be coming from California. He's an iPhone wizard. He knows how to do that stuff, so he'll have to give me a little tutorial on how to work that. So I'll start making those kind of vlogs again. I'd like to do one on the bike. I wish I could do one on the actual work of putting the thermal bob on and all that, but I don't think I'll be doing it. Yeah, come on, eat, buddy. Attaboy.
Oh.
My kids slept in their clothes last night. But, everybody here, we love that. We love that Salisbury steak. It's funny, I gotta hold everything with two hands because I drop it. I'm afraid of dropping stuff. I pick up a fork, it falls down. So, let's see, what do we got? Oh yeah. Yeah, I always carried my stick. Some people got on the thing and, you know, I moved back here and, oh, he's carrying a stick now. And he never did before. I always carried a stick. Ever since I've been a young man, I had rattan sticks that I used for walking sticks. And when I used to coon hunt, I had a rattan stick that I bought, and it was like a cane. It was a long one though, like a shepherd's staff, and it had a big hook on it. When I'd climb up the river hills, you could throw that on the root of these small maple trees and stuff growing and pull yourself up. You know, I could get up the river hills, you know, because them dogs will, you know, they got four-wheel drive. They'll go right up this cliff like this, and you got to follow them. The only thing you got to be careful of is make sure you always climb on the western side of the hill, because if you climb on the eastern side of the hill, that's where the sun hit last in the rocks, and you might get bit by a snake. My brother-in-law and I were out coon hunting one time, and he put his hand on the rock and he got bit. So you got to be kind of careful. But yeah, I did. You know, there was a good bit of the time I really liked in the Philippines. You know, I did like the walks. I love the heat. You know, I'm not one of these guys that likes the cold weather. And then I'm back here in Cleveland in the Northeast, and believe me, it's cold here. So that's not good. But as I get out, we get all done with this chemo stuff. I'd like to move down south. So, hey Joe, Angela City. Yeah, we'll do some. You know, once I get going again, I'm hobbling around, you know, like an old geezer. And so, you know, I can't do the walk and talks right now, but I do have to. That coffee's going right through me, so I got to take a quick little break. Oh my stupid back is. My daughter's in the bathroom, and we only got one bath. Oh, you're out.
Yeah.
Good. Is that what you're gonna wear today?
Yeah.
Hey, can you undo this for me real quick?
Sure.
You don't have to do the button because I can just pull them down. Oh, yeah. This is really bad on this hip, but I gotta pee. Every time I gotta pee, it's like I can't wait. Oh, crap. Oh, this is I don't know know if it's the prostrate or what, but every time I gotta pee, it's like emergency. And I can't, the dumb things they did here on clothes is they make, my hands I can't feel anything in my fingertips anymore. And they make these little zipper things so stupid small, and I can't get a hold of it. What we had to do was get my daughter. See how small they make that little zipper thing? I don't know if you can see that, but look how tiny that is. Who the hell can get a hold of that? What kind of man can hold on to that? It's just the stupidest thing. Even the Carhartt jackets, the zipper thing. Carhartt, I always loved that company. I loved their coats. I had a work coat for 25 years. And it had a nice big old zipper. You could grab it. Had a thermometer on it. And now they got these stupid little teeny weeny zippers on them. That's just going to fail. It just kind of bummed me out that they went cheap on all that. I would rather paid an extra $30-40 for a good zipper and had a good coat instead of them getting that crap. Okay, let me sit down, sweetie. Oh, hobbling around like an old stinking geezer.
Yeah, you're all geezer.
Yeah, I know.
Time to eat.
There's some spoons they give me. They give me something I can hold on to. All right, where can I put this? Let's pull that out of the way so I can set this down. Okay, I'll put that right there. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to eat while we're doing this. Oh, I got my yummy Salisbury steak, and she got me some strawberries.
Strawberry
Banana. We used to have a Mexican lady used to come up, strawberry, banana. Here in this country, we go into places, we were in Subway, and they always ask me if she's Mexican. Are you Mexican?
If I speak Spanish,
It's funny. We've been getting real good bread from Walmart, and it's not too expensive. So we bought like 7 or 8 loaves, just put them in the fridge. Because most of the bread here at our store is just that garbage bread. I think it's made out of gypsum.
kain na. There's some garbage here, Mr. French.
I know. I drop everything. I'm sorry. I just keep my hands can't hold on to anything anymore. But I do love this stuff. I could eat these. I used to, if I had an extra 1 or 2, I used to make a sandwich out of it and take it to work for lunch.
Alam ko. Alam ko, may sasay.
Come on, Mo. Time to get up. Geronimo. Hey, he's got to get up, Faye.
Hi, Mama.
He's the hardest one to wake up. Oh, that's pretty. You're going to get another dangly for that today? Oh, boy. Got a little bracelet. And as they do good, they get a little trinket to put on it. She got a whole bunch of them. The teachers put little notes in there. Their schoolwork saying, how disciplined they are and how well mannered. All of them. Yeah, Mo, he can get out of hand here, but he toes the line in school, and I'm really glad. And they really like him, plus they're all getting straight A's, which is always good. And I hope it stays that way. I'm going to try to keep them in the school district. It's way more expensive over on this side. But, what am I going to do? I can't put them down in a bad school. And I can't afford private here, not like the Philippines.
I forgot to make your egg. I forgot to make egg.
It's okay. I don't need egg. This is really good. Thank you. Thank you for cooking this. Love this stuff.
See, while I'm sleeping, I cook food.
Well, it's easy. Just toss it in the oven. I don't know if this is really 100% meat, but it's good. Eating on YouTube.
cancer patient not allow the processed food, right?
No, but this is good.
Mm-hmm. Momo, time to eat, Momo. Almost 8 o'clock.
Come on, buddy, you gotta get up.
Hey,
He is
Baho.
starting to get up better than he was, so.
Baho, get up.
It's gotta be sweet with him, give him a little back rub and love him up a little bit, and he pops right up. He's always the first one to come over and give me a big hug when he wakes up. Joe, they're doing fantastic. The kids are loving it. Faye is, yeah, she's kind of like that when it comes to being American. I think you'd rather be in the Philippines, huh? Yeah, she's over there. She's not as happy here, but hey, I wasn't so happy in the Philippines either, and I stuck it out for 11 years, so it's her turn now. And the kids love it here. They don't want to go back. Hey, kids,
Yep.
you want to go back to the Philippines?
No.
It was like immediate no. They don't want any part of that anymore. So they're done. They like it better here. They got a lot of nice little friends. Their English, they just picked it up. Their reading is fantastic right now. Momo sits at nighttime and reads himself a book. Okay, Russell says hi, guys.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, everybody loves Russell. That's for sure. That's our buddy over there in California. Hope your house goes pretty quick, buddy. I know when you're selling them, it just sucks. But all of a sudden, somebody's going to come in and she'll be gone. Yeah, that's how we always did our beef over in the Philippines, was in the pressure cooker. Oh yeah, Joe, they don't want to go back.
I miss the sinigang. I miss the sinigang vegetable.
Yeah, well, this one here, what I did was, we had a big pressure cooker in the Philippines. I don't know how many quart that was, 20 some quart. I bought a smaller one. I bought a 10 quart one here. And that one's, it's working out perfect. It's a much better size. And, pressure cooker, that's the way to save on electric and gas, because it cooks everything twice as fast. It's like convection ovens. If you can get a convection oven, you just save a ton of money on gas, because it cooks everything in half the time. Strawberries. Yummy. Love strawberries.
Strawberry banana, get up.
We were eating like blueberries, strawberries, all kinds of melon and stuff for breakfast, but this month we're a little bit skinny. And I do want to say I still don't know who. Somebody sent on the Zilla, Zille. They sent me $25, and it doesn't say who, because it's not on my list. Like if Gary sent me some money one time and it popped up because he's on my list, but somebody sent it, and I don't know who it was, but whoever it was, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Every little drop over here is helping, because this is just a bad month for us. The big thing was
It's okay.
was her paperwork. Her dang paperwork. I mean, we're going to do everything legal. I wish they would have had an amnesty or something like that, because I'd done that. But we're doing it 100% legal. And I got the paperwork from the thing on there saying that I can't work and I need help. Because of the cancer and all that. So that went in there, and we got a bunch of stuff that we had to put in there. And she's got to get that sent out here.
Yes, my head masakit. I just want to go back to the Philippines.
Yeah. Enough of that. I don't want to hear any more of that. Get tired of hearing that. You're the only one. Just get that mailed out, though.
No, I have lots of things to do.
Like what? What do you got to do now? I thought you did all that yesterday.
No,
Made all your
I
copies.
told
See,
you.
you're bitching about it already.
Yes.
Don't.
This is giving me
Why
lots of
can't you
stress.
just do it?
It's lots of
Why is it stressful? Just doing some paperwork is stressful to you?
Yes.
How silly.
Lots of stuff to put.
That's the silliest thing I ever heard of. just because you look online and their paperwork's a little bit different than our paperwork. We have all our stuff in. Everything they're asking for, I went and got. I had to get my Social Security, how much I get. I had to get my pension. I had to get bank
You want
statements.
the latest one?
Latest one what?
The latest? You give me the old one?
I didn't give you an old one. What do you mean the latest? I just gave you my bank statement from this last month. What are you talking about?
I can open that one. We have to go to your bank.
Go to the bank then. I send this stuff on PDF and then all of a sudden it can't be opened. Everybody else in the world can open this stuff except over there. She can't open it. And they don't send me my bank statements for next month. She says, "Oh, you're behind. It's not the right one." Well, I don't have next month's yet. You got to give them the stupid bank statement. It's ridiculous, because you got to be able to say, yeah, you're going to take care of them. But because they're taking that out, we're considered low income, so we'll get a little bit of help here. They could even put her to work as a caregiver for me and give her a pay once she's got a Social Security card. But we can't do anything until she's legal, until she's got her permanent resident paperwork. And if that's the case, then, just doing what we're doing every day, at least she'll get a few bucks. Yeah, this stuff needs to go out, and it's all dragging the feet. I've already paid it beginning of the month,
It's not easy
and it's
like
not even
that.
mailed yet. It's still
Why
sitting
don't
here.
you fill it out?
It's still sitting here, and not going anywhere. So that's just the way it is here. And then she's bitching and complaining about everything. Get it done. It's not that hard.
Not that easy for you.
It's not that easy. Hey, morning, Mike. Yeah, it's not that easy. Everything's not that easy when you tell yourself it's not easy. Quit saying it's not easy.
She want
Tell
me
yourself
to-
it's easy.
She want me to
That's what I always
go to
did.
the I-130. Where is that?
See, it's because your Filipino friends are telling you wrong.
No!
There's no I-130 you need to do. You do your I.
That's in the-
Sorry, guys. Every time we talk about this stupid
Just give me
485
this
form, it turns into this big crap show here.
And the next
Because she's having a fit and she'll start crying and bawling like a 5-year-old.
You said it's ready.
Our papers don't have to be exactly like their papers. They're asking for stuff, we're turning it in. It's a big country. Not all the papers look exactly the same. And these dumb Filipinos say, "Oh, you're going to do this, you're going to do that." They don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's just ridiculous. When I was over in the Philippines and she said, "Oh, things have to be done this way," I listened. But then you
Yes,
come
because
here
I
in this
can
country and
fix
what does she
that.
do? She listens to the stupid Filipinos that don't know what the hell they're talking about.
You don't help me, that's why.
Oh, baloney. I don't help you. What the hell are you talking about?
You're the one gonna
I'm the one who
sign
got you the stupid form. You couldn't even get the form off the internet. I told you guys. This is how this turns out every single time. I just need to keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I don't like that.
No,
The
because
thing
I don't
needs to go
understand
out.
most of what it says there in the paper. You're the
I'm
one
telling you,
supposed to-
everything's fine. Just go ahead and get it out. There's no problem with all this stuff just because the forms look different. It's the same stuff. And this crap of not having the right bank statement, that's the last one. And you say they need 6 months. Well, they only go back to January. These people know that. They ask for the moon and you give them what you got. They're going to take it, Faye. They're going to take it and look it over and you're going to be fine. You're going to get it. Don't worry about it. You're fussing way too much over that stupid form. You need to get the damn thing out before August is here and you're supposed to leave August 4th.
Yes.
If you don't get this stupid thing done.
Bye.
And then there's absolutely no stem cell going on because I have to be in the hospital for 3 weeks if I do decide to take that. So, yeah, this is just how this goes, and I'm already fed up with this stupid chemo shit and all this crap going on. It just seems like it's a never-ending shit show lately. The last couple weeks, and I'm just getting fed up on all of it, every bit of it. I just can't seem to win right now. You know, I was doing so well, and then all of a sudden, boom, everything turned into a shit show. It just sucks. I'm getting, you know, I don't know, maybe if it's this chemo going through my brain making me shitty, I don't know, making me cranky, but I don't feel good all the time anymore. Neck hurts. At least my shoulder quit hurting. That's done. I can get my hands over my head now, but my hands still hurt. Now this hip feels like I got a damn knife. It feels like I got a knife right in the joint. And every time I put weight on it, that knife is jabbing into me. And it's starting to run all the way around to the small of my back. And it's like, what? You know, and then this neck, you know, from not being able to stand up straight, I'm on this old bent over geezer. You know, just, that patch is worthless. It worked for about an hour yesterday morning, and then it just quit on me. So they're worthless. I don't think I'll put another one on. They said, oh, the second day they'll really be working good. Well, not for me. So it fell down on the floor, and I think I'll just take it back. They got a bunch of these pills I'm going to stop taking. You know, we're going to wean me off of this Coumadin here pretty soon. And I'm going to wean myself off this stupid chemo, you know, because this crap, I'm not even halfway through. I'm done with it. I'm just done with this shit. Going there every damn week and jumping on the roller coaster. You know, feel good for a day or two and then can't walk for the next 3 or 4. You know, it sucks. You know, it sucks not being able to get up and walk from the bed to the stupid bathroom before I piss my damn pants. You know, it just ain't good. Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? But this is where I'm at on this. You know, just, you know, if somebody else you know gets something like this, you'll have an idea what they're going through, because I can't help this right now. You know, I can't help this how I'm feeling right now. I think that chemo does something to your brain. You know, depresses you. Yeah, you got to get up, Moo. Hey, wake it up. You got school today, and you got to get a bath. Maddie, your bath done? Get your food done and get your bath. Let's go. It's already 8:00. Okay. These guys want to hammer on Dorothy. She's always ready real quick. She's my speediest kid. She gets up and goes straight to business, where, you know, the other two will just stick around. And there goes Moo. How you doing, buddy? Mr. Wee Wee? Oh, he's walking around like he's lost. Flopping around. Ooh. Hey, buddy, you got a hug for me? You want to say hi to YouTube people? No hug? I don't get a hug this morning. Mommy gets a hug. Oh, Daddy's going to get a hug. Hi, handsome. You look like a stick man. Oh, hi, buddy. How's my beautiful boy today?
Good.
Good. He got hair like Bruce Lee. He's got to go wee-wee. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Pete. That's real good. You know, this stuff hit me real quick. You know, it hit me, you know, out of the blue. I knew something was wrong in the Philippines. I just wasn't feeling right for the longest time. And then I got here and felt better in the summertime, but it, you know, just got worse. As soon as that cold weather hit, it got worse. And they tell you when you got bone cancer, get out of the cold. So hopefully we get all this stupid chemo bullshit done, and then we can get the hell out of here and head down south. You know, I want to hook up and be somewhere around where Ronald is. He knows the good areas, and I get these forms filled out. I can get a no down payment VA loan on a house, and there's tons of houses down there. I went down to Dothan, Alabama, and I went on Zillow, Zillow, and I punched in houses $60,000 and under, because that's what I can afford. You know, it'd be like paying rent. And boy, there's just hundreds of them, hundreds and hundreds of them, and it's real nice because they do walkthroughs with the cameras on most of them. And we saw some very nice places for under 60 grand. And if I could find one for even 40, that'll be more money. And plus, if it's got a little ground, a lot of them have 3-4 acres to them. So we could have maybe a garden, a shooting range. Maddie, he wants to do a garden. So yeah, Robert, I'm having a hard time with my patients right now. I guess I wouldn't be a good doctor. It's just tough. It's like a never ending. I went through this whole thing and I thought, okay, boom, I'm done. I got my 8 of them done, and boom, great. I was all happy that was it, and they're telling me no. You're only on a couple courses of it. And it's like, why didn't they explain that? And so it kind of ran my patients out, is what it did. Because it's never ending. Yeah, what do I got to just keep going to this for the rest of the year? I'm gonna work my way all the way into winter before this is done. Well, I'm hoping so, Mike, but we'll see. Oh, if I can do a house like that, I could do a 10-year. I did my first house I ever bought. I borrowed some money and I did a 10-year on it, and I paid it off in 3.5. And we'll work to pay it off if we can get down there and find some other things to do for money. There's always something. If I get better, there's always something I can do for some extra cash, and just pay it off as quick as possible. Yeah. Hi, handsome. You want to come back over and give me one more hug? Because it was kind of a little stingy hug I got. Love you, Matty boy. Hi, handsome. Now I'm going to get my good hug. I love you, baby boy. Precious little man. He's really built well. He's really good at getting a shower, and he comes out and gets himself dressed, and you look at his little body. He is just really put together well. Him and Maddie both. They're built. Dorothy, she's turning into a little woman. She's getting the butt, getting the figure on her, and it's like she's 10. She's standing. It's like, I'm not going to be prejudiced though. I'm going to run all the boys off. But yeah, I'm not going to do any kind of 30-year loan or anything like that. I'm going to try to do a 10 or a 15, something like that, so we can get it paid off. And if they help me, because the insurance, that put me underneath the income guidelines for being poor. And like the lady told me at the VA, she said, in this country, you either got to be super poor or super rich to make it. If you're in the middle, like a couple months ago, I couldn't get nothing. I couldn't get anything. And now they're talking about if I get 30%, if they put me up to 30% disability, which is what they're talking about, even though it's higher than that now, but if they can get me to 30, that's $585 a month. And if they can even kick me up to 40, 50% like that, we're looking at $1,000 more a month, and that'll really help. That'll make a payment on the house. I'll double up. And that's what I did on my first house. That my first house I bought was only $105 a month was the payment, and I was sending them $250 every month. And then I got a call from the bank. They said, "Quit sending us money on the house." And I said, "Why?" They said, "It's paid off. You paid it off months ago. Quit sending us money," because they were putting the money just back in my account. So that I paid that first one off real quick, and then after I paid it off, I fixed it up. I went and I borrowed another 15 grand on it, and I redid the kitchen, the dining room, put bedrooms in it, doors, windows, did everything as cheap as I could. I didn't even spend the 15. And then we paid that off real quick. I paid that off in a year. I just kept throwing $1,000 at it at a time until it was paid off. And that house was beautiful. I put new siding, new windows, all new electric, all new plumbing. Bathroom, I put a bath where the front porch used to be. I made that a bathroom. And there's a little trick when you're doing these bathrooms, okay? And you go to look at the tubs, and they got these little, the one-piece tub jobbies. They got real expensive ones, $700-800, and they got that foam thing underneath them, so they're good and strong on the bottom. And then they got these cheap ones for like $70. Well, I bought the $70 one. And what I did do it to make it strong is I laid plastic down on the plywood, and I used 3/4 marine grain plywood on my floor in there. Brand new Walmanized wood underneath. And then I laid a big piece of plastic down and I dumped 2 bags of Saccrete. I mixed it all up and dumped that on, and then went and I stuck that tub right on top of that concrete. And when you stepped in that tub, you were stepping on something real solid. So I was able to get away with buying a cheap tub, fiberglass tub surround, and then I put real nice faucets in there, and we had a real nice bathroom, a 5x10 bathroom. I had a little foyer on the front. I tiled it. We tiled it good. I had my buddy come in and do straight plaster on it. You know, we didn't do, we blue board with the regular skim coat straight plaster. We put a skylight in there, so we had plenty of light, and instead of the skylight coming straight down, I angled it, and that was a trip because I had to take the drywall and soak it so that we could bend it and get it screwed on. That was interesting to learn how to do that. And I put a beautiful hip roof on there with the sides and then the front. My buddy Mark came over and helped me do that, and we shingled it out real nice. We redid the roof. We had the attic insulation blown in the attic. I went in there and cleaned it all out, because it was, 50, 60 years of just crap in there and bird's nest and everything else. I fixed the vents. I put one of them automatic fans in to blow the air through, and then I had Sears come in and blow. And I told the guy, he says, "Look, I got 2 bags left that were from another place that I didn't use. You want them?" And I'm like, I gave him an extra $20, and he blew it way up over the rafters. And then we had that little door going up there. We put a real nice door on the steps. I mean, we fixed it up. We fixed that house up real nice and got it for $8,000. I believe it sold for like 60. Well, I definitely you got to watch the interest when you're buying. And right now the VA's got a pretty good deal for their ex-military guys. So it's going to be straight through them, HUD or whatever, and it's going to be a VA loan, and I can get it with no down payment, nothing. I don't have to put a penny down. And they said especially if you get a house that's undervalued. These people down south, these houses sit there for, my buddy Ronald said, they'll sit there for years. Nobody buys them, so they just keep lowering the price on them, and they get under of what they're valued at. And you could even get a kickback on the money for that, so you can move in with a little bit of money in case we need, because we'll probably find a fixer-upper. And I don't mind finding a fixer-upper, because then I can teach the boys how to do it. I may not be able to do stuff myself, but I could teach them. I remember when my son Matty was little, I gave him some paint, and I had him paint the trim. And of course he made a mess. His mom got all mad. Oh, he made a mess. And I said, it's how they learn. Okay, he made a mess, big deal. We're still going to throw carpet down. It doesn't matter that he made a mess. But he learned how to start cutting paint in, and now if ever he needs an extra buck somewhere, he can always go paint for somebody, because he got really good at it. I let him make a mess. I didn't holler at him when he made a mess. He was learning. You don't holler at them, because then they shut down and they don't want to do it. When a kid's learning, they're gonna screw up. It's like when I was an electrician. I had a really good boss. I mean, you couldn't have a better boss than I had, because I got in there and I screwed some stuff up. And I thought, oh shit, and I wanted to please the guy, so I hurried up and fixed it. And he says, I'm going to give you a raise. I mean, the first week he gave me a raise. He said, I'm going to give you a raise because, you came in here, you screwed some stuff up, but you fixed it faster than my guys are doing it in the first place. So I'm going to give you a raise. He says, don't you tell anybody what I'm giving you. And he just kept upping my money all the time, but I busted my ass for him. He was a great guy, my friend, my best friend. And I loved working for him. It was always fun to go to work. I never really had a bad day going to work with him. Him and me used to ride together and go to lunch together and stuff, and just a super, super great guy. So, I got very lucky that I wound up into that. And I wound up finding him because he came to do a service on my house. I had the one electrician in town wanted this ridiculous high price, and I couldn't afford it. And he came over. He was a girl at work that was her boyfriend. And he came over and gave me this really good price. And he says, well, if you do a lot of the work, I'll even give you a better deal. So he did it for basically nothing, and I did most of the work. And I'm like, wow, this is cool work. I would like to do that. And I never had a bad day working electrical work. I'm serious. There were some times. I remember one time we were working at the Fredericks down in Hollywood, and that ceiling was just one of them hanging wire ceilings. And this foreman, I'm 290 pounds at the time, and he's wanting me to climb out there to put lights, and it's a good 30-foot drop to the floor. I'm like, nah, I'm too heavy. I ain't climbing on there. That ceiling's going to give way on me. And then they had this dude they called Cowboy. He weighed about 110 pounds. He had been a cowboy. He's all busted up, about 40, and he didn't weigh nothing. And he climbed out there, and we're looking at this ceiling just bulging. We had a rope tied around his waist in case of if it gave way, and then we had a big hemp rope tied around him. And that was a dangerous thing. They should have never done that. If OSHA would have come in there, that foreman would have been fired immediately and probably fined and everything else. Yeah, they have to be ready. They have inspections that they do. They said the inspections takes anywhere from a month to 2, and if the owner doesn't want to fix anything, you just can't have that one. Because we looked into that before when I borrowed money, and there was like a termite problem and this and that. But the owner I had that was selling it wanted rid of it. It was just a rental for him, and he was getting out of the rent business. The dude that lived there murdered his mother in the place and stuck her in plastic bags in a deep freezer for about a year, and everybody wondered where was she at, and then they finally caught him. He was some crazy German guy, and he just wanted rid of the house. He couldn't rent it. It was $75 a month for rent, and he couldn't sell it. $125 to buy it, and or $105 to buy it. So I bought it. I bought that little place, and it had to have that was VA. I had to have the termite thing done, and it was $13,500, and we wound up getting it for like $8,500, $8,000, because he said, look, I'll just pay it. And the termites, I didn't get a company to come in and do all that termite poison. You know what I did? I took a bunch of used motor oil and poured it down to the rotten tree that was right outside the corner of the house where the termite mound was, and it just wiped them out, used motor oil. And that seeped in the house. They came in for the inspection and said, okay, they're dead. And I didn't have to get all the deadly chemicals where they drilled the hole and $5,000, but the dude paid that. And I just did it with the motor oil. And there were a couple other things, some like the back kitchen floor had to have a joist put in, and yeah, they make sure you get a good place. So, but there's a lot of them down south. I couldn't believe how many, and some really nice ones for 60. I saw some brick houses for 60, brick ranches, with a basement. And I don't like this stuff of not having a basement. Where are you going to put your stuff? And I want a garage. I got to have a place with a garage to keep the bike in. And I am going to do that thermal bob. Guys, look that up. That's one of the major problems with the KLR. That the cylinder gets out of round because they're not, the top of the engine gets hot and the bottom doesn't, so they get all, thermally messed up, the metal in it. So if you put the thermostat on it, you keep the temperature even. It warms up even, and that's going on there as soon as I can get it on. And they don't want you riding these things in the cold weather, and I want to be able to ride it in cold weather. If it goes down to 40, 50 degrees, I still want to ride, especially if we're down south and there's no snow on the ground. I don't care. I used to ride in southern Ohio when it was 20 below zero. At first, I had a big freezer suit, and I used to put towels around my neck and around my knees, and I had these gloves plus mittens, and I would ride that to work, 25 miles to work at 20 below, and I had a shovel on my back with a sling, a big plastic shovel. Trajector, I don't know what this is. Hang on. Don't want to talk to them call banks. But and then I got, I was just getting cold, and I went down to the bike shop, and they sold bikes and quads and snowmobiles, and the guy said, you know what you need for that? He says, you need a snowmobile suit. Hi, handsome. So I went and bought a snowmobile suit, and the days of my being cold on -20, driving through southern Ohio at 80 miles an hour and my bike was over. That's the ticket. If you're going to ride in the cold weather, you go buy the two-piece snowmobile. It had like a bib overall that came all the way up to here, and you could vent it. It had real nice vents in it, like under the arms and stuff. And then it was just a nylon cover, so I had a jacket that I threw over top of it. I went and bought this big, it was like a pigskin jacket though. Not a real good leather jacket, but I threw that over it just to help keep it clean and keep a little more wind off of me. And I always wore those Dickies. You know, they're not really a turtleneck, they're just a Dickie. And then I got an extra large. I found this extra large helmet so I could put a big woolen, I had a woolen, thin wool hat that I could put on over my ears. I always wore the earplugs too. And then I had those mittens. I got these Gore-Tex mittens. I had these real nice, thin, like almost a silk glove. And then those mittens, and they had a little finger trigger hole in them. I used to use them for hunting too. And those kept the wind off my hands. I went ahead and put heated grips. I had that Suzuki 850. And that thing, I was riding it home, and that was the first year of the center camshaft. And I'm sitting at a red light. I went to take off, and the motor came apart. And then, of course, Suzuki wouldn't warrant it. They said I was beating it, and I wasn't. I was driving it home on a 104-degree day, and it came apart. And Suzuki wouldn't warrant it. They had it for a year. I couldn't ride it. And I went back to the dealer and said, look, man, you sold it to me. You sold me the damn thing. This thing blew up. I want my money back. And he said, look, I can't give your money back, and we don't have any more 850s, but I got 1100 over here. I can give you the motor. So I had an 850 that had 1100 motor in it. And he swapped that motor and put it in. I kept the 850 tags on it. And that bike was speedy. It would actually do. I had a friend that was a cop, and I had 1 mile to get to the freeway, and I had like 23 miles on the freeway, and then an exit. And I was working night shift then, because you got to do all the work on the lighting and the electrical when nobody's working, and they were closed at night, so I was working night shift. And the cop, I got to know this real young cop. I says, hey, because he seen me going by and pulled me over, but didn't give me a ticket. He's like, man, you were cooking. He thought it was cool, because I'm down behind the wind. I had a windscreen. I had a J.C. Whitney windscreen on it that I had laid back, and I'd get behind it and put my feet on the back pegs and just open this baby up. And I had him do the radar on me. And he had me at 164 miles an hour. And that was top end, guys. It wouldn't do anymore. It like hit a limiter when I got there. Yeah.
How many people are on the world?
On the world, there's like billions of them. So they claim.
How about the one that died, and how about the one that we knew?
Oh, the ones that died, a lot of them went to heaven. But I'm watching this channel that my buddy Gary sent me, that the guy goes up and asks, you believe in Jesus Christ? And I can't believe how many people that just say no. Check out that channel. I can't remember. It's Believers or something on YouTube. Gary just sent me a link to that. And this dude just goes into places, and he's got his little sign. He says, do you believe in Jesus Christ? And I'm amazed at how many people look at him and say no. I couldn't believe that. I'm like, man, no wonder why the gate is narrow. It's because people just don't want to believe. And then you get these guys saying, no, I'm Jewish. I don't believe in him. It's scary. Yeah, they say 8 billion, but who really knows? Who really knows? They can come up with any numbers. Like when they said they went to the moon. Give me a break. That was like Star Wars. That was like Reagan in the Star Wars. Get Russia to spend a bunch of money, and they did it in the Hollywood theater, and now they show it was done in Arizona. It was all fake. Hey, you got to get a bath, pal. It's already after 8 o'clock.
I'm a puppy dog.
Oh, you're a puppy dog? Well, come on up here, puppy dog. You want to go bark at the people on TV land or YouTube land? Come on. Bark at them. Come on. Arf, arf.
Hi.
Hi. He's my little hug
Did you take
bug.
your medicine?
Yes, I did. I took my medicine. Are you my little hug bug?
Yeah.
Yeah, come here, you.
Where's the sunshine in the pill?
Oh, you want the sunshine in the pills? Okay, I give them all a vitamin D in the morning. We call it sunshine in a pill. Okay, you open it. Give your brother and sister one too, okay?
Sunshine in the bottle.
Sunshine in a bottle. That's vitamin D. They got to get their 500 units of their vitamin D, because we're not getting out in the sun like we were in the Philippines. You know, we were getting just such beautiful sunshine, and you know, now, you know, you get gray days here. We get days where there's no sun. Yesterday we had some sunny time. I was wearing a jacket and I sure as heck didn't need it. Yeah, boy.
Here's mine.
Okay, well I already took mine, and then I got to take my poop one. I'm taking this stuff too. This is from some famous poop lady, and it said if you take a 30-day bottle of this stuff, you'll get your guts all cleaned out. And when I was in for my scan, that dude that did my scan, he was a big heavy-set dude, and they did a scan on my intestines. He's going, man, you got so much stuff stuck in there. He goes, it just isn't funny. He says, you got to get this cleared out. And he recommended this stuff. And, you know, I'm getting recommendations from people. That's like this stuff that Gary sent me. Guys, if you're having trouble going, get this stuff. It's better than anything I've ever tried. You know, Gary uses it because he was taking pain meds. I was taking pain meds, and it blocks you up. You know, I was going 10 days without going. And it just lined my colon, and now this is breaking it off. You know, there's stuff coming out that I'm looking at going, what the heck is that? Well, the guy said it's like a peeling off of the inside of your intestine, and this is what breaks it up. So I'm taking 2 of these a day, and it's working. I mean, it's taking this stuff out of me. So, and I went in for this last scan, and he goes, man, he says, that stuff, finish the bottle. He's like, dude, finish the bottle because it's looking way better now. Yes. No, you don't go to sleep. You have to go get a bath. You got to wash your hair, bub. You got school today.
No.
Look at my beautiful little guy. He's smart. All my babies are smart. Hey, handsome. All right, Moon's got to get his bath. Come on, Moon. You got to get your bath now. Maddie's done. Come on, we got school today. You're not getting up on your feet, Mr. Jammy boy. Come on, he's the only one who puts his jammies on. The other kids slept in their clothes. Goofy. My stupid neck.
In your clothes? Yep. Papa, you slept in your clothes.
Yeah, that stuff with going to the moon. You watch that, and it's just so fake. I remember when it landed and they showed all the dust and it was there. This thing was made out of tin foil and duct tape. Yeah, like it made it through all this space. And they say all these crazy speeds, 17,000 miles. Come on, give me a break. What's it got to push against? You know, and now they say they can't go up there anymore. We've lost the technology. Bull crap. That's the biggest pile of bull crap they ever pulled over on the world, that they went to the moon. Heck, I've even seen pictures of the moon when I had my really nice telescope. Years and years ago, I had this telescope. Wasn't mine. A dude loaned it to me and said, look, I don't use it anymore. I can't see. He was an old guy. So he let me have it at my place. I had to wind up giving it back. But this was like a super duper telescope. The damn thing was huge. And you could see stuff going behind the moon. It's not really just a light source. And then they had that Picard guy went up in a balloon where he was like up above the sun, and they say the sun's 45 million miles. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I ever heard. And then they say, oh, because of the eclipse, it can't be true. Come on. I still think that the earth is flat. Read the Bible. You know, you either believe everything in the Bible or you don't believe any of it. And it says the 4 corners of the earth and that we're on a flat plane. Just read it. God made this earth, and he didn't make it round, because if he made it round, it was spinning like they say it did, we'd be flying off. But we got this magical thing called gravity. Nobody knows what it is or how it works, but we got it. It's gravity, boy. Come on. Give me a break. And then you watch these idiots like this Tyson guy get on there. He's just some kind of dummy actor. He's not really any kind of scientist. He gets up there, and then they got that other skinny dude, that skinny white dude. He's supposed to be some kind of a, you know, he knows Mr. Know-It-All. Yeah, I ain't buying any of it. You know, just wake up and look, because I've seen already. You look in the Philippines, and you look from one end, and you can see all these miles away. It should be way down below the curve, and you can see lighthouses way out, and you can see buildings from all the way to Manila. You know, and if there was a curve on the earth, it would be behind hundreds of feet of curve. So I don't buy it, guys. There's just too much. And then the flight paths. If you start looking at flight paths, there was Man had a heart attack. He was coming from Korea, and he's supposed to be flying across the Pacific to Los Angeles. And he's like halfway and he has a heart attack. So they diverted all the way up to Alaska. No, it's because they came across the flat plain, and that's where they came across was Alaska. And these flights that go from South America to the U.S., they fly through Europe because that's the straightest path. Plane's not going to go all the way around. So there's just too many little indicators, and then you get these deniers, and all they can do is put ad hominems on the flat earthers and say you're all stupid, and this, that, and the other, and they call you names. They got one guy on there, they call you names, and people buy into that crap. It's just like that long-haired dude that's on TV. I forget his name. He's got the black chick that sits there and works with him on a show. That's a horrible show, but he's got so many followers. It's just crazy. It's density, BAMs. It's absolutely 100% density. Gravity is a big pile of baloney. If you're more dense, you're going to sink. Even when you go down to the bottom of the ocean, there's an ocean, and then down at the bottom of the ocean, there's another more dense ocean underneath that you can't penetrate. They're finding this stuff. I think if you're going to explore anywhere, quit going up. We know what's up there. It's called heaven. Go down. Go look at what we have on this earth. There's just so much stuff to find yet. And these people that go down in these diving bells, and that is so cool. Those are some brave people. You're taking your life in your hands when you do that, like those ones that went down in that crap thing that imploded and they all died. But these Navy guys go way down in their bells and they find the stuff from the planes that crash, and they go down thousands and thousands of feet. That just amazes me. And then they got the robotic stuff. Go down there and look at this stuff down there. It's just amazing. To me, that's a fascination for me. What's at the bottom of the ocean? It's amazing. God built this beautiful world, and there's so much of it for us to see yet. And it's really sad we don't have a lot of time. We're just a vapor. Look at me. It was just yesterday. I was holding her in my arms. 35 years ago, I was holding Victoria in my arms. And boom. Them days are gone. Now I'm looking in the mirror, and that young guy that was there, him and Elvis left the building. Now there's just this old dude sitting there. Yeah, they're not looking at the oceans, guys. That's the place I think you should be looking. There's so much cool stuff down there. It amazes me. I remember back in the 80s when they found the Titanic and they were going through with that robotic thing. I'm like, wow, look at this. Isn't this amazing? I dug it. I remember when Jacques Cousteau used to be on. That was one of my favorite shows to watch. Close those windows. They're mowing again. They mow this place like twice a week. Yeah, close all the windows. It's too loud. Oh, okay.
Papa, can they go now?
Yeah, if you want to, but don't you want to wait for the boys?
I want to wait for Maddie.
Okay, wait for Maddie, and then you can go. Okay, sweetie? I love you. You have a good day at school, okay?
I'm going to hug you later.
You gonna hug me later? You want to stick your head in there and show them how beautiful you are? That's my beautiful
Hello.
baby girl, huh? Hello. Jeez. You're absolutely gorgeous. Did you know that?
I'm taller.
You're getting tall, too. I know. You're getting so big. You're going to be a 6-footer. Your ears look good and clean, too. You clean them out?
No.
She dresses up so pretty now. We're going to start getting cold here again. The end of this week, they're talking it's going to be down in the 50s, and I'm not looking forward to that. We might have to turn the heater back on. The kids are sleep. They like to sleep with the windows open, and it just freezes my hands. I actually been going to bed with gloves on, because my hands get cold. Or I stick them underneath my armpits. They're cold. They're not working. But I still think that's the place we ought to be doing all of our exploring right now. If you're going to spend some money, go down and check out the oceans. There's just so much stuff in there. They're finding all these cool fish. They're finding these ones that have their own light in them. I was watching a program here on YouTube the other day where they went way down and they got these fish with the little iridescent lights glowing on them. And I'm like, well, that wouldn't be good. That big fish will find you that way and come and eat you. But just amazing down there, and the pressures these animals could take. And then when they bring them up, they get all gargoyly. And then they were showing another one how whales sleep, how they sleep vertical. I thought that was pretty cool. and just amazing. Just really amazes me. I saw that one down in Florida where the dude was standing on the beach and the killer whale was going up after the seal, and the seal got away, and he wound up eating the dude. Just poof, just like that, the guy was gone. You know, it's not like they eat people, but it was a mistake, I think. But it's just amazing the life. And then you look at dolphins and how smart dolphins are. You know, and they use them. The military actually uses them to do stuff. It's a shame they put bombs on them and have them blow up ships and stuff. But bye-bye, baby girl. I love you, honey. Love you very much, baby. My beautiful baby girl ain't gonna be a baby much longer. You too, buddy. I love you, handsome. You need a jacket or anything? Because your hair's wet. You need a hat? Your hair's wet. Make sure it's not too cold. If it's cold, you come back and bring your jacket, all right?
I have a jacket.
Okay. Yeah, they got a jacket in their backpack. Yeah, I got him some nice jackets. I got him that real good Carhartt. And I'm not one to buy it too big. You know, next year if he grows out of it, we'll just get him another one. I want it to fit good for him. And that Carhartt, it was good and warm for him all winter. He never complained about being cold. And I had one just like it when I was working the jobs, and in the freezing cold weather, you put a Carhartt on, you're warm all day, and they vent nice, you know, because they got that woolly fleece inside, so it gets a little bit of air moving around you, so you don't get too sweaty or anything. Because if you get out on the job and you start sweating, you will freeze. And I had good hats. My oldest son bought me one of these, and guys, buy one if you can find one. It was one of them. Gosh dang it, my brain won't think of the name of it. Ah shit, it's sitting around here somewhere. Where the hell have I got that hat? There's a special name for this hat that he bought me. I don't know, maybe it's in this hat. No. Well, there's my hunting hat. One of my hunting hats. There's Mumu's hat. That's his hat he wears. Yeah, that's your hat. And there's Dorothy's hat. She's got a little frilly hat. But and I wear these things on the motorcycle. You know, guys, if you can buy these things, these little beanies here, and you ride a motorcycle, you put this thing on your head and put your hat on, and that keeps the helmet from getting dirty, and you don't have to clean it so often. This is mine. Yeah.
It's cute.
You don't have to clean your helmet as often.
Hey,
those things all come out. I had a really nice Shoei, and the inside all comes out. It's on like a Velcro, and I took it and I washed it in like Woolite by hand, and it just fell apart.
Is it going to be cold outside?
Yeah, you're going to probably need a light jacket, buddy. Wear 2 t-shirts, okay? That way you'll stay nice and warm. But yeah, that's what I used to do too. I'd wear a couple shirts. I actually got into, when I had the gun shop, I had the police stuff, and they have these t-shirts that have like they rivet to keep the air between the vest and them. And I used to wear one of them, and then another wool shirt over top of that. And that just vented me perfect. I could work in 20-degree weather as long as I had a good pair of gloves. Let's see. Oh yeah, I just watched a video. You know, I was up a little bit last night, and I watched a video, and they had this monstrous sea turtle. Don't know how old this thing was, but there were people standing next to it where the top of his shell was 5.5 feet in the air, and he was crawling up on the shore, and they had all these little people next to it, and this thing was monstrous. It could bite you. This thing could open up its mouth and just bite your body. It was so huge. Look on YouTube for the monstrous sea turtle. And that just amazed me. He had to be hundreds and hundreds of years old. You know, God makes some stuff that lives a long time. It's like parrots. You know, you can get a parrot 150 years old. Yeah, stuff like that. It's amazing. I don't know how they figure out the ages on stuff. I was never into this, you know, where they carbon date stuff. You know, they say, oh, this thing's 50 million years old, and then they send it to another lab and say, oh, it's 20. I don't believe the Earth is that old. I don't believe it went back millions and millions of years. I believe God built this place about 7,000 years ago and destroyed it once. And then you look at, they had a big show on about the Grand Canyon where this guy was saying about, you know, when the flood came, how it made these sediment rocks, and it's proof. You go look at the Grand Canyon, it's proof there was a flood. you know, and this scientist dude, and he said all these new young scientists, they don't want to believe anything unless it's a paper's written on it and it's peer reviewed and all this stuff. And this guy says, just open up your eyes and look. You know, it's there. It's there if you want to see it. So that was a great show. If you can look that up on the internet, that was a show I watched, and it was long, but it was just super interesting. You know, this dude was top notch. This old dude, and how he was talking about the rocks, and this is the sediment, and this is the flood. This right here is the flood, and you know, it was done, guys. I mean, there's evidence of it, but you got all these deniers. You got all these people that don't want to believe that Jesus Christ walked this earth and died for us. And what a rough road he took. And he did it willingly. I don't think I could have done it. I really don't. I'd have put my hand up and said, get me out of here. But he stuck to it until it was finished. Yep. For us guys, you know, we're the new his people. You know, us Gentiles are his new people. So, you know, never forget that. And if you don't believe it, boy, you better look into it, because we ain't got much time. You know, just I look at friends that, you know, we had, and all of a sudden, poof, they're gone. You know, we had one buddy, and he jumped off a 4-foot thing, and it busted a hole in his spleen, dead, bled to death inside. And then these people who got in the Philippines that got the shot had heart attacks at 28 years old and died. Yeah, I think that's a big pile of crap, Bruce. A lot of that's a pile of crap. How the hell do they know? Yeah, they come up with this carbon dating and all that stuff. Come on. I don't buy a lot of it. I mean, open your eyes and start thinking. You know, start thinking for yourself, and you'll start seeing that a lot of this is baloney. Science, everything's all this science. I'm kind of a science denier on a lot of that crap. Like when they went to the moon. Come on. You give me a break. That was all done in a studio. And it's coming out that that's what happened. It's coming out that it was done in a studio. Hey, Mo, come on, buddy. It's time to go. Come on, man.
Jackie, go.
We'll get your shoes. Come on, buddy. He's always the latest one to get going. Yeah, come on, buddy. He's over there laughing. My goofy guy. He's always the last one.
Looking for the bus.
The bus is gonna leave without you. I can't walk you to school, buddy. Have to put you on the back of the tandem bicycle.
They always hide the brush.
There's the brush. Always gotta fix his hair.
Take his pills.
That's okay. We'll get him when he comes home. Sometimes he takes it when he gets home. I want him to take that vitamin D every day. They got me on like massive doses of vitamin D right now.
Bye.
Oh, bye, handsome. I love you, buddy. You're a good boy, Mo. He's my smart one. I think he's the smartest damn kid there was.
No.
He's too smart for his own britches sometimes, though.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
But he makes it every day. But he's always the last one out the door. Little goofy guy. But he makes it every day. He kind of drags his feet, but he makes the bus every morning. And he runs up to the front, last one there. But boy, he's really something. You know, I love to watch these kids. And yeah, the DNA stuff too. A lot of that I'm not buying. You know, they come up and they bust people for that, but they do get people 20 years later find out it wasn't them. So who knows? Who knows how true that is? But that's you know, you look at all the stuff inside the body. That's a creation, guys. We didn't come out of, you know, Big Bang. Give me a break. Give me a stinking break. These people are buying the Big Bang, and you know they don't want to. You know, they come right out and say they don't believe that Jesus Christ walked the earth. That's the biggest pile of hooey I ever heard. He was there. It's written into history. You know, this has come down all through the years, and it always will. You know, the #1 printed book in the whole world's the Bible. And you know, it's what happened. You know, it's exactly what happened. So I don't know what I did with my blue hat, sweetie. Dorothy got a big bag of clothes. I got this real nice scarf she said I could have, and And I got this really nice blue UGG hat. I've never seen anyone with a blue nylon hat. It's like a Papa Smurf blue. It's a nice one. So I got myself a nice new hat for if I get some cold weather. But my hair is turning black. Oh, this other thing it said too, if you take this stem cell, that makes your hair fall out and all this. Last night I read a whole bunch about that on Google about the stem cell, and I'm inclined not to take it. You know, they say, oh, it can extend your life another 10 years, but it also could end it. It could end it in the next month or two. So I'm not into that. You know, I'm talking to the good Lord and wondering what I should do about this. I hope I get something that helps me decide. You know, I hope the good Lord helps me decide this, because right now I don't know what to do. You know, I really don't know. But I'm inclined not to take it. There's just too much of a downside to it. You know, so, and hopefully this chemo will get out of my system. Wish I didn't have to take so damn many more of it. You know, this roller coaster ride I'm on is it's got me down, guys. It's really got me down. And I told him, I said, I don't seem like it's helping, but according to my blood work, he said, no, it's working. You're getting better. And of course the scans are showing those lesion thing that was in my shoulder. That's like just about gone. It's just as big as a pea now. That was like a big blotch like this big, and now that's gone, so I can use this arm. We thought it was a torn rotor cuff, but it's not. It was one of them blotches on the bone. And then I got another one in my neck that was real big. It was like as big as my palm. And now it's down to about that big. So I guess the chemo is working. It's killing it, but what else is it killing? You know, I had a whole bunch of trouble with my kidneys. They said that I was putting out these antibodies that were broken. The way the guy explained it to me, they were broken like in half. And instead of putting out 400 or whatever they're supposed to put per milliliter, I was putting out 400,000. And that clogged up my kidneys, because that's how it exits your body, through the kidneys. And I was like hours away from dialysis in the hospital every day for like 3 weeks. And then now the kidneys started coming back. So I guess the chemo is working, but I don't feel better. You know, I don't feel good. You know, it's not that I'm sick at any one certain spot in my body. It's just, it's an overall, everything just doesn't feel good. My hair hurts. It's just, what are you gonna do? You just gotta laugh about it. I don't know what else to do, but it's funny. I go to move my hair and it hurts. So, but it's just the way it goes. I guess I'm better off than what happened to a lot of folks. You know, like that one little lady that had the same thing. She gave up and she passed away. You know, her hair fell out. She was all bummed about her hair falling out. She had a wig, and she never could get the thing on straight, so her wig was all crooked. She had like the fuzz coming out the side and all that. She was a good-looking older woman, 67, same thing I had, and she just gave up. You know, she gave up, and I talked to that black nurse who was at the desk. I said, "Oh, what happened to Mrs. So-and-so?" And she said, "Oh no, she passed away." And I was like, "Oh man, you know, I guess you got to just keep on stoking. You know, talk to the good Lord every day and keep on keeping on. But if you give up, I guess you're done for with this kind of stuff." Yeah, well, you know something, the good Lord, I do believe he created this earth in 6 days, and on the seventh he rested. I believe that. And what a beautiful place he made for us. I mean, this is really nice, and the next place we're going to go to is even nicer than this one, and I want to go there. You know, I don't want to go with the evil one, that's for sure, because doesn't sound like a good deal to me. You know, lake of fire and all that. I ain't going for that. For the rest of eternity to be in agony. You know, in this world you get enough agony. Me, I broke my back when I was young, and you know, just my whole life has been suffering with this, and you know, it goes away, comes back. Right now my hip's out. It's like, gosh dang it, when, you know, it sucks. But, you know, you live your life and things happen. You know, bad things happen to good people all the time. And I'm not saying I'm the greatest person in the world, but, you know, some bad stuff happened. You know, like this back, it's never going to get better. I hope this hip thing goes. We don't need a hip. I think it's a blotch. I think it's one of them cancer blotches in there. Maybe I got to get more chemo to kill that, so this will end. One of the fellas down there at the chemo thing, because they have chairs in there, and you can sit around and talk to the guys while everybody's getting it. And you have to sit after you get your shot. You got to sit and wait for a while. And I talked to these old timers, and the guy said, he goes, yeah, you get this done after a year. He says you're going to just forget it ever happened, and you'll gain your weight back. Because he's been 10 years in the mission, and he didn't take the stem cell. He said he looked at it, and he read up about it, and he's got a family member that's a doctor, said, no, don't take the chance. You know, there's too many things that can go wrong. And so he didn't get it, and this is 10 years ago. He was 70, I think he said he was 71 years old. Big, healthy-looking black fella. And he said he's doing great now. But when his story was exactly the same as mine, what happened to him. When he was telling me, and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. And then, of course, he got down really bad, and he couldn't walk to the bathroom. He was hollering at his wife, and he crawled out to the kitchen, and she had a heart attack and had died on the floor. So, you know, they were going to put him in a home until he got his daughter in there to live with them, because he couldn't put his socks on like me. You know, I couldn't wash my hair. I couldn't wash my own hair. My wife gets up on she's in the 4'7", she stands up on the tub thingy and was washing my hair and stuff. She came here and she told me a long time ago, she says, when you get old, I'm going to take care of you. And she didn't lie. She's taking good care of me. We bicker, but that's just me. That's just me being cranky with all this crap I'm going through. I'm just sometimes I'm a prick. You know, it's just hard to keep a smile on your face when you're hurting every damn day. So, you know, this is just what you go through when you have this kind of thing happen to you. And I worry about the little ones and what's going to happen if I do croak. You know, I'd hate to see them go back to the Philippines. I'd like to see them raised here and get her paperwork, and I hope she decides to stay here, because they're going to be better off here. In the Philippines, they don't look like a Filipino, so they're going to be nothing but Kanos their whole time, and you don't get a break there. You're a Kano over there, you're not getting any kind of breaks. You look when that guy pulled in front of me and I smashed my motorcycle, $90,000 motorcycle. I missed $100 and some thousand dollars worth of work, and the judge gave me, because the guy cried, made Mr. Sad Sack, I got $30,000 out of the deal. And he never paid me that. And there's nothing I can do about it. 3.5 years going through court. You're not going to get a good deal in the Philippines. You get any kind of court case, you will lose. You know, she asked me, well, why were you off work for 4 weeks? And I told the judge, I said, well, you had the sniffles and was off for a month. You know, she didn't come into the court for a month because she had a cold. I said, we're not 20 years old anymore. You know, I'm 60. And, you know, I don't take a fall like I did when I was 20. You know, you fall off your motorcycle, you get back up, you get on it, and you drive home. Well, when you're 60, that don't happen. You get up and you're like, oh, crap. I was all scraped up. They wouldn't let me work. I had all this was scraped off because I didn't wear my jacket that day. It was so hot, I didn't wear my damn jacket. And that was the day I got in the accident. So good thing I had my helmet on, because it put a big hole in my Shoei helmet right here. My neck hurt I had the worst whiplash case. My neck hurt for over a month, where I couldn't even turn my head. I was like stiff. And I couldn't work. So, you know, it's just what happened. And you get a raw deal there, and I don't want them kids living their life in the Philippines getting a raw deal. You know, I want them to be here. I think they're going to be very successful. They're going through school. They're doing fantastic in school, and I think this generation is going to make it. It's like my brother Mark's older kids. All of them are doing fantastic. They're smart. They're all making super good money, and they're doing extremely well even through these bad times. And you know, I think it just switches every generation. I did pretty good, you know, but we wound up with a divorce, and that ruined my shop. You know, I had a fantastic gun shop going, and you know, that was going to be something that was going to be my retirement job. And now I can't even hold a screwdriver.
You know, it's something when you have something your whole life and then it gets taken away. You just realize how lucky you were. You know, how lucky that you were that you had it and you could do stuff. And now it's to the point where there's so many things I can't do right now. You know, getting old and getting this cancer, and it just sucks, guys. You know, it's frustrating for me when I try to do something. Even when I was in the hospital trying to eat, I couldn't hold a fork every time I could put food in my mouth. You know, and like that dude was telling me that Al fella at the VA clinic, he was having to put his plate up to his face and pushing the food from the plate, and that's exactly what I was doing. And I was dropping the plate. I couldn't hold anything. You know, my hands just weren't working then. I couldn't get them bent more than this. Now I can make a fist on this one, but all this in here is just strung. You know, it's just not real good right now. But hopefully this will turn around, and like that guy said, you know, in a year I'll be laughing at all this stuff. You know, that it'll be over. I just wish the chemo was over. But I don't think I'm gonna, you know, right now I do not think I'm gonna take a chance on that stem cell. You know, just from what I read on Google, look it up. There's just too damn many things can go wrong. You can reject the stem cells 2 years after you get them, your own put back in. Your body can reject them, and then you're going to be in a world of hurt. You know, your immune system just takes a shit. You could die from a cold. You know, and I look at my sister. She was always getting shots, flu shots. She was a nurse, and she kept getting flu shots every year, and killed her. She wound up getting pneumonia, and she couldn't come out of it. She was only 70 something, and she's gone. She's gone already. You know, that was my oldest sister. She was my favorite sister. She always was really good to me, and we don't have her no more. But that's the way it goes. And I don't think being, you know, in your early 70s is very old. But, you know, all them damn flu shots she got, she was a big, you know, she believed everything the doctors told her, and I don't take any of them shots. When we were in the Philippines and they were pushing that COVID shot, nope, none of us. They actually had us locked in our gate when we were in Carmona, wouldn't let us out because we refused to get it. And they were sending these people around door to door, you know, get your shot. I don't know these people. I don't know what the hell's in there. You're not giving me that. And then so many people died from that myocarditis. There's a doctor on YouTube right now. He said when before COVID, he said he saw 2 cases of myocarditis and 1 person died of it in all the years that he practiced, 30 some years. And he says now, he says there's 15,000 in the registry that are dying from this myocarditis. You know, from this shot. I mean, they found a good kill shot, and you know, people don't think that that's what's causing it because this is years on. It's been working on your body this whole time, and these people are croaking from this. And don't think that the government loves you. Don't ever think that, because they don't. You know, they want everything for themselves. You look at these politicians. You know, they get in. Look at the AOC got in there. When she got in there, she had $89 in her checking account. She was broke, didn't even know what a garbage disposal was. Now she's worth $15 million. Come on. They're nothing but actors. All these people, it's just a big act for them, and they get paid handsomely for it. You know, it's just a big damn shit show, if you ask me. And that's like with Trump right now. You know, he's all buddies with them. He's a New York liberal. That'll never change. He says he's not, but he wants red flag laws and he wants indemnity for the cops. No. They need to take the qualified immunity away, and when they do something wrong, they need to go to jail just like the rest of us, and it needs to come out of their pension, not from the taxpayer. You know, they give these big settlements on, you know, for killing somebody, and they don't have to pay anything. There's no trouble for them. They get off scot-free, and that's to me is 100% wrong. There should not be a protected class like that in the United States, just because they're a cop. And officer safety, they get to pull you out and throw you down and throw you in cuffs every time they stop you. You know, they stop you for a stupid blinker, for not using your blinker, and they got you in cuffs, and they tow your car and they throw you in the back and arrest you for having a blinker out, just because the cop's butthurt about something. You know, I don't want to talk to them. You know, they come up to start talking to me. Look, I really don't want to have a conversation with you. You know, I'm taking the fifth, and I'll walk away. I don't want to talk to any of them, because it's not good for you. They're not looking to be your buddy. They're looking to bust you for something, and they want to search you and all this stuff. And me, I carry a gun everywhere I go. You know, that's all I need to have a gun on me, and then they shoot me because I got a gun on me. They don't think we should be allowed to have them. Most of them, that's how they think. You shouldn't have one. And even people around here, you know, oh, you got a gun on you? Oh, I can't believe it. Well, why not? Everybody should have one. You know, I carried all through, even when it was illegal. I always carried one. I used to carry a little 357 SP-101. I could hide that anywhere on me. They actually stopped me, put me in the back of the cop car. I had it in my jock strap, and they frisked me and everything, put me in the back of the car with my handcuffs in the front instead of the back. The cop was being nice while they were checking me out. They were just looking for warrants is what they were doing. That's what they do, because they go down and say, hey, I busted me another guy. And they get brownie points for that crap. But it's all money now, you know, with these cops. It's all how much money they can make. They're nothing but road pirates, and they got this thin blue line thing on the flag. That's a gang flag, guys. That is 100% a gang flag. And the way they treat people, and, you know, just crappy. You know, that's what I'm seeing on YouTube now, and the camera don't lie. So I don't get them. I even seen some stuff in England where the cops are absolutely terrible. They had this one athlete, and they threw him up against the wall, cuffed him, and they just go through your car. That's against the Fourth Amendment. They just went through the dude's car and pulled his old lady out. It's just terrible. Well, I wouldn't have moved to Lipa. I absolutely 100% would not have moved to Lipa. You know, just to go a kilometer takes you an hour in the car. It just was ridiculous. And it's going to get worse over there. We bought that house, and then we couldn't be there because the COVID came, so they built the house all shitty. Septic was all bad. Plumbing's worth of shit. The block work is crap. I have videos of where I was taking them blocks and doing my karate on them, and they were falling apart. You know, that's what they build with. You know, they get the cheapest damn block they can get. That Demeter Land Company that build houses over there don't have anything to do with them. That's a crap company. You know, they got you know, there's some good foremen that do the good job on the house, like the one that was building across the street. He was an older gentleman, and he was trying to tell him that this septic is all wrong. He came over and talked to us, and I said, yeah, the way that they designed it, it's wrong. It's going to back up. So he fixed it. He had to fight the company. And then when I was doing mine, the plumber came in, this 20-year-old kid, and he had a monkey wrench. And he said the Instahot had to go way up by the ceiling because it works on gravity. And I'm like, no, I want it underneath the sink where I can get to the buttons and turn it on. No, he had to put it way up on the wall because he said it worked. I said, well, how do you think the water gets to there? And we had no pressure in the kitchen sink because of that. No water pressure upstairs. Now they got it. They got city water, so I'm not there anymore. And now the water's good. Well, that Trudeau up in Canada, he's a nut. You know, I got a lot of family on the reservation up above Montreal or below Montreal at Kanawaki, and yeah, he's a nutbag. I mean, just listen to him talk. He talk like, you know, he's some kind of he's just a paid actor. You know, he's another one of these one-worlders, and you know, pushing the vax, and he went up against the truckers, and he's just a horrible guy. I like that other fella, Trudeau or whatever his name is, the one that jumps on Trudeau's ass all the time. I like watching him. I hope he's what he says he is, and he gets to be the dude next time up in Canada. Because you know, I used to go up to Canada 3-4 times a year and go visit my aunt and uncle. They passed away now, and go visit. You know, they got a whole bunch of family up there on the reservation, and you know, it's nice to go up there. They got their own golf courses. They got their own little town up there, and they don't take any shit from the government. They don't pay any taxes. You know, it's a pretty good deal up there, but cold, right up on the Seaway. They're right on the St. Lawrence Seaway, and man, you get some of the coldest weather up there. I went up for a visit, and when we were there, this ice storm came in, and my little car was broken, so they gave me this like a rental, and the front end was messed up, and we couldn't drive it on the ice because it would spin out. The front end was messed up. It was an Escort, a loaded Escort. Now, who the hell buys a loaded Escort? I had an Escort pony that I bought for $6,000. with the 1900 motor, and that was a little rocket. That was a fun car. You know, 4 on the floor and a 5th under the seat. And my wife smashed that one up. That was too bad. But that was a great little car. But the one they loaned me was a loaded one, and it just had problems. It was a piece of junk. And it had the 1600 motor. It was a gutless wonder. You know, they put everything on it, and they went cheap on the motor. Instead of putting the 2000 or the 1900, they put the 1600 in it, and it just had 0 power. And it had this automatic transmission that wouldn't shift worth a damn. I mean, it would have these huge gaps between first and second where it would bang into second. And it was a rental with no miles on it. I think it had like about 5,000 miles on it. And I was going, man, you know, they built a piece of junk. You know, that thing was just absolutely horrible. And we got stuck up in Canada in an ice storm for 3 weeks. I had to call work and say, man, I can't get back. You know, I can't get back. We can't drive the roads. And that was a heck of a mess. And you know, the power was out. The power was out for a couple weeks. We had a generator in the hotel we were staying in, though. But you know, my aunt and uncles, and we had a store right across the street. But the snow was super deep, and the wires were all full of ice. The trees were falling down from all the ice that stuck to them, because it rained real heavy and then froze. And up in Canada, you get those, the nor'easters. So, but that Trudeau up in Canada, that guy he's insane. I don't care what anyone says, and you can quote me on that one. That guy is insane. You know, either that or he's just paid so much money he's pretending he is, because he's a nut job. And I feel bad for Canadians that they got to live under that rule. They can't have guns. You know, they got to turn their stuff. Same with Australia. They want them to turn their stuff in. That ain't right. You know, if you're the man of the family, your job is to protect your family, and if you have to go to the gun, you have to. You know, but I carry one wherever I go. I got that Beretta 9, and that is on my hip if I leave this house, and I keep it handy too. You never know when somebody's going to kick in your door. You know, you see these home invasions all the time. Yeah, of course he is, Pete. Yeah, he's definitely paid by them. Those guys all become rich. Oh yeah, that was terrible, Berkey. That was just the rottenest thing. No pressure, and they kept coming out saying, "Oh no, you're fine." But no, they just kept letting the tank go empty. Nobody had water. I mean, we were getting water from trucks coming, and they were dropping these big barrels. We had to go fill 5-gallon buckets and stuff just to have water to wash with, and it was dirty water. It was like muddy water that we were getting, and then we had to go up to the guard shack and fill up jugs and you know, buy our drinking water. Couldn't take a shower. I had that beautiful shower upstairs. It might have well have been a closet. You know, they should have just made it a closet. Yeah, I know. They got all these stupid laws against protecting yourself. You know, why don't they let men be men? It's our job to protect our family. That's what we're supposed to do, but they want to feminize men now. I mean, you watch the TV. That's all they do. I remember when they used to have that Tim the Toolman Taylor, and how his wife berated him all the time and belittled him, and I thought, wow, what a rotten show. And he did it. And I would have never agreed to have a show like that. A woman treats you like that. Constantly berating you and how stupid men are. And that's what they did. They just turned men into these little simps. Now you see these fairies running all around with pink hair, and they're wearing girl clothes and all this stuff. Come on. Give me a sticking break. You're born with a pair of testicles. Use them. Yeah, too much Bud Light. yeah, no kidding. Lighten the loafers is what I say. Yeah, no, yeah, I can see that, Bergie. I can see that coming. You know, a bunch of little fairies. Oh, guys, stop it! Stop doing the bad stuff. You know. Homesteader, I met her online. I met my wife online, and we yacked back and forth for a while. How long did we yak and forth online? From August until October?
1 month.
A month or so, and then we went ahead and got married, and it was a good deal. Good deal for me. Not a good deal for her.
Not good deal.
Not good deal for her, but a good deal for me. Come on, put a smile on your face. It's not that bad.
I changed my mind now.
I know. Too bad. Too bad, so sad. She changed her mind now, she says. But yeah, I met her on the internet. And she's a pretty little thing, that's for sure. My little chubby girl. Huh?
Good
thing I'm chubby.
Yes, good thing you're chubby, and she's strong too. Yeah, I was coming out of the bathroom. They had me on this medicine for my hands, and the girl said, "Well, if it's not working, go ahead and take two." And the night I took two of them before I went to bed, I got up the next morning and I was just all dizzy. I couldn't walk. She was in front of me, and man, I went down. And if it wouldn't have been her standing there for me to grab onto her, I'd have hit the floor, probably broke a wrist or something. But she's real strong. There's some mornings I can't get up off of this bed, and she'll come right over and plop me right up. So she's pretty tough. Yeah, well, I found her, and she's a sweetheart. We do bicker, and it's not her, it's me. I'm a prick, and I know it.
You're cranky.
I'm
That's
cranky,
what the
yes,
Philippines.
right. Especially now, I'm cranky. Ever since this cancer thing started, I know I'm cranky, and I don't mean to be, but some days it's really hard to get my head out of that. I need to just keep working at it, because she's treating me really good. Online oh, you did on the phone, huh? Well, I had a Magic Jack back then. I could call, I could call the Philippines from here, and even in the Philippines, I could call home with the Magic Jack. But I got rid of that because there's Messenger now. Everybody I know is on Messenger, and you can see them. Like when I talk to my buddy Gary down in Negros, we just punch on the video, and I talk to my buddy down south, Ronald. I talk to Russell out in California, and we can see each other. We can see each other and talk. So that Messenger is really a wonderful thing to have. I mean, I just like now, and this thing right now, this is so cool. I can reach out and talk to some of you guys, and it helps me probably more than it helps you guys, because it lets me air what's going on, because I really don't have too many friends around here, people to talk to. My one brother, he got pissed. He drinks a lot. I think he's blacking out, because I told him I went into the hospital in March. I was sending him pictures on the Messenger of me in the hospital, told him what was going on, and I called him the other day, asked him if he could help me on the motorcycle, and he says, "Leave me alone. I just found out you got out of the hospital." What the hell are you talking about? I went back on the Messenger and said, "Look, I sent you this stuff back in January, February, March. What was going on?" And he don't remember it. He blacked out. Because, he's just, every time I talk to him, he's guzzling beer, and I mean, he guzzles 30, 40 of them. And that's a shame. Yeah, I had the Magic Jack. That was costing me. The Magic Jack, when you buy it, it was like $100 a year. But after the first year, what you do is you let it expire. And then after a week or so, they'll send you a deal saying, "Okay, well, if you re-up with us, it'll only be $50 for the year." And I did that for years. I had that since the 90s. It's a VOP service. It's like Skype. And pretty good service. I mean, the calls were great. It's all through the computer. So, but yeah, that's what I did for a long time. And it was nice to have when I was in the Philippines, if I had to call my bank back here, because I don't want to put any money in the banks in the Philippines. You could lose it. They're just not good bankers. They don't want to give loans to anybody. It's like it's their money, and they don't want to give it out. That's why we're having a hard time selling a car. You can go buy a brand new car and you get a loan because they're set up for it. But you go to buy a used car, no bank wants to give anyone a loan for them. They want to see the car, and they want all the paperwork, and they want all this crazy shit. So, all right, what do we got here? These people, what happened? They made me get this insurance, and the lady down at the VA said to call OSHA, and they'll tell you for what you have, what insurance you're going to need. So they helped me pick out insurance, and I had to buy it. I got insurance for the kids. I got insurance for myself now, the Part 3, whatever they call it. And I had to get insurance for the kids. And now I got all these insurance companies calling me. I filled something out online, and I got all the insurance companies. Well, I already bought insurance. I don't want your stinking insurance. So I get 50 calls a day now of these people. Most of the time I got the ringer off, but it's a call bank. So if it doesn't connect right away, I just hang up. It's just a real pain in the ass. I'm going to go to my internet provider and have them change the phone number. And then I got to give everybody else the new number, because this is just stupid. And then half the time I don't like this phone. It's just too damn big. It doesn't fit in any of my pockets. I don't want to sit on it and break it, so it's always in my little walking buggy or something like that, and I can't get to it in time. So I just turned the ringer off. But I do have to have it on so I can hear it because of the VA calls. It lets me know when my appointments are and when my ride's going to show up. Like the other day I had an appointment and the ride never showed up. So that one had to be canceled, and they'll cancel stuff. So at least they call you though. They call you and let you know that okay, this one's going to be canceled for this reason or the other, and then I know what's going on. But they're going to take me over to this Carnegie Hospital for this. We're going to have a talk about the stem cell, but I think I'm going to tell that lady who called that I'm going to pass on that. Too many things can go wrong. Even though I talked to a fellow that had it done, this old Navy senior chief, big fat guy, he said he had it done. And, Hey, how you doing there, Gary? Yeah. Well, we're lucky. We got power here. Sun's coming out today. I think I'm gonna go sit in the sun a little bit. It's a little bit cool here today though. But this stuff has got me going really good, buddy. That's Island Trackers, my buddy that hooked me up with this green stuff, this green powder. And if you got any kind of a problem with regularity, you take a scoopful of that, believe me. And I've taken 3 scoops of it, and now it's like I don't need it anymore. I'm going regular. Of course, I stopped the morphine. I was taking that because it was helping somewhat. It was taking the edge off. Well, I got to where, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to take that no more. So, but always good to yak with you there, Gary. I'm getting ready to end this pretty soon. I'm going to have to go do my morning constitutional. This stuff is kicking in. Plus, shit, it seems like every hour I got to take a whiz. But I'm drinking. They want me to drink a lot of water. I'm drinking distilled water, and I'm drinking 4 of these a day. To help keep these kidneys running through. The kidney doctor hasn't called, and he told me if I call you, there's a problem. He says if I don't call you, that means you're headed in the right direction. The last time I talked to him, he said my kidney function was way over 50%, and then they've been doing the tests on the kidney, and I haven't heard a word from him, so it's going up. Doctor says you're getting better, even though I can't tell. I'm getting better, but he said everything, your blood work is coming back real good. They're going to wean me off of the Coumadin here real soon. A lot of these pills they're going to wean me off of, but you can't just stop this stuff. The Coumadin, he says, you can't just stop taking it. He says, we wanted me on 1.5, which I didn't do. I just kept taking 1. And then he said, then we're going to go down to a half of 1 for a couple weeks. Then you're going to go down to a quarter of 1 for a week. And then he says you can quit, but you cannot just stop. He says you'll throw a clot for sure. And I don't want that. And I had a clot in my leg, up in the artery in my leg. They were scanning it. They were scanning this stupid clot. The cancer gave me a clot. So they had to put me on Hepbron while I was in the hospital, and then they worked me for the Coumadin. But they had me on another blood thinner, but the dude said, no, it's got to go out through your kidneys, and we don't want that now. So they had to change me to the Coumadin, which is nothing but rat poison. It's how they kill rats. They give them Coumadin, and they eat it, and they bleed to death internally, and so they're feeding me rat poison. I mean, they're poisoning me to death, guys. And I hope this chemo works. I didn't lose my hair or anything. It actually turned it black. My wife, there's a picture of me. I was a little bit scared that day, but that was the first day of chemo, and we're sitting waiting for me to get in. And my hair was just pure white, almost pure white. A couple little black strands here and there. And I've been taking 8 times of the chemo, and it turned my hair black. Look at that. And I'm not putting anything in it. I'm not dyed it or nothing. It's turning black all on its own. So that's kind of cool. I guess I'll look good in my box when I'm all done. But I ain't cutting it anymore. I ain't cutting my hair. I'll be like my old man. When he got old, he quit cutting his hair. I'll do the Indian thing. I ain't going to do a mohawk, though. I see these guys doing a mohawk. They look stupid, even though I'm a Mohawk Indian. Yeah. Guys look stupid. Except that one wrestler guy, or MMA guy, one of the first ones. But yeah, turn my hair black. Look at that. The white's going away. That's some super expensive hair dye, though. I got a bill for that. That last bill I got was a couple weeks ago, and that was already up to $69,000, and my copay was $1,600. And I took it to that real nice lady at the VA and said, "Ma'am, I can't pay this." And she looked at me. She says, "Are you asking for help?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm asking for help because we can't afford this." And she said, "Okay." And she took the bill. She took it over to her little thing, did a thing on her computer, handed me a bill saying 100% paid. I was like, wow, that was so cool. But you have to ask them. You can't just let it ride. You have to say, "Hey, I need some help." And they helped. She's even going to try to help me find a car. We're going to start after we move. We're going to start putting away, see if I could put away a couple $100 a month to find a car. And if I don't get one before winter, it'll be next spring before I can get one, because wintertime, the prices go way up because everybody's looking for a winter beater, to put their good car in the garage with all the salt and cinders they throw down here. Well, I'm trying, Berkey. Trying to keep laughing about this. I don't know what else to do about it. Laughter through the pain, I guess. But just the stiff neck, but a lot of things are getting better. Like the shoulder don't hurt anymore. I was getting such pain in the shoulder I couldn't even use this arm. My hands are still hurting, but they are getting better. I have to say they're getting better. But I don't know what's up with this hip. I got one of them damn cancer blotches on the hip that the chemo ain't got to yet. I guess it's got to seep in there or something and kill it. But I think when this is all done, I might try that. Get a hold of these German guys and try this ivermectin thing, and because they say it's a fungus, it's a fungal infection because of worms or something. And I took the ivermectin before, and people don't realize it, but I read an article one time that said 95% of all Americans got worms and they don't even know it. And that ivermectin, it wipes them out. That Japanese dude found it in the grass when he was golfing, and it's cheap and it's effective. And in Germany, they're doing, people who are getting different kinds of cancer, they're giving them ivermectin, and they're finding out this cancer is worms. They're doing biopsies of it and saying, look, it's a worm is what it is. It's some kind of a worm or a fungus, and they're giving them ivermectin and they're killing it. And they're getting 98, 99% recovery rates, and it's not coming back. So, the food is absolutely the most horrible food. Half the time I was up there, I lost weight because I was throwing the food in the garbage. I couldn't eat it. I started getting them to send me salads, and then they come in and say, "Oh no, you're on this blood medicine, you can't have salad." I'm like, "Oh, come on, it's the only thing that tastes good anymore. My food just don't taste right anymore." And then they tell me you can't chew tobacco and you can't do all this and that. And I've been chewing tobacco since I was 7. I used to snitch it off my grandpa, and I just like this stuff. I don't spit, but I do have a really a funny story. I'll tell you about my chewing tobacco. When I was starting, I used to chew this Red Man stuff, and it's real juicy. And I had this cup. It was one of them cups with the little hole in it. And on my way to work, I'd put a chew in and I'd spit in there. And I was riding with this fella named Mike. And he wasn't a smoker or anything. He was a bodybuilder. And he's like, "Man, you chew that tobacco. What does that do for you?" I said, "I don't know. I always like it, And he says, "Oh," and he grabbed my cup. He thought I was drinking it, and I was spitting in there like this. I didn't want to get spittle all over my shirt, so I, spit like that. And he picked it up, and all my nasty spit, and he went, he goes, "Oh, this stuff is horrible." I never did tell him, but that was so funny that day riding to work. He took a big old swig of my spit chew out of that cup. But that was funny. Oh, that was a hamburger. That was a hamburger from McDonald's the dogs wouldn't eat. I came here the last time and I bought a couple double cheeseburgers from McDonald's. And when I was eating one, and then when I got to the plane, they called us up right away. The plane was ready early, and they said, "Come on, you got to start loading in." And I was kind of up in the front, so they called me. So I stuck the thing in my leather jacket. I always wore my leather motorcycle jacket when I flew, because it gets cold in there, and plus a little protection. that was a super heavy duty motorcycle jacket. It was advancing. And when I got home, it was real hot in the Philippines. It was like 98 degrees. So I took the jacket off, and when I got to the house, I hung it up in the closet. And it hung there for 2 years, and I didn't put plastic over it. It was kind of dusty, and I thought, okay, I gotta get in there and clean it with some saddle soap and, take care of it, and put some snow seal on it because I had a new canister of snow seal. So I went ahead and was cleaned out, and I found that hamburger. And I'm not kidding you, I pulled it out of the pocket. It looked like the day I put it in there, and it was 2 years old. I opened it up. The pickle was even good. The bread looked fine. There was no mold, no fungus. And I'm looking, and it even smelled like the day I had it. And there's these starving dogs outside the fence. So I threw it over the fence, and they went up and sniffed it. 3 or 4 of them come up and sniffed it, walked away. They didn't want nothing to do with it. It's not food. I don't know what the hell it is. But they wouldn't eat it. But when I was in the hospital, they brought up this turkey and dressing. And they had the dressing like with an ice cream scoop. So it looked like 2 balls. It looked like a big dick on the plate. They had to do that on purpose. And I showed it to the nurse, and we were laughing our ass off. Look at this. They're sending me up a big dick. The food in the VA is absolutely the worst food in the world. There was so much stuff I couldn't eat. I was actually telling them, just send me up a hamburger or a hot dog or something, because, their foods, they cook, everything was overcooked and ruined. Like the vegetables, they would just cook it until it turned into mush. The beans were all horrible. The corn was always a creamed corn, or the carrots were cooked so much that they were just like a soup. It wasn't carrot anymore. It was just like melted. And just absolutely the worst food in the world. And then I said, boy, if they do put me in for stem cell in the other hospital, at least I'll get some good food. With this medicine I'm taking, nothing tastes right, guys. My wife makes some of the best food around, and there's only a couple things I really want to eat anymore because it just doesn't taste good. Like them Salisbury steaks, boy, I love them. And she makes sinigang. I love that. That's one of my favorites. And she made some fried chicken the other day. We're having to use coconut oil because I haven't made ghee. I was going to make some yesterday, but this hip blew out again, and I can't stand up for more than a few minutes. But I need to make another big tub of ghee. I got the butter in there. I usually do about 8 pounds of butter, and I'll cook that down, get all the water out of it. And then we got a real nice jar. And then when we need to fry something like eggs, it's nice to put a big scoop of that ghee in there and, basically boil the eggs in the ghee, and they come out really good. They come out tasting good. And then you can dip your bread in it too. Just dip your bread in the what you fried it in and eat that. It's fantastic. We really like that. So I got to get in there and make some more ghee. And I found a really nice jar. When Maddie and I were here, somebody was throwing it away. It's this big glass jar, about so big. It's got a big glass lid on it. Somebody was throwing it away. They didn't want it no more, and I grabbed that. We got a lot of stuff. They have a thing here at this apartment building. If you want to get rid of something, you put it on the shelf in the laundry room. We got some beautiful dishes. I got a set of 4 dishes. They're real colorful, like Mexican style. Plates, bowls. I got silverware. I got glasses, coffee cups, saucers. It was in a big box, and it said, take me. And I got Maddie a nice jacket. I got Faye a nice jacket up there. Some nice sweaters that people threw out. I got them dang curtains. I didn't put a curtain rod up. I just stapled them. So we got to pull that out because they're kind of dusty right now. But at least I had some curtains in here. When we move, I'm going to put up a proper curtain rod so Faye can have her curtains. She wants to make it look real nice. But we haven't seen the new apartment yet. But we got to get over there and get our applications in. And I got $5 in my checking account, and we got to each pay $35. They make each adult has to fill out an application, and it's $35. This place was $40. And they said, at 63 years old, I need a co-signer. And I said, look, I've been living here for a year. I paid the rent. I've never been late. I'm ahead a month. What's the deal? Oh, no, it's a new place took over, and you got to have a co-signer. And it's like, oh, give me a break. So because when you go to the Philippines, if you don't use credit, your credit score just goes down in the toilet. I think I'm 565 or something because I don't use it. I don't use credit. So when you don't use it, it just goes down the toilet. Every month it gets worse and worse. I have a thing at my bank that shows me what my score is. And when I got here, it was 650, and I'm here now, and I don't use credit. I do have a card, but the only thing I do with that credit card is I get bills that come in at the end of the month, so I have them automatically paid on the credit card, my cable TV and my electric. Well, then when that pays off, when the bill comes in, it comes in the third of the month, I just pay it. I get my check and I just pay it off. So, they're saying I'm not really using credit. So, it just makes your numbers trash. So that's a real bummer. So then they say if you're below 600, you got to have a cosigner. And it's like, and mine's been jumping around. It's been going up and down like a roller coaster, just like my health is. So, what are you going to do? It's just the way it goes. But this is where we're at, guys. This is our life right now. I hope this gets over, and I hope them people are right in a year. I'm going to forget all about this and get back to my old self, gain some weight back. I bought a whole bunch of yogurt. I wish I'd have bought 2 of them because the kids garbaged that up. And, and we bought ice cream, and Moon sat there and ate a half a gallon of damn ice cream one night. He sits in the kitchen watching the TV, and we lose sight of him, and he sat there and opened it up and ate the whole damn thing of ice cream. So none of us got it. And then the ice cream bars my wife bought, I don't even think she got one. There was a box of them with 8 in there, and them kids garbaged them up. So didn't get any. Same way with the apples. We get apples in here, and those things disappear. Oranges, I bought 2 bags of oranges on payday, and they're gone. We don't have a single orange in there. Moon will eat 3 and 4 oranges a day. I guess he needs the vitamin C because he's hungry for them. I was always a firm believer if you get hungry for something, it's because your body needs it. And he'll eat 4 or 5 oranges in a day. We don't buy the big ones. We buy them little like Tangelos, the small ones. And they are good. I mean, I'll eat them. And we buy orange juice. I like the Borden stuff. We get Borden milk for them. You can get real milk here. It's not like the Philippines where it's all that boxed milk. So they're getting good milk. And, we're feeding them good. We're feeding them real good. And they're growing. They're growing like a bad weed. They're looking real healthy. They're not getting sick. And, they're strong. Maddie's got that little game. He kind of plays that a lot. But come summertime, he's going to get it for an hour a day. And he's going to go outside and play in the summer. We got the swimming pool. I'm going to go sit out by the pool in the sun. And I don't know how much I'll get in because, maybe that'll help my hip. I don't know. But they're going to open up the pool, I believe, on the 23rd. They're cleaning it all up right now, and we get some warm weather. We're going to be in that pool until we leave. And the new place we're going to has got a big pool. That one's supposed to open up on the 30th, so by the time we get in there, it'll be open. But it's the second floor, so I'm going to have to get some help moving all this stuff. We're not taking the couch. We're not taking a lot of stuff, but I got to get this hospital bed up there, and we'll have a guest room. I want to buy a couple bed couches so when my daughter comes to visit, she could stay over the weekend. Summertime, she won't be working. Her kids are going to be off, and she's got some beautiful kids. Gosh, I love those kids. My little grandbabies. Her son is. I love that kid so much. Logan. He's a beautiful young man, is what he is, and he's turning out really good. He's turning out real good. It's a shame that she's not with his father anymore, but I had a hatchet from when I was a real young man. It was a Gerber, and I gave him that. He was all excited about that because he likes to go out in the woods. I'd like to go to Pennsylvania and go hunting with him. I can use my AR in Pennsylvania to hunt with. Can't use it here in Ohio. But down south you can use it. They allow semi-autos now. And I got that 450. It's a 450. I was getting it for like a hog gun in case we go down south, but I think if I'm going to hog hunt, from what I'm watching on the videos with these big hogs down there, I think I'm going to use pumpkin ball. I think I'm going to buy that Savage M1 pump, like the military version with the cylinder bore. I think it's got 18 or 20 inch barrel on it, and heavy duty. And I think I'm gonna get that and put a couple pumpkin balls in it, because you hit something with a pumpkin ball and it's devastating. And I never had a problem with accuracy on them when I was young. My first hunting, I hunted with a pumpkin ball, and I could hit a pie plate, you know, one of them white plates at 100 yards with just a shotgun. The first one I had was a Winchester. My wife bought me this beautiful Winchester shotgun with an open choke. It had chokes, but it had an open one too that you could put in. And that one, when you would pull the trigger and it would go off, it would already start the thing to come back, so you could get follow-up shots real quick. And I could hit a white paper plate 10 out of 10 at 100 yards with that thing with just a pumpkin ball, you know, the regular Remington pumpkin ball. And then they came out with those saboted ones, and I bought those, and those damn things were real accurate. I mean, you could shoot groups like this, but they weren't as devastating on a deer. You'd hit a deer and he might go a little bit, whereas if you hit him with a pumpkin ball, they aren't going anywhere. There's something about a round ball when it enters the body of a deer, it just disrupts and shuts everything off. So, hey Roy, how you doing? But I miss the hunting. I can't, you know, I play with the pistol and I make sure I can pull the trigger and I can kick the safety off. One thing I don't like about the Beretta 92 FS is the safety's backwards. You know, like on a 45, you take your thumb and you swipe down to turn the safety off. This gun, you have to push it up to take the safety off. And the first shot is double action only. Now you could cock the hammer, but I can't get my thumb up there to cock it. So the first one's double and I can pull it. I've taken the bullets out of it and made sure that I can operate it and I can get it out of the holster real quick in case if the shit hits the fan, you know, because I ain't going to play around here. But here the crime rate is like super low in this town, and that's why we're here. It's a lot more expensive than living down in the city, but the crime is nil here. You know, it's just a nice little college town and there's not too much trouble. You know, you get some kids doing some vandalist stuff, like they threw mud in front of our door and they leave the kids bad notes, you know, Filipinos are scum and you're nothing but monkeys and all that, and we're getting some of that now. You know, I told them, just don't tell them you're from the Philippines. They're not going to know. They don't look like Filipinos. You know, they really got more of the American look than they did Filipino look. Even though my wife is she's a pure Filipino, that's for sure. But she's a sweet one. I get a kick out of when her mom would always come to visit and they'd be walking away from us and I couldn't tell one from the other. If they would switch clothes, I wouldn't know which one was what. They had to turn around so I could see who's who, but they're built exactly the same. But the funny thing about my wife, I can put her on the back of the motorcycle and I don't know she's there. You just ride and it's like there's nobody there. Same way with Maddie on the back and Dorothy and Moo. I usually put Moo in the front. But when her mother's on the back of the motorcycle, oh my gosh, you swear you're going to fall down at any second because she'll lean. And they weigh the same, but she throws her weight and it just disrupts the whole machine. And everybody that's given her a ride on the motorcycle, my buddy Ronald said the same thing. It's like and they don't call it a hippopotamus in the Philippines, they call it a hippopotamus. She's like a big hippopotamus on the back of the bike. It's terrible. I drove her to her house one time and got scared. And then from that time on, I just give her the money for the tricycle. No way I'm putting her on the back of the bike again. One time was enough for me. Well, twice, first and last. That just was absolutely terrible. And her son drives her around, and he's a light, you know, he's only 120 pound. And he's got a Suzuki bike, and he puts her on the back and drives her all around. I don't know how he does it. But she leans. You know, she wants to look around you like this, and when that weight gets thrown over and you're in a corner, it's like, you know, you're going to go over. You know, and there's so much slippery stuff. My buddy Mark was on his Harley, and you get into water, and it's all moss underneath there, and you just fall down. You got to be real careful here because the fungus grows quick. I had some leather shoes I brought from the States, and I didn't wear them for a while, and I went in to look at them, and they were just all covered with this white fungus. They were ruined. The threads in them fell apart, and I had them hanging on the wall, you know, because they were shot. You know, you can't bring a lot of the American stuff here. You got to use the stuff there. A lot of them people in the Philippines, they wear like a plastic shoe, and flip-flop is the shoe of the day unless you're going to a court or something. If you go to a court, you have to wear a collar and you have to wear regular shoes and stuff. Could be from the salt, I don't know, but it put this white fungus on there and it smells like a fungus And my tennis shoes I brought from the States, my belts, everything rotted. My jacket I kept, I was putting coconut oil on it until I got some snow seal. And then I cleaned it up really good with saddle soap when I came to the States last time. I mean, I scrubbed all the dirt off of it. And then I put snow seal out in the sun and just let it soak it all up. But my buddy Mark over there, he had a birthday, and I give him that jacket because I wasn't using it. It's a Vanson. It fit him perfect. He's the same size as me, and he's got that beautiful Milwaukee 8 Harley Davidson. I mean, that thing is absolutely gorgeous, and he can afford it. And so I give him that jacket because he could sport a real nice leather jacket while he's driving his machine. He's got a nice helmet. You know, over there, you got to wear helmets. I think they're going to do a thing where they put the license plate on the back of the helmet because they got so many murders over there and bad people robbing purse snatchers and stuff. We watched a robbery right in front of my buddy's store one time. They pulled up on a bike, got off the gun, and took everybody's stuff while they were waiting for the jeepney. Jumped on the bike and drove away, and nobody ever catches them, you know, because you know their family will kill you if you turn them in, if you snitch. So you know you can get away with murder. Our best friend's son got murdered, and by the time the case came to court, nobody would testify against him, against the guy who murdered him. He took a little zip gun and shot him in the head and killed him, and nobody would testify. So poof, he's out scot-free now. And then we just had another friend of ours, Faye's good buddy, caddy friend for a long time. The father came home, and they had a little crippled girl. She was in her 30s, and she was one of the, one of those ones. And the father came in and murdered his wife, murdered the baby, and then killed himself. You know, crazy. They get crazy over there. You know, I don't know if it's the son or what, but you know, that was sad when we heard that news because we really liked that lady. You know, we really liked her a lot. We were over at her house a bunch of times. I'm glad we weren't there when he showed up. He'd have probably shot us too. But yeah, he killed her. Yeah, he just killed her. And there they put everybody right in the house. You know, you're laying in a box underneath like a plexiglass thing. And their family came and took him the hell out of there. You know, because, you know, he murdered him. He murdered his own baby. And this girl was taking good care of that kid. And then the other daughter, she lived. She ran, jumped out the window. So he didn't kill her. But what a terrible, terrible thing that happened. You know, and it's, you know, it happens all the time. It doesn't really hit the news in the Philippines. You know, this stuff happens all over the place and you don't hear about it. We had the one fellow that was watching on the video. The guy walked up behind the guy, pulled out a 45, and their head shooters popped this guy in the head. Laying on the ground, he popped another one in and walked away and jumped on a motorcycle, and him and his buddy drove away. You know, and they'll do it for $100 over there. You know, 5,000 peso, and they'll shoot somebody for you, and it's just terrible. And they don't care. You know, these people just do not care. Life over in the Philippines is cheap, and I had enough of it. And I got out, and I really don't want to go back. You know, I don't want somebody shooting me in the damn head. But I just got tired of the people. Yeah, it doesn't hit the news, Roy. You know, you don't see much of it on the news. You know, when there's a shooting, but it happens. It's regular. And then after that COVID stuff, I couldn't believe how many people dropped off. People that we knew for years and years. You know, 26, 27 years old, dying of heart attacks. You know, they go in and get the shot, and they go get all these boosters. The one guy we knew, he got like 8 boosters. You know, and then all of a sudden, he's got heart trouble, and next thing we know, we're going to the funeral. You know, he croaked from myocarditis. You know, that was a kill shot, guys. Don't let anyone tell you it wasn't. And they're going to shut me off for this, for giving medical advice, but that was a bad thing. You know, and now my buddy out in California, they're giving away all these tests that say you got it. And he's like, oh, I feel fine. But the test says, oh, you got it. You know, that's the greatest stuff. That was the greatest thing ever happened because it cured the flu. Nobody died of the flu when that stuff came along. And you had it and didn't even know it. I mean, they pulled the wool over so many people's eyes with that one. I couldn't believe so many people fell for it. We didn't. We weren't buying that from day one. I was not buying it. You don't need to get these damn flu shots and all that. You just don't need it. God gives you an immune system. Eat right, get plenty of sunshine and exercise, and guess what? You're going to be fine. My whole life, I really haven't been sick. I've had the back problems, but I've never really been sick. You know, I never, you know, I get one thing that I do get is I'll get a runny nose, and a lot of people want to take an antihistamine to dry that up, and I'm the kind of person that says, wait a minute, that's a protection device. You know, in the springtime, I always get a runny nose, and it's because you're breathing up them spores from the grass and dog poop spores and every other stuff like that, and that's a protection that keeps that from getting all in your sinuses and you're getting real sick. Then these people who take these stuff to dry it up, they wind up getting sicker. Medicine is just a petrochemical medicine thing. You don't need to be taking that. You don't need petrochemicals in your body. Eat right. Eat good food. Eat fresh food. Make sure you're getting good food. Plenty of vegetables, you know, and some meat, and you'll stay healthy. Yeah, I know. Bams. You know, the TV told them. And you look at like this stuff with Trump. Now, I watch him too. I'm not into this red flag laws, and I'm not into his indemnity for the police. So that's a New York liberal thing. He's courting the police vote. I hope he changes his mind on all that bullshit. But, you know, I'm going to sit this one out. You know, I'm so tired of voting for the lesser of two evils because you're still voting for evil. And my entire life, my first vote was for Reagan. And ever since then, I've been voting for the lesser of two evils. And I'm just done. I'm done voting for any of these guys. So I'll be able to complain because I ain't voting for either damn one of them. You know, Biden's a, you know, he's an old man. He's nothing but a puppet. You know, Obama's running the show, and he's you know, one of the minions of Satan. I truly believe that. I mean, look at it. Look at his husband. I don't care what anyone says. If you look at that, swear. I knew a liberal black guy in California. He swore that was a chick, and he'd love to be with that one. She's so beautiful, and you look at him compared to other women. That's a big dude. He's a monstrous dude. You know, and they said way back in high school he was blowing people for coke and stuff. Oh, bummer. I mean, that's a sick son of a gun. And I never even heard of the guy, and all of a sudden he's president. Yeah, they don't say anything. Most of those guys who are the vloggers, they go down to this one place and they sit in there all day. They never go anywhere. They never do anything, and they just vlog each other. You know, but there's stuff that isn't right there. There's a lot of stuff. It's a developing nation. It's not a third world country. It's a developing nation, and they need a lot more development. Now they got a good president in there. You know, they had that other fella in there, and he just cleaned out all the drug dealers and put his own people in place because the drugs never stopped. Of course, his own town, you know, you go down into Davao and there's no crime there at all. So he is heavy-handed, and you're not getting away with shit down there. I mean, he runs it with a tight fist. I guess the daughter she's VP now. And that was the deal, I guess, Marcos had to make to get in. But Marcos is in, and I think he's gonna clean up. I know when his dad was in, they said he took all this money and stuff, but you know, he was running the country. Yeah, of course he skimmed off the top, took a lot of money. You look at Bill Gates. He runs just a stinking company in the state of California, and he's a billionaire. Why shouldn't have Marcos been? You know, and they said, oh, he stole all this from the people. Nah, he was just skimming it off the top of money he was bringing in. He's the guy who built all the railroads. He's the one who put all them buildings up in Manila that are falling apart now. And I hope his son gets in there and fixes that place up. He's got 6 years, and I think he might just do a pretty good job. You know, I think he's not a communist. He's not courting China like Duterte did. You know, and that's the last thing you want to do is court China with their road and whatever thing they had going on where they just steal everything from everybody. But most expats, they just turn their nose to what's really going on, and they don't really look into things that are happening there. I did, and I got disillusioned with that country, and personally myself, honestly, I never want to go back. I don't. Maybe we'll visit. I know my wife's wanting to put a house up on that ground and live in Mindoro, and you know, after I pass away, I'm sure that's what she's going to do. I just hope she doesn't bring the kids back. I hope I live long enough where they get the age of majority and they can say, nope, I'm not going back. You know, because they're going to do much better here in the States than they are in the Philippines. You know, what are they going to do? Sell vegetables there or something? I know they're smart, but you don't get a break when you're a Cano. No, she'll never sell that house. The house, everything had to be in her name. You know, I like the way that my buddy Gary did it. He put the land in his wife's name because we can't own land, but the house is in his name. So that's protected. He could never be put out. Me, I just put the house 100% in her name, and I have no say in it. And I wanted to sell it because I hated that place. Sell it and then go build the house in Mindoro. And she said, no, we're not selling the house. We'll live in a Nipah hut for a couple of years while we're building the house. Well, there ain't no way I'm living in no stinking Nipah hut getting bit by mosquitoes, and I'm too old for that. You know, I want comfort now. I don't want this. I got this really good bed now, you know, and I don't want to sleep on a damn bamboo stupid thing, you know. Water was horrible. You know, just a stinking mess over there. You know, I bought a brand new fixer-upper is what I bought. Had to redo the septic. I had shit all coming in the house because they put the septic in wrong. They put the pipe coming out low, and the exhaust was up a foot higher. So as soon as it filled the first tank, it just all backed up in the house, and we had to get in there and dig it up, smash the block wall down. You know, it was a big, deep septic. I mean, the damn thing was 10, 12 feet deep, but it filled up in a month or so, you know, with the kids taking all the showers and all that, and we were having to bring water in. But we could get water downstairs, but not upstairs. There wasn't enough pressure to put water upstairs. So I had nothing but a closet with a toilet and a shower in it that didn't work, and I had the Insta-Hot on the wall for my hot shower. I couldn't even take a hot shower in the morning. There wasn't enough pressure to make the Insta-Hot work because it's got a thermostat in it, and if there isn't enough water to cool it, it doesn't come on. And I was just so disillusioned with that whole shithole. And when I started looking at the craftsmanship, you know, the crap that they did and hid, like my drain, I had to take this cover off the bottom of the sink because the sink got stopped up. And they had a little tiny pipe going into this big orange pipe, and it didn't fit, so it was just hanging there, and they wrapped it with a t-shirt and put glue on it. They slobbered it all up with glue. That had to be repaired. You know, and none of the connections were right. They used a big monkey wrench and just stripped the shit out of everything. That plumber was a real jerk. Oh yeah, it would be very difficult for them. They're gonna do better here because they're doing fantastic in school. And I wish I could put them in private school, but I can't afford that. But we got them in a good school district. It's rated 8 in the state of Ohio, 10 being the best. And it's more expensive here. Even the lady at the VA says, yeah, you ought to move out of there. It's so expensive over there. And I said, yeah, but, you know, these are my children. I got to have them in a good school. And the school, you know, we had little problems in the beginning. But, you know, that's worked itself out because I just told them I ain't taking it. Quit calling me. Every time you get a little problem, quit calling me. Because the nurse was calling all the time. Oh, he got a scratch on his finger. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? Well, you're the stupid nurse. Handle it. You know, they say, oh, well, you know, this is happening. Well, if you can't handle, you know, a 6-year-old kid, then maybe you ought to go collect garbage, lady. You know, it's all women down there. So they, you know, they just panic. Like Mumu said a swear word, and they got, oh my, we're going to have all these calls tonight. And these kids are putting notes on the door, calling them F and this and F and that. You know, coconut heads and, you know, so come on. It's a bunch of crap. And then Mumu got in some trouble on the school bus. This bus driver's a nut. He's a stinking nut. The one day he hollered at me, he says, you get over here. I ain't going near you, you stinking nut job. He says, if you don't go over here, I'm going to write your kids up. So something that I did, he writes my kids up. You know, and then I get a call from the school. I'm like, look, this guy's a nut. The guy from New York and him had it out one day, and he jumped off the bus. He should have never done that. That driver should have closed the door and drove away. But no, he gets in an argument in front of all these kids, and he won't let them go. He makes them stand there in the cold. You know, he's you know, they can't get anybody good. You know, they got this guy, and he's a strange dude, a very strange dude. But something wrong with him. You know, he's got a mental quirk. I don't know if he's a ex-alcoholic or ex-drug addict or something. But he's a real strange one. He hollers at the kids all the time. The kids they go sit in the back and just kind of hide from him because he's constantly screaming at the kids. And you know, they don't need that. You don't holler at kids. That messes them up. You don't holler at your children. You know, if they do something wrong, you go sit down and you have a talk with them and say, hey, pal, this ain't the way it's going to go. You know, toe the line. And I'm always one, you know, you don't spare the rod or you spoil the child, but I'm a little bit lenient in that area. You know, I'm not one to be wailing on them or anything like that. because in general, they're good kids, and pretty much a talking to will straighten them out. Especially Maddie. I mean, if I give him a talking to, his eyes get real big. He gets his lip starts quivering, and I'm like, come on, pal, you can't be doing stuff like this. And he straightens right out. He does, and he is really something special. That guy. Yeah, it's child abuse. That guy's a nut. The kids every day. The kids come home and say how he was screaming on the bus again at somebody. But they're smart. They go all the way to the back and they sit behind the seats and they hide. They just stay away from him and they don't talk to him. They don't say good morning to him. They just go right past him because he's nothing but trouble, that guy. And he wants to argue with everybody. When him and that New Yorker guy got on, that was a 15-minute tirade. And I called up the school. I says, they got cameras in them buses. And, they tried to say Moo Moo drew a dick on the window or something like that. And I says, okay, if that's the case, show me the film. You got cameras all over that bus for every kid in the place. Show it to me. Well, they couldn't show me anything. So that went away real quick. They just make this stuff up. This guy makes up something that my kids are bad. And they're not. Dorothy says they just go sit there and they look at their books and stuff. They're not doing anything wrong, and he still hollers at them. So that guy, but they can't, who else they going to get? There's no pay for that. You got to have a chauffeur's license, and it's just a real bummer that they got to hire somebody like that. Now they have when he's not in, they have a lady that drives, and the kids like her. They said, oh, she's real nice. Big fat lady that drives the bus sometimes. She's pretty cool, but they've had bus breakdowns and stuff. But one thing I'll tell you guys, if ever you want to get a good vehicle, I go to the VA and they have these Ford, like the van. It's the Ford Transstar, whatever they call this new one they got. I think it's made in Germany. Dodge has got one. That one guy, I was in there and I was telling the guy, boy, this thing's really running good. And he goes, yeah, check this out. It's got 600,000 miles on it. And this thing was running like a raped ape. He goes, yeah, these things really go. They last good. But they take care of them. They do all the oil changes and everything on them. And then the other one I was in last week had 500,000 miles on it. That thing was running real good, tracking real nice down the highway. And these guys don't waste time. They get on the highway and they boogie. I don't know if they got to deal with the cops, but they're flying down the road to get you there because they got lots of people they're constantly getting. And he said, these damn things, the one guy says, oh, am I your last ride? He goes, no, I'm working all the way till 7. I'll be going back and forth. Yeah, the schools can, they can go too far on a lot of stuff. Some of these teachers are, most of them are ultra liberals. Anti-Trumpers and all this stuff. Well, I ain't too much for the guy myself right now, but they're these anti-Trumpers and ultra liberal, and you go in there and you see the teachers in there with purple hair and this weird crap, and some of them are dressing like a dude. That's all wrong to me. That there's something wrong there. I don't know why they don't go see a psychiatrist and get that fixed, because there's definitely something going on in here, where you're a chick and you think you're a dude. Come on. And then dudes. I was at the VA the other day, and there's this big strapping boy. He looked like he'd been a hell of a football player. He had these big monstrous shoulders, little narrow hips, and he had his long blonde hair and makeup, and he was wearing this see-through mini skirt and these big high heels, and he had football shoulders like this. And he's walking down in front of me, and I'm thinking, gosh, what happened to this poor kid? What kind of parents did he have that let that happen? That's just it. That's just insane. That's just, to me, you don't let your kids go that way. You got to lead them up in the way they're supposed to go. Keep them looking at the good book and talk to them about God on a regular basis. And you say your prayers, and you say your prayers before you go to bed, and you look to the good Lord for all your needs, and you'll come out on top. Whereas these poor people, they're lost. They followed the wrong. They followed the evil one, and you know, I feel bad for a lot of these people. We got a dude here with big bony knees. He's all chicked out and stuff. And every time I walk by, I say, "Hey, dude, how you doing, buddy?" You know, I say, "I'm a girl." He gives me this bag. "No, I'm a girl." Oh, oh my! It's just, and a lot of them are trouble. We had one when I was at the call center, and he went around and borrowed money from everybody, gave them all sob stories, and then wouldn't pay anybody back. Came in with a new hairdo and a new jacket and a purse and all this stuff, and instead of, he got in a big fight and threw a big fit on the production floor, and they didn't fire him because they couldn't. You know, he's a protected class, but they fired the other people. And it was like these poor little girls that, you know, didn't have any money and fell for his story and wanted to help him out because, you know, Filipinos, they fall for a sob story. And they tried to help the guy out. And what did he do? He went and blew it on clothes, said he was going to get kicked out of his place and all this. Came to me for money. You know, one of the bosses did that too. One of the bosses went around. He had been fired, but he was on his last week. And he went around and borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars from all the workers and then just disappeared. And he wanted to borrow 20 off of me. And I'm like, "I ain't giving you 20,000. What are you talking about? I don't know. I don't even know where you live." You know, they were constantly asking me for money. You know, and what they didn't realize, when I was working there, I wasn't making as much as they were. You know, I did it on bonuses, but my hourly rate was the same as everybody else's. And then plus I was getting 30% taken off of for the states. You know, they took it right out of my check. And they said they were sending it to the US, but the US said they never got it. So they were skimming off the top on me and just taking it. But they still owe me money, and I'll never see it. The first call center I worked at owes me thousands of pesos, and so does this last one. You know, they just never gave me my last money. And then when you leave, you get money because you're putting money in the whole time you work there, and I never got that either. So, you know, that's just the way it goes. But that first call center I left, they had a fellow that, he was American Filipino, and he was involved in a murder in a gang in LA, and the father shipped him back over, and he was working there, and he was a horrible prick. He was on my ass every day, you know, and I was like, "Hey, leave me the hell alone." He was constantly on my ass. He was this big, slovenly, fat, disgusting gangbanger looking dude. And then he had this wife that was just prim and proper, you know, never a hair out of place. And I was like, boy, talk about opposites attract. But I left because of him. He was just on my ass every single day. And I said, I'm not coming into work and getting berated every single night by this gangbanger punk, you know, telling me all about, "Oh yeah, he'll get some of his buddies to come over here and rub me out." No, yeah, right, buddy. You know, he had to run from the States because he was involved in a murder. And they're not coming after him. I think they're just glad he's gone. But he was all covered in tats and everything. What a bum. What a stinking bum. But I got out of that place. It was pretty far anyway. I had to go all the way almost into Manila every day. And, you know, riding the jeepneys and fitting in them damn things. That sucked. And then I wound up getting a motorcycle. But, you know, you ride a motorcycle over there, you are taking your life in your hands. But at the time I was there, I had that Cowie 135. And at the time, that was the fastest bike. And I would get into the front of the line. And as soon as that light turned green, I was gone. I was gone on that thing. And now the Mio is the quickest one. They got that Mio with the new blue motor. That thing's a rocket. I was on one with my buddy Ronald. He weighs about 140 pounds. I was about 260 at the time. Plus I had my jacket on. And we were doing like 120, 125 kilometers an hour going down to Tacloban on the highway. And this thing was just cooking. And I was like, man, what a nice machine. And they're easy to work on. You just take this one big bolt out and you can separate the front from the back, and the motor's right there. My buddy had the bike shop, and I used to help him over there. And boy, it was just easy as heck to work on them. I recommend, if you're going to get a Mio, the only thing I don't like about them, with the roads over there, the tires are too small. You know, if they made that Mio with big tires on it, you know, what I can't understand in the Philippines is, you know, down in Mindoro, they got a lot of dirt bikes, but up around where I lived, you think the dirt bikes would really sell. I was going to get that Yamaha 125 dirt bike, they had one. I was at work one day and they had a ride day, so the guy let me take one for a ride. Now I'd had to put better springs on it because I was bottoming out a few times. The front was okay, but the back was a little soft. But I rode that thing and it ran great. And it took the bumps really nice. Like I said, I did bottom the back end out. I would have swapped them shocks out for, or even put more preload on it. Probably would have helped. But they didn't want me adjusting anything on it. But I had a ride day on that, and I was like, I almost bought that bike, but you can't really put a, what do you call it? You can't really put a sidecar on those, and I wanted to put a sidecar, so I bought the Yamaha TMX, or whatever it was called, and I put a sidecar on it. I had a nice sidecar built for that bike, and that was a great sidecar. I put headlights on it, blinkers, I had the whole thing. Hey, Ronald, how you doing, buddy? I'm hanging in there. That stupid patch quit working on me, buddy. And now my hip's all out of whack again. I can't hardly put any weight on it. I'm going to have to get up and walk around here in a little bit. I think Faye and I'll go out in the sunshine and take a little walk around the building. I got to go with her. I don't want to take a spill. I'm really unsteady right now, especially on stairs. If I go out that side door over there, I got those steps in there. I have a hell of a time doing steps right now. And we're going to be moving into a second floor apartment, so I'm going to have to start practicing. I go up and down them steps a couple times, for some exercise. But I'm not kidding you, with this chemo, I wear out. I mean, I'm good for about maybe 10, 15 minutes, and then I got to go sit down somewhere. I got that little rollinator thing they gave me. It's got a chair on it. I can lock the wheels and turn around and have a sit on it, and I can get out of it. It's high enough. And that thing, that was one of the coolest things that the VA gave me, plus this hospital bed. Man, I'm finally able to sleep on my side now. For the last 6 months, I could only sleep on my back because of my shoulder. Now I can sleep on my side. And it's hard to roll over with this hip, but I'm sleeping better. I'm turned around. I don't have the headpiece up. I'm absolutely sleeping backwards up against the wall, and it's I'm sleeping good. It's just hard to get out. I got to raise it all the way up, and then I can throw my feet over and kind of stand up off of it. And I don't need help to get out of here when I have it raised all the way up. And it goes up really high. Faye just changed the sheets on it when I was every time I go to the doctor on Monday, she comes in and changes the sheets and washes everything. And, we're running out of laundry money this month. I got $5 in my account, so I got to put that on the laundry so we can get the clothes washed. The kids go through clothes like crazy right now. We're doing how many loads a week? And we got to push the button where it's only $2 instead of $2.50. I keep telling her that. Yeah, I started early. I've been waking up, 3:30, 4 o'clock, like I always used to do when I was working. I was never one of them guys that like to get up and just rush out to work like Faye. She would wake up 15 minutes before work, throw her stuff on, and be dressing in the tricycle going to work. When I first got to the Philippines, I'm not that way. I want to get up couple hours early, make myself a nice breakfast. I used to make myself hash browns and sausage and eggs, fry them up in the ghee, and have a nice leisurely morning, and then get on the motorcycle and drive to work. And that was, that's the way I always lived. I never liked to get up and rush off to work. Makes for a bad day. I like to get up and, get woke up and get shaved and get cleaned up and get a hot shower. I used to have when I lived in Victorville, I had that nice dryer, and it had like a computer program. And in the morning, I never used the bathroom upstairs. I used the one downstairs right next to the laundry room. And while I was in the shower, the dryer would come on automatically. My coffee machine would come on automatically, my Mr. Coffee, and it would heat the clothes up. And I would get out of the shower, dry off, and put on nice warm clothes, because I never ran heat up there. And I'd go have my cup of coffee. I had some real good coffee up there. There was a store by us, a Mexican store that got the beans from South America. And I had a little grinder, and I grind it into powder and make myself some real good coffee. And do my morning constitutional, jump on the bike, and head to work. And I had my choice of 2 bikes. Well, 3 at one time. I could either ride the XR 650, I could ride the Buell Ulysses, or I could drive the Dyna Fat Bob with the supercharger. So I had my choice, whatever I felt like riding. But a lot of times I didn't like to ride the Dyna. I had a Bassani exhaust on that, a 2-into-1. It wasn't loud, guys. I had all the baffles in it, but it would set, when I'd go by it rumble, then it would set the car alarms off. So I didn't like to do that to my neighbors. The Buell was nice and quiet. If you kept the Buell under 3,000 RPM, it was just super quiet. It's just when you opened it up and it hit like 3,500, the servo would open the exhaust and it got rowdy. It got loud and the front end would come up, and that thing was just a hoot to drive. That was my most favorite machine in the world, and they quit making them. The absolute finest machine in the world, and Harley quit making them because they got their panties in a bunch and they want to build for old guys. The old guys are dying. They ain't gonna be buying. You ain't buying when you're dying, and they want to stick to this old Harley crap. Come on, build some new bikes. Build us something that's nice. And then they came out with these 750s and all that. Those things were crap. They even look stupid. I don't know what designer they got for that. It must have been some queer from Italy or something. I don't know. But I didn't think much of those. Yeah. I always made sure I was up. I'd get up at 3 o'clock, 3:30. I didn't have to leave until, like 5. So I'd have a couple of hours just to dilly-dally, play around in my kitchen, make something good to eat. Maybe pack my lunch. I used to always eat carrots and celery and stuff. All the guys at work laughed at me because I ate vegetables for lunch. Because if I ate a hamburger or something like that, then I would get tired, and then you couldn't get anything done. So I would just eat fresh vegetables. I used to make carrot sandwiches. I'd make ants on a log, all kinds of stuff, cream cheese and celery, and just made myself some really cool lunches, bring fruit, bananas, apples, oranges. And, I'd eat a nice lunch like that and go back to work and get a lot of stuff done, and these other guys were eating. They'd go up to McDonald's and get hamburgers, and then they'd be dragging. The rest of the day they'd be dragging, so that, you don't want to eat heavy when you're at work. You want to eat something fresh and light. Plus you're getting really good, the vegetables up there. I used to go to that Wimco, and they had nice veggies up there. Sometimes I'd get a damn quarter of a cabbage and be crunching on that, or I'd get me a head of lettuce and eat that for lunch. And these guys are all looking at me like, man, what are you, some kind of nut? Well, that's good. That was what I really liked to eat. Yeah, I used to make carrot sandwiches. I'd put a carrot in there and then 2 celeries on top of there with maybe some cream cheese or peanut butter in there and some raisins. And that was my sandwich. I sucked them up every day. And that was great. It gives you plenty of energy, and the celery is one of the only foods that uses more calories to digest than what it has in it. That's why you see always fat people holding the celery stick. But yeah, that was my lunches. The guys used to always tease me about that, and that's what I ate. When I was young, I used to bring like stews and stuff for lunch, and we had a big heater in the middle, and I'd set it on the heater. And I started getting people stealing my lunch. They'd go in there and they'd take a spoon and start eating out of my lunch. So one day I skinned a cat and I cooked it up. And I put it in there. I made a real nice cat roast. And whoever was stealing my lunch went and stole my lunch. And then after I got there and half of my lunch was eaten, all the potatoes and carrots and the meat was gone, I hung the cat skin up on my locker door. They never stole my lunch after that. But it got to be where I had to put a lock on my lunchbox, put it in the locker. I couldn't have hot food, so I started eating vegetables. And that way you could put them in the locker. I had one of them little cold packs I'd put in there because, eating them cold tastes a lot better. But yeah, I ate a lot of carrot sandwiches. Head of lettuce, quarter of a cabbage. That was my lunch. And sometimes in the winter, I'd bring a big onion. I'd get one of those big Spanish onions and eat it like an apple, peel it off, pull my knife out and peel it off. And they're like, man, you're eating an onion. Yeah, it's good. You want some? No, that's all right. But I was getting those Valencia. They're like a sweet onion. Boy, those things are good. I used to eat them in the winter, and they get your capillaries opened up so you stay nice and warm. That was a trick one of my old buddies told me, one of the guys at work. And his name was Laszlo, Polish dude. And he told me, yeah, when it gets real cold, eat an onion. That'll warm you right up. And I'm like, really? And I brought an onion to work one day, and I ate that damn thing. And sure enough, my hands got warm, my neck got warm, everything got real warm on me. And I was like, wow, this guy knows his shit. And then the other one, I used to bring baked potatoes when it was real cold. When I would ride the motorcycle, I could ride with no hands on there, and I'd stick my hands in my pocket, and I had 2 hot potatoes in my pocket. And I could keep my hands warm and just cruise down the road because I had a throttle lock on that Buell. And I just cruised. And that thing, you steered it with your legs. You could steer that bike and go around corners without touching the handlebars on that. That thing never let me down. I mean, I was going up to Arrowhead one time, and we used to race. We'd leave from the gas station and see who could make it up the fastest because a bunch of us rode bikes. And I had the best time on my sports tour. And then I was up on the Buell one day, and I thought, I'm going to beat that time. And I went around this hairpin turn, and there was a big boulder, and I yanked the handlebar like this, and I thought, I'm going down. I'm going to go down and hit the guardrail. It didn't go down. It did not go down. It just handled that corner, and I popped up straight, and I surprised myself. I was like, wow, I can't believe I didn't fall down. The tires just stuck to the road. But I missed this big boulder about this big. And I was flying. I did that, and I think I did it from the gas station all the way up to the school in 13 minutes. And my best time before that was 17, and I was on my 1200 Sportster. I was beating the guys on the sport bikes. They were coming up through there. But the one nice thing about the Harleys, when you're riding on those twisties, you don't have to shift gears like they do. You're constantly hearing these guys shifting gears and stuff and slowing them down. And that Sportster, you just leave it like in third and just on and off the gas. But when I bought that, it was an 883. And the guy's like, oh, you're buying a girl's bike, And then I seen that for $1,500. They put the 1200 jugs on it. It's a 5-speed. But that really pepped it up. I had a buddy who had a 1350 Kawasaki, and this thing would just pull away from it. It just had all this, they got that grunt. It's all torque with them bikes, and they just dig in and go. And I raised that one up. I extended the front end. I think I extended the front end 4 inches, and I raised the back end up. I had real nice fiberglass bags on it. And I put, I had the real nice center controls on it. And I know it was a little bike, but I loved that thing. That fuel injection, it ran like a top. That thing ran good. I put 98,000 miles on that bike, and nothing went wrong with it. Tires. I had to put tires on it, and the front brakes. I had to replace the front brakes at about 50,000. Back ones were fine, but that damn thing, they built a good one. And I sold it. I bought it for, what did I pay for that? $9,500 with the jug kit on it. And then I sold it for, I think I got $6,500 when I sold it. That's another thing I used to bring to work, a lot of eggs. Yeah, something, that is one thing I have to say about the Harley Davidsons. When you're riding a Harley,
What do you want? Coffee or juice?
coffee. They're really balanced well. I have to honestly say they're balanced, but I've seen a lot of guys pass me and stuff going up to Victorville where they get into this wobble, just horrible wobble. I watched one guy go down on his Harley. He passed me. He passed me doing about 75. I'm just sitting in my side doing about 65. I didn't want to get a ticket, and I'm cruising on my Buell. And he passed me, and all of a sudden his back tire started doing this, and he started going like this. Boom! Over he went on this big road glide. I think it was full bagger, and man, that bike got messed up because it did some flippy flops. And I pulled over. He had a gear on. He had on like chaps, and he had a leather jacket on, so he wasn't scraped up too bad. But his boots, it just tore his boots up and ripped his jeans all open and everything. He had a little bit of blood, but his bike was trashed. And I was like, man, I sure as hell don't want one of them. I was watching my air pressure on my tires and making sure the back tire was straight all the time. I had it torqued down real good because I basically rebuilt that thing. I had a longer swing arm too. My swing arm on the back was 4 inches longer than stock. I had a custom one made. out there, and super nice. You know, the kids at the school built it for me. An engineer designed it for me to keep the front end down, and then of course I extended the front on it, and I made that bike big so that it would fit me, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. That was just that was an absolutely fantastic Speed Eagle fast machine. That thing just burped. It would boop, 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 and you were doing 150. 3 gears and you were doing 150 on that thing. You know, and when you fired that nitrous on that thing, it was like, forget it. But I had a cast iron jug on it, and I broke it in right. You know, I had the really good piston rings and the titanium flat top piston that came in the kit. And when I broke it in, I up and down. And when I was breaking it in, I put it 8 pounds of boost. And then that way I could cut the boost off and then boom, you know, bring her down so those rings would seat real nice. Never burned any oil. That thing just was a rocket. I mean, and I used nothing but AMSOIL in it from the time it was brand new. I got it home and drained that shit that was in and out, and I put AMSOIL in it. And I rebuilt that entire motor. I ripped the motor off. I started on a Saturday and worked all the way through to Sunday, and Sunday night I was taking it for its first ride. The only thing I did was one oil line I didn't have tightened up right. I didn't torque it down and it leaked, so I had to tighten that up. But other than that, it was a good job, and I had the supercharger on it with the intercooler and an aftercooler. And then the nitrous, I had that 150 shot of nitrous, and all that does is put real cold air in so you can pump more fuel in. I changed the injectors on it from the stock injectors to this 17-hole injector, 2-stage injector setup with a Thundermax computer controller for each jug. Oh, that thing was just fantastic. Bassani exhaust. It sounded great, and it wasn't loud. I did not want a loud one, and the guy said you need the back pressure on that. Yeah, we just went out and bought eggs. A dozen of them cost $2.35 out here for the jumbos. They're cheap in the Philippines. My sister said she's got a whole bunch of eggs from her chickens, and you know, I can't get out there. I don't have a car. She lives out in Norton. I'd love to get out there and get some eggs from her, because we go through eggs here like crazy. I remember in the Philippines, we'd buy 4 and 5 trays and go through them in a month. You know, our whole family, we all love eggs. And I think it's just a fantastic food to eat. It's one of the better damn foods you can eat is a damn egg. And I like them hard boiled. I love to make egg salad sandwiches. You know, cut up some Clausen pickles and put them in there, and some onions, and put a little bit of pepper on there, and make yourself an egg salad sandwich. A little bit of Miracle Whip or Hellmann's. And if you make it with Hellmann's, it's really good. When we were going to the S&M down when we lived in Lipa, we'd go over that S&R it was called, and man, there was months after months they would have the Hellmann's for $1 for the big jar of Hellmann's for $1 sitting in the middle of the aisle, and I was grabbing that stuff up. And the only difference between Miracle Whip and mayonnaise they use the whole egg, and Miracle Whip they only use the whites. But Miracle Whip's good also. I like Miracle Whip on a hamburger, you know, slather it up. And they were saying at the hospital that's one of the better things for me to eat is some Miracle Whip. Get that in me. But they were giving me some of this Ensure to drink, and I quit drinking it because the first ingredient on it was high fructose corn syrup, and that's the last thing your body needs, a super sugar. So, you know, I quit taking those, and they say, oh, that's going to mess up your blood counts and all this. Well, sorry, I'm not tasting it. It tastes like crap. I couldn't have the chocolate and vanilla one because it had too much potassium in it, and they're giving me a powder to drink. What?
Long time.
Yeah, a long time. Yeah, I'm just yakking with the guys. They're on here yet. People are still on here, so I'm going to yak with them. And so they don't want the potassium because they say it could make my heart stop getting too much of it. So they're giving me an anti-potassium powder I got to drink every day. And I'm running out. I got to go back and see if I need to keep taking it.
I can make you peanut butter jelly.
No, I'll have that later.
I'm leaving.
For lunchtime. Yeah, what time?
Going to SS without Tita.
Okay, what are you getting at SS?
Ask how to the babies.
The baby's what?
The babies. How to...
No, you just call them. No, you don't have to go there. You don't have to go there. You call them on the phone.
When you open up their bank account, we're going to call them on the phone, and they're going to do it right there on their computer on the phone. You don't have to go anywhere. That's how I did mine. You just do it on the phone. You call the 1-800-772-1213. And you tell them you got to give them the account numbers that they have in the Philippines, and then the new account numbers here, and in a month or so they'll change it. You don't have to go there. Okay? Did you open their accounts already?
Not yet.
Yeah, you have to open up their accounts first, and you have to have that number, and then you have to have the numbers, your books from the Philippines, and you give them that number, and they'll transfer it from there to the new number. It takes about a month. You don't have to go. You do not have to go to Social Security to do that. All that's done on the phone now. That's how I did mine when I transferred it to the Philippines and then transferred it back. I did it on the telephone. I had it transferred over here to Huntington. It's not hard, sweetie. You don't got to get your head all in a mess. There's no reason to go to SS. We got to get the kids' money from the Filipino bank over to here now. And you don't have to go there. You just call them on the phone. So. Well, you know something I got when I went out to the desert, California with my sister, and we got an ostrich egg? They're horrible. I mean, they are absolutely disgusting. We bought a hard-boiled egg one. I think it was like 13 or 14 bucks.
No,
And,
wait, what I mean is I want to ask the paper for like the statement of account, like you.
They're not going to give you mine unless I show up.
Like what they gave you for the first time and the babies.
Well, you already have that.
I want a new one.
You don't have to have the new one. You do not have to have a new one. That one that they gave me is the one that they want. It's my award letter. Okay? I started getting Social Security. It tells you the date I got it started, and that's what they need. They don't need a new one. You give them that one. That's what they're asking for. And they're not going to give you one down there anyway. They'll give me one, but they're not going to give you one. Why would they give you one? That's not your Social Security number. I would have to go.
No, not you. The babies. I'm the one
Don't you have their award? Don't you have their award letters? Well, you can go down and get their award letters, but that's also stuff you can do on the phone. It's called an award letter, yeah. Yeah, you can get that from...
Because every year they send you something, right?
No, they sent me one. They sent me...
That's it?
That's it. That's all they send you is one. You never get one every year. You get a W-2 every year, but you don't get that. You don't have to go there. It's all done on the phone now. You can go. I mean, if you want to go get it, but they're still not going to give it to you today. They're going to put it in their system, and then they're going to mail it to you. You know, that's going to take weeks. I'm telling you, this is how this works. It's not something that's going to happen like today. Like when you do stuff in the Philippines and you can have paperwork that day. It doesn't work that way here. You're going to wait for it. You can go if you want with your buddy, and you can go down there and see if you can get it. Where's the Social Security place?
I don't know. We're gonna try in Detroit.
In where?
What? Detroit?
Detroit? I don't know what a Detroit is. Detroit?
Detroit.
Detroit. Detroit. She's going down to Detroit, guys. Detroit. It's on Detroit Avenue. I know where it is. I know where it is. It's over at Lakewood. I know exactly where it is, but it's Detroit.
Like hippopotamus.
Yeah, it's like hippopotamus.
I'm sorry. Because you're like that.
Well, it's funny. Detroit. I don't know. Sometimes she talks. I have no idea what she's talking about because their words are, but hey, I did the same thing in the Philippines. I mispronounced the words so bad. Those people were looking at me like, I went like when I was going to ride the jeepney for the first time by myself, and I had to go up to Imus. E-M-O-S is Imus, right? But it was Imus. So I'm going up and say, hey, where do I get the jeepney to Imus? And they're looking at me because it's spelled I-M-U-S. And they're like, we don't know that place. And I'm like, yeah, it's up over there somewhere. Imus. No. And then some dude walked over, some American, no, Imus. They pronounce their I as an E.
You too.
Yeah, so I was the same thing. Detroit. What would you say, Detroit? She's gonna hit me with bread. She just hit me with a loaf of bread. Look at this. This is elder abuse, guys. She whacked me in the head with a loaf of bread.
That's what very bad.
She's goofy, that one. Oh,
Did you,
Dr.
did you-
Tree.
That's in Michigan, right? Michigan.
Michigan?
That's the place.
Detroit, Michigan. Yeah, we're going to go to Detroit, Michigan. Okay. Yeah, well, at least she's smiling now.
Ay, nako.
Ina Ko. I know. I don't know Ina. I never met that woman. She always talks about her friend named Ina. Ina Ko. I don't know her. I used to know Mary Ko, but I don't know Ina. It must be her sister or something. Right?
Huh?
Is that who Ina Ko is? Mary's sister?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. She's got all these sayings, and it's all Tagalog over here. I don't. And she yells at the kids. I have no idea what the hell she's yelling at them about. I keep telling her, speak in English. I know what the hell you're screaming at them for. You know, I was never one to holler at the kids too much. You know, it just. I remember when I was little, I used to get hollered at, and that messes you up. You don't need to get hollered at. But she makes them toe the line. That's for sure. They don't get away with nothing with her. She will wail on them, huh?
Huh?
She'll pull out a metal rod and beat them.
What?
You!
What?
And beating, yeah, you rotten kids. Rawr.
The kids?
Yeah.
I'm not beating them hard.
Not hard.
I'm not mad. Just pretend that I'm mad.
Yeah,
So
well,
they're gonna follow.
you do a pretty damn good job of pretending.
Yes. Because if I play them, they play
Yeah,
also.
that was pretty good. I had no idea what she was talking about. Detroit.
Detroit.
Yeah, we're gonna go to
Detroit.
Detroit. Oh well.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay.
No,
Well,
nobody's perfect.
hey guys, when I was in the Philippines and trying to do Tagalog, I was screwing words up like you wouldn't
You
believe.
too.
So,
You
it
get
was
so
horrible. People were looking at me like, "What the hell is this guy saying?" You know, same like her. Half the time, I don't know what the hell she's saying. I just smile. Mm-hmm. Yup. Yup. I'll be like this.
Detroit.
Hey there. Well, I was at the dentist. He said my teeth are pretty good. You know, all this work that was done on my teeth was done in 1978. You know, I think when I went in the Navy, those Navy dentists just practiced on me because my teeth were good back then, and they just drilled and filled, and I've never had any other work other than that. Now these fillings are breaking, and I'm losing teeth because their teeth are cracking. Yeah, it's just I wished I'd never had that. I'm glad I was in the service though, because I got the VA to fall back on.
Oh.
Oh, you got? I didn't want that now. I thought it was for lunch.
No, because I'm leaving. At least you have something.
Oh well, a lot of jelly. You put so much jelly on these.
Not so much jelly.
Yeah, she made me some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Those I just love peanut butter and jelly. And we're getting this really nice bread down from Walmart now. I hope it's real bread, but the price on it's real good, and it actually tastes like bread. It doesn't taste like that crap that you can leave out on the counter for 6 months and there's no mold on it. You know, this stuff you leave it out for a half an hour and it's starting to grow mold, so it's actually food. You know, at least the mold wants to eat it. But oops, there's my chewing tobacco. But yeah, she's gonna go down there and get the paperwork for the kids. There's so much
Who's
paperwork
there,
they want.
Russell and Gary?
No, this is Ronald. Yeah, the
Russell?
kids went to school already, Ronald. They left an hour ago. Jumped on the bus. So
Ronald in Alabama?
Alabama. Greenbow, Alabama. You know, the Forrest
Maybe
Gump.
I'm gonna be your caregiver also.
Yeah, maybe. We gotta go ahead and get the one of them Bubba Gump shrimp hats. I used to have one of those, and I left it hanging in my truck, and somebody grabbed it. I was up in California, and I had my Bubba Gump hat, and I had it hanging on my gun rack, and somebody reached in the window and lifted my hat, and it was one that I had. I went to a hat place and had them custom make it because I got a size 8 1/4 head, and I can't get ball caps to fit. They sit on top of my head and look stupid. Well, this one fit, and some knucklehead stole it. You know, that was like my buddy. He had one of them original ping putters, and he went into the store and he came out and somebody stole his putter. And those damn things, you want to buy one of those original pings that actually went ping when you hit them, and man, they want $1,000 for one. And I was golfing with him one time, and I have a putter I've had since the beginning, and I just love it. It's a little short one, but he had this ping putter, and I said, "Hey, can I try your putter? Because you can putt left or right-handed with it." And he said, sure. And it just had this most beautiful sound. You hit it and it would go ping. And boy, I could putt with that thing. I had about a 60-foot putt, and I went ahead and gave it a whack. I look at the hole. I do like a Raymond Floyd. I'll line up my putt, and then I'll look at the hole and pop it just with my wrists. I don't do that big shoulder thing. And it rolled right up to the hole, like that far from the hole. And it made that really nice ping sound, and boy, I wanted that putter. But my putter I have is super short. It's only as high as my knee, and I do nothing but my wrists. I anchor on my knee, and I stand kind of sideways, and I was averaging like 26 putts around. And then my last year of golfing, I was averaging 24 and a half putts around. You know, on my little golf stat thingy, I would mark it. And then I had a custom one that I made round, and it was a rounded one. I used that for like chipping and stuff too. That was a cool little putter. But this original one that I had, I just putt fantastic with that. It was one I found in a junk box, and they didn't have the weights in it. The weights fell out of it, and it was kind of clunky. And I put a fiberglass stalk on it and a nice grip that fit my hands. I got it wrapped with electrical tape because I'm an electrician, and it's short. It's only 30 some inches long, and I just popped that with my finger, and I can putt, guys. That's one of the best things about my golf game is my putting. Except when I played down where Tiger Woods played, where he won his first Master. I got on there, and those guys are something special, because I got on the first hole and I went, oh boy, I got this, and I'm looking at this big break. Because you could either go and watch them play, or you could play the next Monday with the caddies. And I opted for that. The lady's husband was one of the first people. It's down Coscombe Hill. I can't remember the name of the golf course. And I looked at that putt, and I gave it a little tiny tap, tap, taparoo. And that thing went all the way around. It was making this big turn right past the pole, all the way down the hill into the lake. And I went, oh, shit. I scored 130 that day. That was, and boy, when you got off, if you did not hit the fairway, you were into cabbage. You were in some serious cabbage, and them greens were, man, it was like putting on linoleum. Those guys are really something special that can play that game. And I don't care what you say, they are athletes, you know, so. I guess it did make his putter flutter. But yeah, I love that game, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to play it again. You know, I used to be long driver. I never met anybody I couldn't outdrive. You know, met personally, I mean. Won some long drive tournaments, and I had one buddy, Sean, that could drive almost as far as me, but every time we got in a long drive, I'd always get him by a yard or two. My longest drive I had on the golf course was 399 and a half yards. I was sitting on the hole 9, and I put it just a foot and a half off the 100-yard marker, and it was 400 yards on a 500-yard hole. And that damn thing, I caught it dead center with my Kevlar John Daly club, and that was the one I had the shaft on it that had no grip. The shaft just got fatter, and you had tape that wrapped around it. And I gave that thing a mighty wallop, and I caught it dead center. And that thing went high in the air, and it just kept going. It just kept going and going, and everybody said, boy, that's a good one. And it started making a turn, and it landed by a bunch of guys up by the 100-yard marker, and we're looking for it way back, and the guys are, hey, it's up here. You know, they weren't mad or nothing. They were going, man, that was a hell of a drive, dude. And then I popped it on with my 60-degree wedge, and I got out of there. That was my first eagle I ever had in my entire lifetime. That was the absolute first one. And, but I hit that 60-degree edge like 2 feet from the hole, and shit, when I got on putting, if anything was inside of 10 feet, I just popped it in the hole. I didn't even think about it, just walk up and tap it in. And I just can putt. That's something from the beginning of my golf, and I always could putt good. When I was a kid, I used to go that putt all the time, you know, with the little rubber mallet and the stupid balls. But then when I got to playing golf, I used to use those Dunlop DDH 110 balls, and I could just smack them things just right and get it right by the hole. And I learned, I read all the books and I learned to look at the hole. Before I started looking at the hole, I would go past the hole 10 feet, or I'd be short, or all kinds of things wrong. And then I read Raymond Floyd's book, and he said, look at the hole. Line up your putt and look at the hole. And then I watched Arnold Palmer and Jack Nicklaus, how they putted with only their wrists. And them guys could putt. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna pick up that style of putting. And this big shoulder swing and stuff, too many things can go wrong. So I started just using my wrists, and I don't get the yips or whatever they call the yips or anything. I just get up there and it's a matter of fact thing. Just go up and put it in the hole. And I love that game. I hope I can get back to playing it one day. It's my absolute 100% favorite sport. And I don't care what you say, those guys are athletes. When you see these guys shooting under par like that, you just shake your head. You're going, man, these guys are something special, because it's a tough game. Very few people I know could shoot under 100. I know my brother used to always say, oh, I shoot bogey golf, but with his 15 mulligans and moving the ball and all that stuff, no, I don't think he ever broke 100 in his lifetime. What I used to call that is cheating. Yeah. It's not in the book. There's no mulligans in the book. You can't do that. If I hit a ball 2 fairways over to the left, well, then I had to go hit it back, and I've done that a few times. If I hit and mess up, I hit a big stupid draw, or I cut across it, and I can do some bad stuff, but I can hit it a long way and recover pretty quick. I think that's why my iron play got really good, because I was always in trouble and I had to get out. And I learned how to get out by watching them guys on TV. I'd see how they'd swing their club, and I'd say, oh, I'm going to try that. I was in the cabbage one time in the woods, and I had to hit it through this little hole. And I had watched Tiger hit this, like he called it his jackrabbit or whatever. And I took a swing like that, and it did. It shot right through that hole, right between the trees. But I came up short. I didn't hit it hard enough. And I snooted a 7-iron on that. And that was a pretty cool shot. But it's a lot of fun, because you'll have bad shots, but you always remember that one, fantastic shot. I was driving one time, and this caddy Abe said, I want you to aim for that limb on that tree right there, because if you can put it over top of that limb, it'll land on the green. And he'd seen how far I was hitting the ball, and I'm not kidding, I missed that stupid limb by about 2 inches. And when we got up there, it wasn't on the green, it was on the fringe, so that wasn't considered a putt. And I knocked it up right by the hole and birdied. I birdied that hole. Big dog leg left. Always the left holes I did good on. The right ones were the ones where I had trouble. But great fun playing golf. I had a buddy when I was in California. We used to go up to the Navy base, where they had a 9-hole golf course, and him and me would go up there and play all day. We'd see, he was 70-some-year-old guy, and we'd start in the morning, and we would play all the way till dark on the weekends. And he was my good golfing buddy. Him and I didn't get along at first at work, but then we got to be, we got to see eye to eye, and he was a lot of fun to golf with. He was a lot of fun to golf with, that fella. Just a real nice old gentleman. Good electrician too. He was a hell of a good electrician. And we got to be pretty good friends. He wound up getting Alzheimer's disease. I put an electrical service on his house. He had a rental house. I put a electrical service on for him and pulled the slack out of all of his line. And so let's see what we got. This is not. No. They don't start talking right away. It's a call center. Yeah, I had that damn hook. I'd hooked the shit out of stuff. Yeah, that's what was wrong in my game. But if I caught it just right, I could hit this beautiful draw, and that thing would hit the ground and run another 100 yards on the ground. I won a golf long drive. I hit 382 yards, and it went out. The first 2 went out and were off the fairway, just off the fairway about a foot. And the last one, I thought, crap! I teed it up real high and just swung away, figuring I wouldn't get it, and it just tugged the edge, and it stayed over there on the thing, and then it turned left. Right at the very end, it turned left, and I was about 1 foot inside, right next to the other 2 balls, 382 yards, and they gave me a little trophy, and I won. I think it was $50 on that hole. You got $50 back, and it was $50 to join, so I got to play the whole thing for free, 18 holes, and they had sand where you had to get out of the sand, and You know, of course, they filled the damn sand trap full of water, so that, you know, I didn't do too well on that one. And but they had it was a skills challenge. It was a Toyota skills challenge, and they had the last hole was if you get a hole in one, you won this little Chevy like the baby Bronco. And I hit. I was this close. You were way up on this hill, 100 feet up above the hole, and it was in mud, and it was this green little patch. And I was about that far from it. I took a 7-iron, and this woman came up with her grandson, and she hit a driver right in the hole. The thing went, boom, just straight in the hole. But they didn't give her the car. They said it wasn't right because she used a driver or something, and they didn't give her the car. I thought that was, boy, people were pissed off at that. There were a whole bunch of people. They were throwing clubs and screaming at him and stuff. And this, you know, this grandson that was with her, he was about 20 or something. He was like livid. He was really pissed off. You know, they didn't give the car away. And that lady, fair enough, she got it right in the hole, and that was it. If you did a hole in one on that hole, you won that Blazer, it was called. And they didn't give her the Blazer, and I thought that was a raw deal. And that's when I stopped going to any of them. It was all gimmick, you know, it was all a bunch of bull crap. But that lady, I was in the group with her, and she wasn't doing very well at all. And you know, where I was hitting maybe a 7-iron, she was hitting her 3-wood or a driver or something, little old lady, and she popped that thing right in the hole. I mean, it didn't even hit the grass first. It just flew straight, boom, right into the hole. And I was going, oh man, I wished I could have done that. Oh, you look nice. Oh, she's getting all dressed up for her, going with her buddy. Well, I hope she gets her paperwork and we get this thing sent out and she can become a citizen of the United Snakes of Vespucci. A lot of people don't know that. This country was named after Amerigo Vespucci. I remember all this trivial bull crap. You know what I mean? I don't know. That was like, what's his name's favorite horse, Bucephalus? Oh, you got your good shoes too. You look very nice today.
You're just hungry.
No, not really. I'm not hungry at all, but thanks for making me the peanut butter and jelly. I'll save them till
Make sure you stay
lunchtime.
alive when I come back.
I hope so. I hope I'm still alive when you come back. That would spoil my day. Somebody sent us some damn tennis shoe. They're like a work shoe, size 6.5. A little bit big for Dorothy, but they're like a Corfam shiny black, and they're steel toes. And they're a little bit big for Dorothy right now, but they'll fit her probably next year. And we're gonna keep them. I don't know who sent them to me. I ordered one of these back things so I could stand up straight from Amazon. And now all of a sudden they're sending shirts and all, and it's not coming off of my bill. And people are doing the reviews. Somebody who was ever sending this stuff to me is doing reviews. I got those, and then they sent all kinds of weird stuff. Now we got a bunch of shirts for the girls that are coming. I don't know. I didn't order this stuff, and it's not coming off of my debit card. Somebody else is paying for it, and it's coming, and it's coming in my name. So I'm opening it. It's mine. Came to my door, and I'm getting a package every other day or so. And then the bank said we're going to stop this because we're seeing unusual activity on your card. So none of it's coming out of my card, but the stuff keeps coming. And then them shoes came. Well, who the hell here? I don't buy size 6.5 work shoes. I wear size 14. And these are like a tennis shoe, and they're pretty. Dorothy loves them, but they're a little bit big. So we got them in the closet, and that'll be nice if she gets in trouble at school. You boot somebody with a damn steel toe, they're hurting. So, but that's the way she goes. But my little sweetie, she's in school, and I'm so happy that all the kids are doing well. And Gary, thanks for the cup. I keep thanking you for this. I love this cup. Same color as my motorcycle. I love green. That's my favorite color. And my motorcycle, when I went down to the shop, I was looking at the Suzuki DR, of course, which I love. And then I looked at the XR 650. And then when I saw that big green KLR, I was like, that's it. That's me.
She gave me this one.
No, very nice. But yeah, I just love that KLR. I know they have problems with the doohickey. I'll get that straightened around with that new one. I got the thermal
babos.
bob coming. Okay, sweetie. Hope you have a good day.
Babus.
Bye bye. Oh, and you got your nice jacket. You looked cute when you came to the hospital that one day. You were all mad and you had your little hat on and your navy jacket.
You're
That-
still cranky for me.
Yeah, but you still look good. My little chubby girl. Huh? Strong as a bull, though. I don't want to get in a fight with her because she'll probably kick my ass now. I couldn't beat my way out of a paper bag right now.
I'm not that bad.
No, she's not that bad. She only beats me with a loaf of bread. Huh?
Yes.
Yes. Oh well. Yeah, we get by. I'm glad she's taking good care of me because this has been a real shit show, this cancer thing, guys. I don't wish it on anybody. And I hope this clears up. And I'm going to do a lot more reading about the ivermectin. These patches things they gave me are absolutely worthless. You know, I'm taking all these pills that make my food taste like shit. Peanut butter tastes like peanut butter, though. Peanut butter and jelly. I just love these sandwiches. But
Kaya
they,
put that.
I guess so.
Wala, gagawin akong ba?
But they put, they give me these dang steroids that makes my sugar go all out of whack. I got that sugar monitor I got to check every morning. And that damn thing's harder than hell to open. Neither one of us could open it. Excuse me. But we couldn't get it open. We couldn't get the box open. We had to get Maddie to come in there with a screwdriver and pop it open. So I just leave it sitting open now. And I take them damn steroids. I got to take 11 of those. And every time I take them, they make my sugar go up to like 350. And you know.
Babus, mister.
Okay, sweetie. You have a good trip. She's going. Her buddy's going to take her up to Social Security. I guess she's going to get the paperwork for the kids, and we got to get their money transferred to a bank here because we can't get to it right now. Excuse me. I got a whiz, and it's always like urgent. Every time I got to pee, it's urgent. Oh, and I can't get these pants unlooped. And this stupid double belt. I hate this damn thing. Oh. Damn it. Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, I'm drinking a lot of water. They want me to drink a lot of water to keep my kidneys clear. But it's good and clear, so you know they're starting to function better. I didn't have to do the dialysis or anything like that. But I can't run the buttons with a zipper on these stupid pants. But I'm glad they're big. I could just pull them right down. It's heck when you get old and you get problems like this. You know, these stupid hands not working. I can't grab anything. You know, I got absolutely no strength. I couldn't pull my clutch pedal back. I couldn't run the screwdriver to get the screw loose on the bike to get the other clutch perch off to put my righteous stunt clutch on there. You know, those are really easy to pull. I had one of them on that DR that I had. That was a wheelie machine. I could pull a wheelie on that, and you know they got the ball bearings in them, and the new one has 3 notches in it, and it can get you down to 45% of what the original clutch pull was. It's hard on the cable, but I'm going to put that on. Well, I'll probably have the dealer do it, and then have him put that longer arm down by the clutch at the box and lube the cable up real good. I always like to pull the thing out, pull the cable out almost the whole way. Make sure it's not frayed. It's got the little lead plug on the end. And pull it most of the way out, and then spray it full of molybdenum, the white lithium grease, and then shove that back through and bring it back a few times, and you can go for a year or so without anything happening to your clutch cable. It'll just run smooth and operate perfect for at least a year. And then every year, you know, come wintertime, I'd take it off, pull it out again, spray it, you know, clean it out. I would take WD-40 and just spray it until all the dirt and gunk came out, because it'd get brown in there. Clean the cable up really good, spray the cable with lithium, spray lithium down through the tube and put it back in again. And I was ready for the springtime, and I always had a real nice clutch pull on all my bikes. you know. Now the brakes are hydraulic. I was going to get that hydraulic cable, but it wasn't going to give me the let off. They showed a video where the guy went from 9 pounds down to 7. Well, that's not going to do me any good. I need to go from 9 pounds down to about 4. And you know, with my hand the way it's working right now, because I can ride it right now, but very short trip, because I just run out of gas in this hand. I got my hand squeezers. I've been squeezing, but I can only get it about this far right now. You know, and then this starts really hurting in here. So I'm working on it though. I'm working on that. Plus I'm doing these, you know, when I sit here, and you know, I'm trying to get my hands working again so I can do stuff. Well, I'd like to get a driver. There's a guy on Facebook right now. He goes and buys these garage things, and he found a garage that had like thousands and thousands of golf club sets in there. And one of my favorite drivers I ever had, somebody gave it to me. It was called a Warbird. It wasn't no titanium fancy schmancy. It was just a steel Callaway Warbird, 10 degree, with a steel shaft on it. It wasn't overly long or anything like that. And I had that driver for a couple years, and boy, I could just drive the ball perfect. That dang thing, I never had to worry about a hook or anything. I could hit the ball straight. I could hook it if I wanted to. I could hit a fade if I wanted to. But that was the best driver I had. And then I was playing it one day, and I gave it a mighty wallop, and the head broke off. And you know, it had rusted inside the shaft. So I reshafted it, and after I reshafted it, it was never right. You know, it wasn't the same. You know, when it was the original Callaway, it was great. So I sold it to a fella. But you know, I had some good drivers. You know, I had some. You know, I can drive the ball a long way. I always could. You know, even when I first started, you know, it may have not been where it was supposed to go, but it was real far. You know, I had one of those GPS, Callaway GPS things, and I would mark where I was standing, and I'd walk up to the ball, and I was always getting, you know, 320, 340. I could really drive it. Even my 2-iron, you know, I used to take I had a 1-iron for a while, and then I had that 2-iron from the 1-iron golf set. I could drive that thing 260, 280. You know, I can wallop the shit out of a 2-iron. Somebody said, "Oh, what's your best club in your bag?" My brother asked me one time. I said, best one I could hit is my 2-iron. And that's because it was the right length. And when you golf, when they started golfing, when they went to steel shafts, you know, golf used to be custom fit, and you had all the same length. Well, when they came with the steel shafts, they said, well, we can't fit everybody, so we'll make half-inch increments. At least the 1 or 2 clubs will fit them. And this 1-iron golf guy, he measures you, and everything's the same length. And if you look at a lot of the pros, their clubs are the same length. And once you get into the 1-length clubs, my iron play went from mediocre to really good. I mean, I could just flush my irons all the time, drop stuff on the pin, and sometimes too long, sometimes too short, but on, you know, right on. I was at a 105-yard hole one time, and I pulled out my 59-degree 1-iron wedge and dropped that thing right on top of the pin. Just boom, it almost went in the hole. And I walked up and taparoo, tap, tap, taparoo, and popped her right in the hole. And that caddy that was there, she was like, "Oh, that was really far. I never seen anyone hit this one so far." Because I'm saying, give me the 60. I called it the 60. And she's like, "Well, no, that's really far. No, it's only 105 yards. Give me the 60." You know, she kept wanting to hand me, you know, longer clubs. "I don't need that. Give me that one." And I dropped it right on the pin. I mean, dead on the pin. I could hit that thing really good because they don't go right or left. They just go up in the air. They go straight up. And I like that little club. And I had all of them were the same length. They measure them to like your wrist. And they put I took the grips that they had and put those big Tacky Macs on because my hands are big, and boy, I could really hit the irons well. That's the best set of irons you can get. But when I brought them to the Philippines, they corroded on the inside and started breaking. You know, they didn't put any rust corrosion on the inside of these shafts. But what I'd like to do is get another set of them. But you know, it's $1,000. I'd love to have another set of 1-iron golf clubs so that I can go golfing. And for an entire year when I was in California, my first year in California, I never took any woods. The only thing I took golfing every time I went was my irons. And sometimes I'd bring a 2, a 6, a 9, and a wedge. You know, I wouldn't take them all. I'd take just a few of them so I could learn how to use them. And then I'd switch up, and then I'd bring the full set sometimes, and they used to call me Iron Man. And these guys would drive with their driver, and I'd be sitting right next to them with a 2-iron. You know, I could really bang that 2-iron and just straight. That was a great club to hit for me. But once I got into the single length golf clubs, I started really hitting that ball. You know, you'd have to keep adjusting for the different lengths, and that's not right. But I did have some wedges that I had custom built that were a little bit shorter. I had a 65 and a 70-degree wedge, and that 70-degree was good for 45 yards dead on the money. I could drop that thing on a pin day in and day out with that club. And my 65 was good for about 75 yards. You know, if I was sitting, you know, I had that Callaway thing, and it'd say, okay, you're 72 yards, and I'd pull out that 65 and just give it a nice swing, and my distance would be perfect. You know, that was a lot of fun with those clubs. And for a while there, I was playing every day. I was playing golf every dang day. But can't do that no more. You know, out here in Ohio, it's cheap, and I imagine down south it wouldn't be too expensive to find a golf course to be able to go. I'd like to teach the kids how to go, and Faye was a caddy for 16 years. You know, she could teach the kids a little something. I'd love them to be into golf. It's a great sport. You know, a lot of fun. I know my son Matty plays from time to time, but you know, I'd like to get a set of clubs. I don't have a set of clubs right now. You know, they just all, you know, in the Philippines, they just all corroded from the inside, and it started getting bubbles in the chrome, and they started breaking. I'd hit them, and the head would flop off. And I had 3 or 4 of them break. So, you know, 1-iron golf, you need to do something on the inside of your shafts. But I'd like to get some rifle shafts, some of them 6.5 rifle shafts, and, you know, build my own set of those 1-iron golfs. You know, I don't have the heads anymore. I had the heads, but they're in the Philippines, still in the bag. I wished I'd have thought to bring them here, but they were so heavy, and my bags were already had 50 pounds in them. I would have loved to have brought them back. Yeah, that'd be nice. I would love to have, like, in my yard, a putting thing and a little chipping thing, you know, because I used to chip into a basket. I had a buddy when we were at the church. There was a big 4-acre field out behind the church, and we'd set an Easter basket down, and we'd chip into our Easter basket and see who could win chipping into there. Because that's if you got a short game, you're going to score. That's I think out of all of golf, out of all the swings that you take, your short game is the most important. You know, right there at the hole. The rest of the stuff you can make up for it. You know, if something goes wrong, you can make up on a bad shot, but you can't make up a bad chip. You just can't do it. You'll wind up 2 and 3 putting, and everything will go wrong. You know, but you got to have that good short game. So I used to practice that quite a bit. You know, I was always working on my short game. You know, even in the backyard. You know, I had a little tiny backyard, and I put a dang cup down, or I'd stick a stick in the ground and try to chip and hit the stick. You know, and you have to learn that. And there's all different kinds of ways you can do it. You could snoot it, hit low ones, and I've even used a driver for chipping off the green. And I got to get a good 3-wood. I had a couple really good 3-woods, but my favorite that I have is that 5-wood. My brother gave me, it was called the Big Gun 5-wood. He put it in a steel shaft, and just something about that 5-wood, I can just knock the living crap out of that damn thing. You know, I can high ones, low ones. I can make it turn right, make it turn left. That's one of the best clubs. It's one of my original clubs, just like my putter. All the rest of the clubs changed around, but that original putter that I had and that original 5-wood has never changed, because I can hit the living hell out of them. It's the perfect length. You know, and when you get into those, the 1-iron, they gave me a driver. It was way too short. I bought their 1-iron driver, 12 degree. That thing was a piece of crap. You know, that's for an old person that's got a 50-mile-an-hour swing. It's not for some guy who can swing over 100 miles an hour. You know, I can really pop the shit out of that ball. And my best long drive club I ever had was that Kevlar, one that John Daly used to use. I had a bunch of those, and they don't make those anymore. You can't get them anymore. But I wish I could find one. And this guy down at down on Facebook. He's got a whole garage. He's got a picture of this garage with thousands of clubs in it. He got it from a storage unit. And he says he'll make you up a whole set for $50. And I would like to go over there and just pick through his stuff and see if I could find a Callaway Warbird. I mean, there's just tons of different clubs, all different kinds. Now I'm seeing Callaway. There's a club on Facebook now that it's last year's model, and they want $19.95 for it, for a Callaway club. You know, you pay a lot of that stuff for all this technology, and nobody's getting any better when it comes to golf. But it's a game I like. I built clubs for a while. You know, when my gun shop got slow, I used to build sets of golf clubs and hang them in the shop. And I'd build kids sets and stuff like that. And people would come in and just buy them. I'd put them in a nice bag and hang them up on the wall. And say, hey, how much you want for that set? Yeah, $200. Well, I'll take that. And I was making, in the summer, I made more money on the golf clubs than I did the gun work. Because, you know, people don't bring their guns in the summer. They wait until the last minute before hunting season, and then I get swamped. And I got to get a helper to come in to help me. Instead of bringing it in the summer when I can have it for a couple weeks and do whatever they need. Nope, it's out of sight, out of mind. You know, that's how everybody seems to do it. But I did gun cleaning and stuff for people. I had one of them outers foul outs, and I'd clean their guns up for them real good. Some guys were pretty good. They'd say, hey, you know, I'm done with the hunting season here. Can you take my gun and do it like you did last year? I'd say, okay, same price, $50. And they're like, yep. And I'd put it on the foul out. I'd clean everything out of the barrel, all the copper. Put some rig in there for them, get it sealed up, ready for storage. And then come right before the gun season, they'd bring it back, and I'd clean it all back up for them, get all the grease out of it. And they're the guys who got their deer, you know. But a lot of the other guys, they goop them up with WD-40, and the damn thing freezes, you know. Some guys will never learn. But I don't know. I wish I had a gun shop again. I wish a lot of things I'd like to still do. I'd love to go golfing. I wish I could go golfing today, but heck, I can't even walk. Probably be, if I golf again, I'll be in a golf cart like an old geezer. I used to walk. I never would ride in a cart, even on the tournaments and stuff like that. I always just walked. You know, you're walking in a beautiful park. I mean, they got everything just real nice. When I was in Pennsylvania, there was a Manitou Country Club I played at, and then there was Country Meadows, which was my favorite course. Old farmer built that. Him and his son got an outing and got a bulldozer and tore the whole golf course up. It's gone now because he got a case of the ass, the old prick. He was an old prick. One time, there was a couple in front of us, old guy, grandpa and grandma, and they had this little kid with them. He was about 10. And they were golfing, and the guy was driving the cart right on the green and picking up the ball with the little plunger thing on the back of the putter. And one of the greens guys snitched on the guy, so the owner came out and was screaming at him, threw him off the course, and then threw me off. Why did you tell? I say, I told the guy to go on there. You don't pay me. You don't pay me. The guy wants to drive on the green. That's his business. I'm not doing it. And he threw me off. So I sued him, and I went to court. And he had to buy me membership over at Manitou and giving me back my membership at his course. And boy, he hated my guts after that. But I wasn't getting paid by him. He had people working there. You know, that guy wants to drive his cart on the green. You know, big signs 30 feet away from the green. This guy was driving his golf cart right up to the cup, putting these big ruts in there. And I'm like, buddy, you can't do that. And the old guy was like, fuck you. You know, okay, fine, fuck me. I just stayed back from him. They wouldn't let us play through, and it's like, gosh, this guy was a real old prick. And the woman was, too. She was a nasty old Karen. And, you know, they were giving me these filthy looks, and this kid was, you know, he was just learning how to play. He didn't know any better. And the owner threw me off, too. Oh, you should have stopped him. Well, you're not paying me. You are not paying me. And I took him to court. I thought, you know what? He's not getting away with this, because I gave him my $450 for my yearly membership. And I took him to court, and they mandatory made him give me that every year after that. The judge said, you have to give it to him. You cannot do that. He is not on your payroll. The judge was pissed off at him. But I think they knew each other in the past and didn't like each other. But he had an old farmhouse, and I remember he tore the old farmhouse down and took all the bricks and built a new house. He had that real nice clubhouse. And they had it was a nice golf course. It was my favorite. It had dogleg left on the first hole with big trees, and if you could hit a 7-iron, you could get right on the green. If you could hit it over top of them trees. Many times I hit the tree though, and then I was in trouble. But there were a couple times where I hit it over the trees and landed right on the green. And second hole was a big downhiller. I could get right up on the green on that one, even though it was 400 and some yards. You know, you'd hit the downslope and that ball would just boop, 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 right up on the green or in the back of the green. Yeah, I had a lot of fun at that course. It had some very interesting holes, and that's where I had my 399 and 2-foot drive. That was the longest drive I ever had that we recorded anyway. But I was there. I was there all the time. I had the membership there, and then Manitou was the other. I had a buddy, Tom. Him and me would play in the snow. We would make a hole of par 10 because there'd be little spots open, and they let us play anytime. They didn't care when we showed up. And then the pond would freeze over, and I would use the pond to bounce the ball off of, to bounce it up on the green on the second hole. My son and I went and played there in a blizzard. It was so funny. We were on the last hole, and it was 180 yards, and when this snow squall hit, and the wind was blowing straight in our face. And normally on that hole, I would hit like a 9-iron, you know, to get it on the green. And that day I hit a driver, and I came up 20 yards short because we were dead into this squall. And we had a hell of a thing. And then the one day, my buddy, I got there real early in the morning, and I was supposed to meet my buddy, and I saw his car in the parking lot, and I thought, oh, he's early. You know, so he just went golfing. He didn't want to wait, I guess. He was another guy I golfed with. And him and his brother used to golf all the time. And then when we got up, I think it was the 7th hole, he was laying there right in front of the hole. Heart attack. He croaked right there on the golf course. That was a bummer. We found him and called the ambulance, and they came and got him. But, you know, I went up and looked to see if it went in the hole. I thought maybe he hit the shot and it went in the hole and he had a heart attack. But no, it wasn't in the hole. It was laying up by the green. But poor guy had a heart attack right on the golf course. I guess if you're going to go, that's a good place to go because he loved the golf. Yeah, I had a bunch of buddies that I golfed with. You know, I'd meet him down there, and there was an old guy, Tony, that I golfed with. He was a hell of a good golfer. And then I golfed with this other old fellow, and he had this really nice crop of hair. And I thought, you know, he's an old guy. You know, he was 80-some years old, but he had this really nice hair, and he was a pretty good golfer. You know, I'd say he was a bogey golfer, basically. And we were playing on this real hot day, and we're on the 13th hole, and he took his hair off. He took his hair off, and he took a rag, and he wiped his head, and he put his hair back on. And I went, damn, that's a really good piece, buddy. I never knew. I thought that was your real hair. He goes, oh, yeah, I pay a lot of money for these. You know, that was so funny. That was so funny. I never knew it, but that was at Manitou. That was another great course. That'd been a golf course since the turn of the century. That used to be where I think it was J.P. Morgan and all his cronies played. You know, that was a really, really nice golf course. And if you played from the blue tees, whew, you were lucky to break 100. That was a heck of a tough course if you played from the blues. I always played from the white tees there, because even at the white tees, it was a very long course. And they had some beautiful holes, though. Lots of beautiful little ponds and lakes. And believe me, I found plenty of water at that course. But yeah, I love to golf. I hope when we get down south, Ronald, if they got some golf courses down there, I hope to be golfing again. If this goes away and my hands come back and I gain some weight, I'd like to start golfing again. You know, teach the kids, and if we have a piece of ground, it sure would be nice to, you know, have a little chipping and putting area where they can practice, build them a set of golf clubs. I like those one length where everything's the same weight. You know, and I'd like to get everybody a set of the 1-iron clubs. You know, they're just a little bit expensive. Unless you can, you know, if I can find a used set, I can get it for like $6.99, but they're just expensive. But that set that I bought from him, that really turned my game around, my iron play anyway. You know, I got really good with the irons after I got that set. You know, I was always having trouble with the irons and didn't want to use them. And then when I got that set, you know, there was instructions, you know, give it a good 6 months and keep working at it. And all of a sudden I started just cracking that ball, you know, hitting the spot on the ground. I used to go in my backyard and practice just hitting the tee. making sure I hit a tee right in the center because it would leave that white mark on the club. And I just constantly try to practice in the center, shorten my swing, and just try to hit that. And then when I started hitting the ball, I started hitting that thing right dead on the center. And they're a nice set, big cavity back set, and just fantastic set of clubs. I can't say much more about them than if you want your game to get better, you go to the company called One Iron Golf and you buy his set of clubs because you will get better. I did. My handicap went way down when I got that. I was down to like a 10 for a while. And for me that's pretty good, because I can drive the ball all kinds of places. I can drive the ball a county over. I remember one time I was 3 fairways over, and I had to hit back from 3 fairways over to the green, over all these trees and stuff. And I made it. But once I got them irons, I actually hit a ball off of a cow patty one time. Damn thing could bounce right on a cow pie right by a fence. And I was like, oh, crap. And I went in and hit that. And that day I was wearing white pants and I had cow poop all over my shins. But I didn't touch it. I played it where it lied, and I hit it on the green. I didn't one putt it though. I 2-putted that one, but I made it. But that was a good long drive. When I golfed in the Philippines, I had this one guy. He thought he was this big long driver. He'd hit the ball like 230, 240, and I popped a 2-iron way out in front of him one time. I hit it about 280, and I got up to the ball, and he's arguing with me, saying that was my second shot. I said, that was my drive. No, it wasn't. That was your second shot. And I didn't get on there because he disputed my thing. And the caddy was even telling him, no, he hit the iron from the tee. This is it. And he contested it, so I wasn't eligible for any of the prizes that day. How are they for prices, Ronald? Do you know if the prices are any good? Because I used to play at that one up at the Navy one up in California. It was $9. And once you were on the course, the lady told us, look, you don't have to pay again. Once you're on the course and you pay for 9 holes, you just keep going around. She says, you could just keep going around all day. We don't care. And I'm like, really? And so we'd play all day for $9. And then, of course, the hot dog truck would come by and we'd get a chili dog or a sauerkraut dog or something. We'd always buy a little something from them because they were so nice to us. And we'd get a can of soda or something like that from them. They had a beer wagon too, but I was never one. When I was golfing, I never wanted to drink beer. I'm going to golf. I don't want to. If I'm going to drink beer, I'll drink beer. But if I'm going to golf, I want to golf. I'm not going to drink while I'm golfing. That's no fun. But a lot of them guys do. I went to a tournament with a bunch of guys at work one time, and every one of them just got drunk. And that's not too cool. Yeah, more than likely those ones like that would be expensive. I played at one that was $20 in California, and then the one I played most at was $9, and then I could play all day there. I didn't want to spend a lot of money. And then they had another one. It was out in can't remember the name of that town. Outside, my sister used to live over there. They had a real nice public golf course there. That one was $12 to play 18 holes. And that was a nice course. It was a real straight course. It was for like a beginner's course. There were no big heavy turns or anything crazy. It was all pretty much straight holes all the way. The whole course was just straight holes. Not a lot of trouble anywhere. Some sand traps. Nice greens though, but small, very small greens. When you get into the nice one, they got these big monstrous greens, whereas you get into some of these public courses, the greens are real small because greens are expensive to keep up. And I had my buddy Tony. He was another guy who could putt really good. I used to golf with him all the time. Yeah, the military base ones are usually pretty cheap. And they're nice courses too. I played that military one up in California, in the desert. It was like an oasis in the desert. Everything around was just dry old cactus and scrub. And they had sprinklers, and it just had, the first hole was this big one that went down a big hill. And I could get on the green every time, and I never used the driver. I'd pop a real low 2-iron off to the left, and it would hit that curve, and it would just boop, 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 right down on the green. Every single time I played that, I could get on the green in one on a 400-yard hole. 380-yard, I think that one was. and I could pop a 2-iron on that green because it was all straight downhill. Yeah, I know that. Well, Jones was he was a hell of a golfer, but he got all kinds of problems with his legs, and he had a lot of trouble. But Bobby Jones was something. And more of these stupid. I don't even answer that. When I see it's coming from the call bank, I don't answer it. My sweetie made me peanut butter and jelly. She's funny. Beat me in the head with a loaf of bread this morning. Elder abuse. She's a goofy one. She threatens she wants to go back to the Philippines, but she's not going anywhere. She's working hard to get her paperwork to become a citizen. They got a thing here where I'm a citizen, all 3 kids are a citizen. They got a 90-day thing where if she goes and applies for it, in 90 days, they'll give her a permanent resident card. And it's a no-brainer. I mean, they were telling me over the phone, no, she'll get it. She's all worried she's not going to get it. It was like her visa. She didn't think she was going to get her visa either, and getting all upset and worried about all this. And the paperwork's, got to be like the Philippines. Everything's got to be perfect. Well, they don't need a brand new award letter. I have the original award letter I got last year when I started getting my Social Security. They send you that paper. So she went down and made copies. Well, they want original. So she's got to give the original, but they'll give all that back. You mail that in, and then they're going to mail all that back to us. And they did it before. So they have to have the original. So she has it. But she made copies for our folder. And she wanted to go down and get a new one. Well, she can't go down and get anything of mine. Yeah, I like fried bologna. We just bought some bologna, though, but we buy it for our big puppy dog that comes visit us, big old 150-pound Samson. He's half Mastiff and half Pit Bull. And he's this big 150-pound round thing. He's as big as Faye is. I got a picture of Faye and him sitting there, and he's the same size as her. He's a monster. And he's just a big old happy boy. He comes in here and wags his tail all over the place. He comes and sees me. He puts his legs up on my bed, and he'll put his head on my lap and just let me pet him. He's just a big lover boy. He's just the most beautiful pup. I wish I had a dog like him. And I don't think he would hurt a fly. Everybody says the pit bulls are bad. That's a big pile of crap. If you raise them right, they're some of the sweetest dogs in the world. My brother's got pit bulls and stuff, and they're beautiful dogs. I mean, I just love them. Some of them make the goofiest faces. I had 2 of them, and that one I called Daisy, that was the brindle. She was really something. Yeah, we have a George Foreman here. I bought one. I bought one from Walmart. They had it on sale, and I bought it just at 2. I should have got the bigger one because all the kids are here now, but it was just for Maddie and I then, so we'd cook a couple hamburgers or we'd put steaks on it. That thing was great to take those little T-bones and put those in there, and it cooked them up just right. Because Maddie and I like steaks. We had steak the other night, and boy, was it good. It was $17, but I thought I'm going to splurge, and I bought 2 rib steaks. And we cut them into 5 pieces, and everybody got a nice chunk of rib steak. And we had some potatoes. Dorothy is our mashed potato maker. She really does a great job on making them now with the cream cheese and smashing them up all nice and creamy. And she likes to do it. When we make mashed potatoes, she wants to be the mashed potato maker. She's quite a little homemaker, that one. And so we had the mashed potatoes, and that was really good. They tell me I'm not supposed to eat them, but I gotta have potatoes, guys. Yeah, I had George Foreman grills in the past. I love them damn things. What a great tool for the kitchen. And they couldn't sell them. They couldn't sell those things for $1 million until George Foreman started hawking them. And then they couldn't make them fast enough. But that's my absolute favorite boxer in the history of boxing. Because at 45, he came back and he won his title back. And I was like, gosh, dang it. And that was a great punch he hit Moore with. Pow! The first one was a little bit high, and then the next one just shut him off. thought that was really cool. And I'm telling you, he was out. And he played it. I mean, he stuck to his game plan. I do sometimes homesteader, the fried spam. We like it, but there's so much chemicals in it that, we know it's not the best thing for us, but it sure is tasty. We always buy a can or two a month. We'll have a little piece. I don't eat a lot of it because of the sodium, but a little bit. We get the, excuse me, we get the less salt one. And kids like it. I like it. Yeah, the air fryers are pretty good. I like it. I had, for years, I had a convection oven. And then one time I had this toaster oven. And my buddy, he bought this big convection oven that sat on the counter. It wouldn't fit under his counter because of his cabinet. So he traded me for this little $14 toaster oven. He gave me this $500 convection oven. And it would just fit a turkey. It would just fit like about a 14-pound turkey in it. And boy, that thing would cook fast. I used to buy those little banquet pot pies. You could cook those damn things in 10 minutes in that. They'd be cooked just perfect, whereas if you put them in a regular oven, it took 35 minutes. That was electric, plus it had a gas. You could hook it up to the gas, too. It was convection, it had that blower in there. And he traded me. I'm like, hey, I only paid $14 for this. I don't care. This is the one I want. Because he'd get up in the morning, make his toast in them. He lived in an old barber shop. That was my buddy Gene. He's long gone now. That was one of my best buddies. A lot of my buddies that I had they're gone. He got a big hernia in his stomach, and his belly just kept coming out and out and out until one day his guts popped out and he had a heart attack. Poor guy. But he had health problems. He had a lot of health problems, that fellow. But good guy. Hello, good guy. Old Gene Ashball was his name. He lived out when he was a young man. He lived out in the woods. He had a mother and father, and I think the mother died, and then the father remarried, and then the father died, and then that woman remarried, so that the kid wasn't anything to do with him. So she booted him out when he was just a young guy, and he lived out in the woods. Then when he was old enough, he went to Vietnam. And then when he came back from Vietnam, he didn't have anything, so he went back to Vietnam. And then when he got out, he got a job in the steel mill. And then he married this, when he was 50, he married this drunk chick. She was crazy. Cleaned him out, stole all his money. He had a hell of a life. Then he got sick. He had an aneurysm, and he had that hernia thing happen to him. He just had all kinds of problems, that poor fellow. He was always good to us. He'd come over every holiday and bring a whole bunch of food. And, come on, I want to share my food with you. He kind of became part of the family. And he was always around. And I used to go coon hunting with him quite a bit. And we'd always be doing something, going to car shows or something like that. Pretty good guy. But he didn't live too long. He only lived into his 60s and just all the health problems. But he ate at restaurants all the time, French fries and hamburgers. That's what he ate all the time. He'd come over to my house and we'd give him some good food. He's like, man, this is really good. But then the rest of the week he was eating up at the restaurant. He didn't really cook for himself other than maybe make toast in the morning. And then he'd just eat hamburger and fries like every day. And you can't do that to your body. You got to put some vegetables through yourself and other stuff. So his health failed, and I think it was mostly because of his diet. But I sure do love peanut butter and jelly. I could eat a couple of peanut butter jelly sandwiches every day. And if you're ever in the store and you see those ones, they're called Uncrustables. They're expensive, but down at the VA, they have a big tray. They come around. They always got 2 or 3 of them on. And lady says, nobody else eats them but you. So I'll take a couple of them. And those things are good. Those things are just really good. Smuckers. And the strawberry ones are the best ones. We got grape jelly now, but my favorite jelly is strawberry. And then that blueberry jelly that the lady made us. There's a lady here up, I think she's on the 4th or 5th floor. she makes jelly, and she sells it. Well, she had a little jar of the blueberry, and she come down with a tray, and I says, "Hey, you make that to sell or what?" And she says, "Yeah, I'm taking this over. This is for sale up at the one store." And I'm like, "What kind you got?" And I said, "Boy, I'd like to try that blueberry one." And she said, "Okay." It was like $3. So I bought one of those off her, and boy, that was the best damn jelly. That was absolutely my favorite. But I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her since then. If I see her, I'm going to buy 5 or 6 jars of that stuff, because you get to keep the jar. It's in a nice little mason jar. You know, not the big one, but the half-size one, the 16-ounce one. And we use them for glasses for the kids to drink milk out of and stuff. So, you know, that's kind of cool. Well, we're going a long time, guys. Hope you don't mind me just yakking here. I'm glad there's still some of you guys in here. I talked to that fellow from Texas one day I think it was just him and me for the longest time, talking about gun stuff. And it does me good. You know, I can just sit here and talk a little bit and get my mind off of all this minutia that's happening right now. You know, I just hate the way things are going. I wish I could get up and walk and use my hands again. I'm hoping it goes that way. But this stem cell thing, I think I'm going to decline that. You know, they say it might extend your life quite a long time, but I'm to the point where, yeah, it could end it too. It could end it in the next month, you know, while I'm getting it. So I don't want to take a chance on that with these kids. I'd like to be around as long as I can. I'd love to see my little daughter get married one day and walk her down the aisle, or wheelchair her down the aisle. Who knows what's going to happen with me? I do got a wheelchair they gave me. But I hope the good Lord gives me time to be with these little guys. Watch them grow. Got to remember something, guys. These babies are beautiful gifts. They're gifts from above, and you can mold them to what you want. And that's what I'm working on. I want these kids to turn out well and be successful. And I want them always to be firm believers in God. Me, we're not too big on pork that much anymore. We get it every now and again, but I'd rather have chicken, especially when Faye has this. She brought a whole bunch from the Philippines. I mean, she bought half a suitcase full because she knows I like it. But it's this crispy stuff. It's almost like a shake and bake. And I don't know what they put in this, but it is the best. There's no MSG or anything like that in it. It's crispy fry, chicken breading, and boy, you put that stuff on your chicken, and she fries it up in the ghee or coconut oil, and boy, I'll tell you what, that's the best fried chicken. All my life, I've been lucky. There's always been somebody who makes really good fried chicken, and I don't want it in oil or anything like that. It's always got to be fried in the ghee, and I don't mind coconut oil. You know, she gets this good coconut oil here, but I like the ghee. I'm probably going to get up and make some here pretty soon. I got the big pan. I got to clean the dust out of it and get some ghee started. And I don't have to stand up and watch it or nothing. I'll just put it on real low and just let it bubble the moisture out. You guys got to start making ghee. That's the stuff to make. It's great to fry in. And when you fry your eggs in it, just bring the whole pot over there. Oh, I hear Gilbert out there. But you just dip your bread in the drippings that are left, and it's just like butter. Tastes really good. And we sucked it up. And when you cook eggs in ghee, you know, where there's a lot of it, and it's not that expensive to make. And we'll put a big scoop of that in there, and that way you got the eggs are floating in that. You're kind of boiling in it, and they come out better, and they make it nice and dippy. And that's the way I like them. But she's been using the coconut oil, and that's kind of expensive, so she goes really light on it. And then we get eggs with snots in them, and oh, I hate that. I hate the eggs with snots in them. As soon as I take that, it's like, oh, yuck. That's not something I dig. I'm not Rocky where he just drinks a whole glass of raw eggs. Forget it. That ain't me. But I got my really cool cup from Gary. These things are like $50. They're not cheap. But Fin, Feather, and Fur down there in Middleburg Heights, they got tons of them down there. And every time you go in there, people are grabbing them up. And I see people all over with them. They're a great cup. I know Tropical Tim loves his, but they do keep the coffee hot, and they keep the cold stuff cold. They're a really good cup. And I love this. I love this green color. This is matching. I got to get a little rack on my motorcycle, a little coffee cup rack on my motorcycle. That would be a nice bike to have a auto shifter on it where you didn't have to pull the clutch in. Yeah, and that was the other thing when I was young. That's what, nobody used oils or anything. Everything was cooked in lard. My mother, I remember going to the store. She said, hey, run up and get me a pound of lard. And you'd get these, it was like butter. It was a big brick. You'd buy this big brick of lard. And she'd fry it. She'd make her pie crusts out of that. She would fry your chicken in that. And my mother used to make some of the best fried chicken you ever ate. I mean, that's the first fried chicken I ever had, and I've never had any better than hers. And that was cooked in lard. And I remember making the store trips, and now you go to the store, you can't find lard anywhere. You can't get it. You know, that's what you need to be eating. You don't need to be putting these oil in like some of these oils, that real cheap oil in the Philippines. It's a pesticide. You know, they use it as a pesticide. And then the other thing too, I seen in Africa, they're using Coca-Cola as a pesticide. People are drinking that stuff. People are using it to clean their toilet bowls. You know, it's a damn caustic acid that you're drinking, and people drink it all the time. I don't hardly ever drink that stuff. Once in a great while, it does have a good flavor to it, but I'm never one to drink like a whole bottle, a couple sips of it, and I'm good. You know, it'll definitely clear your throat out if you're clogged up. It cleans your toilets, kills bugs. I mean, it's some serious stuff. But dang, it's already 11:30. I was up early. I gotta go out in the sun. I didn't know she was gonna go to SS until before she left. A lot of times she doesn't tell me that she's gonna be going somewhere until the last minute. You know, usually if I'm gonna go somewhere, I'll tell her, hey, tomorrow I'm gonna go here or I'm gonna go there, but she'll tell me, oh, I'm leaving now, bye. I didn't know she was going with her buddy today. But going down to Social Security, she doesn't really need to. They're not going to give her the paperwork there today anyway. You know, they're going to mail it to us. So her papers that she's got to send in are, she wants to get the kids' monies transferred over here because they each get like $400 a month through my Social Security. And they say they get, you know, each kid gets half. That's baloney. If you have one kid, they get half. If you got two kids, then they got to split it. And if you have three, then they got to split that. You know, they don't give you, I wish they would, but they don't. Each kid gets like $400 a month. And you got to account for every penny of it. Every year they send you this paper saying, you know, what'd you spend this on and what'd you spend that on? And you got to give them receipts and all this baloney. So, you know, they're all up in your business. You know, it's something that you worked for and you paid into, but yet you got to answer to them. So I hate that. Yeah, we used to buy them little quail. I used to buy those little tiny and Cornish game hens and stuff like that and cook them up. We saw some in the store the other day, but I didn't get any. Kids don't really think much of them, but Faye and I like them. You know, put them in the oven and roast them. Stick an onion inside, a small onion, a hot one. Stick that inside of them. Stick them in the oven and roast them with the foil over the top. And then right before they're done, when you smell them, take it off and crank it up to 450 and brown them real good. Boy, I can eat the hell out of them. I'll eat 2 or 3 of those. But the kids don't like them. You know, they look at them like, what's that? It looks like a flying rat. So they don't want to even try it. You know, and that's a bad thing. I always like them to try something. You know, if you don't like it, try it. If you don't like it, I won't make you eat it again. You know, when I was a kid, they forced me to eat stuff that I didn't like. I hated that. And that's where I used to get, where I would sneak my dog in, and when nobody was looking, I'd put it in my hand and feed it to my puppy dog because she ate anything. I had a little, she was a Beagle and Cocker Spaniel mix, and she would eat an onion. Anything you handed that dog, she would eat. She ate some crazy stuff. And I'd get Brussels sprouts or something like that, and I'd just feed them to her, and she'd suck them right up. She'd hide under the table because she knew if she got caught in the house, she'd get booted out. So she'd hide right by my foot, and nobody's looking. I'd spit the damn thing out and put it down, and she'd clean my hand right up. It was Spotty, my little dog Spotty. She was a pickle, that one. She was a good puppy dog. The only thing bad about her is she liked to dig holes everywhere. Every time you turn around, that damn mutt was digging a hole somewhere. But I had a lot of nice dogs, and when we move, the new place, you don't have to pay. Here, if you want to have a dog, you got to pay $50. If you got 2 dogs, you got to pay $100. And I think that's the limit of what you're allowed to have. And then you got to pick up your poop. You don't pick up your poop, it's a $50 fine. But they got these black bags on every door, poop picker-upper bags. So that's really cool. But Moo, they play out in the grass, and there's some people don't pick it up. Moo stepped in some crap and got it on his shoe, and he come tracking in the house, and Faye she had a fit. She had a damn fit. And yeah, it's true. You gotta wipe your feet, but it's like the Philippines. These people don't pick up their dog doo. Yeah, those they got the little tiny ones at the Walmart. They're only like this big. I think they weigh about a pound, barely a pound a piece. And I think they put water in that to get that weight. And they cook up pretty quick. I mean, you throw them in the oven. They only take about 45 minutes to cook. You put them in there with a little water in the bottom, and it steams them up really good. And then you'll smell them. All of a sudden, you start smelling it and go in there, rip the foil off, turn it up to 450, and you brown them. Brown them real good. And then pull them out, and you just start eating on them. They're good. They just fall apart. It's a super tender meat, and it's the ones we always grab are the Butterball ones. They got Norbest ones, and they got this Great Value ones and all that. But the really good ones are the ones that say Butterball because they inject them with all that good stuff. They used to have this commercial on. Yeah, you don't want to buy these because they inject them with all that stuff. Well, guess what? Those are the ones I want. Inject some more. Because my favorite turkey in the whole world is a Butterball. You ain't getting a better turkey than that. And if it's injected full of all kinds of deadly chemicals, too bad. Because I'm going to eat at least one a year. When we were in the Philippines, we bought one turkey, and it was like $80. They had a small one for $60, and then they had the big one for $80, and I cooked that up for the kids, and they loved it. Maddie, he grabbed a leg. I got a leg. And we tore that thing apart. And we had the big wishbone. And we tore that thing up. There was nothing left on that turkey. The kids loved it. And this year I want to do a turkey again. We got a nice oven. And this new place that we're supposed to move to, it's going to have a brand new stove, brand new fridge and everything. Because I guess they trashed the place when these people moved out. So the lady said they're going to completely redo it. It's going to get everything new counters, new cupboards. And they're fixing it. Won't be ready till June. So I was like, okay, so we got to get our application in. I told Faye if she could talk to her buddy and get $70 off her so we can get our applications in. We can't turn the applications in without the money. So we got to get over there and get that so we don't lose that place. Yeah, I always like the stuff. Faye makes these things. She calls them dynamite. And they wrap them in like this crepe, and it's got a jalapeno pepper with ricotta cheese inside. And she makes them, and then she fries them up in the ghee. And they're a little bit tangy, but them are tasty. And you got to watch in the Philippines. You could get this innocent-looking little red pepper, and you take a bite out of it, and it's an innocent little red pepper. And then the next one you pick up, you take it, and your whole face is on fire. You never know what you're going to get over there. Some of them red peppers are so damn hot. And Faye eats the hell out of them. She takes them and busts them into little pieces, seeds and all, and puts them in with some soy sauce and pours that over whatever the hell she's eating, her rice or whatever. And boy, sometimes I took a bite of that and my face just completely on fire. Yeah, that Philippine dynamite, that stuff is great. And Faye knows how to make it. One thing about her, when she cooks, her specialty foods that she makes, oh man, That sinigang she makes, that's one of my favorites. And she bought a whole bunch of the sinigang packets. We can't find it here, but she's got a uncle or something out in California. He's going to mail us a bunch of them because you can buy it out there. You can't buy it here. There's a lot of Filipinos out there, and they have a store that has it. She can't find it here, but I'd like her to get more of that because that makes a really good Sunday roast. It's just like your regular mother's pot roast, except it's got a little bit of a sour. It sours it up. It's a vinegary taste, and it's just absolutely fantastic. Tenderizes the hell out of the meat. Yeah, ma'ams. I always grew peppers. I grew peppers all the time. I grew ghost pepper one time. I just had one plant in a pot, and then I put it over in the edge of the garden. Kind of not all in the direct sun or whatever. And my buddy's dad come up. I can eat any pepper. There he is. I don't think you can eat these ones. And this one came out. It came out almost like a see-through grape. And it looked like a little green bell pepper, but it was only this big. And it come off the flower. And I picked that off of there, and I washed it off. And I went ahead and I took a razor blade and I cut him off a piece. I said, here, you can eat any pepper. Try a bite of that. And he poked that thing in his head and started chewing it. And I'm not kidding you. I swear smoke was coming out of his ears. He was like, you're trying to kill me. Yeah. And then those things are hot. I took that and cut it up in little razors, and I was putting little teeny weeny pieces in my spaghetti sauce. And we actually couldn't eat the spaghetti sauce, even with a little teeny piece that big. I had to dilute it with more spaghetti sauce because it was so hot. And but it's supposed to be pretty good for you, good for your stomach and all that. But I don't like stuff too hot. Like another pepper I'm not really fond of eating. They're good on hamburgers. I really like them, but jalapenos. But I don't like jalapenos because they go in hot. Not real hot, but they come out hot. And so I'm not into them too much. I like the cayenne pepper. That's my favorite. Plus we keep cayenne powder. I just made shrimp Alfredo the other night. And the kids and spaghetti, if I make it spicy, they eat it. If I don't make it spicy, don't make it spicy. They won't eat it. So if I make it spicy, they eat it. So what I do is when I made the Alfredo, I got the really good thing of the classic Alfredo. I fried up the shrimp, a whole bunch of them, a couple bags of shrimp. I fried that up in butter, got them a nice color. Then I dumped the Alfredo on top, and then I took the cayenne pepper and I just sprinkled it along the top. And then I put some Cajun seasoning on there, and I stirred that up, and we had that. And I'm telling you what, it was gone. It was spicy, but them kids sucked that up. I mean, they like the spicy stuff. They're and they just kept eating it. And I went in there. I was going to go get another bowl, and I went in there, and it was gone. Them kids scarfed that up. So, yeah, they got a lot of these Scoville's readings on the peppers and stuff. That ghost pepper was the hottest pepper I ever grew. I only ever grew it 1 year. And then my buddy grew some, but his came out orange. Mine came out like a gray, almost like a translucent gray. I guess maybe because of my soil. I had a lot of horse manure in there and coffee grounds and stuff. But his was in just his garden. He didn't use a lot of. He used Miracle Grow, and his came out orange. And I don't think they were quite as spicy as mine. But his dad ate that, and it was like, forget that, you're trying to kill me. And it was, you just gave him a little tiny sliver. With a razor blade, I just cut a little sliver. Those things were just hot. And I got it on my fingers. Oh, man, you get that stuff on your fingers. I was canning one time and putting peppers in the can. And when I was all done at like 12 midnight, my hands were on fire. I was sticking them in the ice in the freezer. And then I couldn't take it no more, so I drove myself to the hospital. My wife wouldn't drive me, so I had to drive myself to the hospital. And the doctor came out. He had been sleeping. He told the nurse, he said, what the hell did you wake me up for? Go get him some oil. And the way you get rid of that burning, is you put, she just gave me some Mazola corn oil, and you rub that oil on your hand, and then you wash it off with soap and water, and then you put more oil on your hand, and when it stops burning, you're done. The oil hauls it away, and that got rid of that. My hands were on fire, guys. They were on fire. So no, I never seen this slap your mama seasoning, no. Now, my buddy Holcomb from Sweden brought me this really good spice. It was all in a foreign language. I don't even remember what it's called, but it was real spicy. It was like a all seasoning spice for whatever food you want to put it on. It said hamburger, fish, had pictures of all the stuff on what you could put it on, and soups, you put it in soups. And that stuff was good, even if you just put it in a cup of water. If you put a teaspoon of this in a cup of water and drank it, it was like drinking a real nice soup. Real good spice. I wish he'd brought me a couple bags of it. Oh yeah, you don't want to go. You don't want to go to pee. No, no. Or rub your eyes or anything or touch anywhere. But the oil will take it off. If you put oil on there and then wash it off with a good soap, that doctor knew his stuff, and I got rid of that. Yeah, but that's our favorite peppers here. We all like the cayenne peppers. They're really good for the intestines. They keep you cleaned out good, and they don't come out hot. And that's one I always grew in my garden. I always had a real nice cayenne peppers. And I used to grow some nice big ones too. You know, I had a buddy that had a horse farm, and there was lots of sawdust, and I'd go dig down on the bottom for the burnt horse manure, and I'd chill that down into my garden every year. And then in the winter, I'd put the rye grain in because that digs way down and brings the nutrients up. And then in the springtime, I'd till all that under a couple times and plant my garden. And I couldn't believe the stuff I got out of that garden. I mean, I got so much food out of that garden. We were giving it away. We would give bags and bags of stuff away because we couldn't eat it all. And I started canning. We started canning tomatoes. We started canning beans. You know, the corn. We started canning a whole bunch of stuff because it just was so much in the garden. And I learned a trick about corn too. We had a big storm and it all fell over. And I was going to stand it back up, and my neighbor said, "Don't touch it. Don't touch it. You touch it, it'll all die." He said, "Just leave it like that." And sure enough, it turned itself back up to the sun, and we had, that was that Silver Queen corn. It was all fall over from this big storm at the 4th of July, but it made it, and we were eating corn on the 4th of July. I used to plant my corn real early, and some mornings I would come out, there'd be frost on it. Well, the cold don't hurt the corn, but the frost does. When the sun comes out, it's like little magnifying glasses. So I'd get the garden hose out, and I'd just wash the frost off. I would wash the frost off the corn because I'd plant at the end of March. So yeah, I used to make the hot pepper juice. I'd get like an old whiskey bottle with the big thing, and I'd stuff it full of peppers and vinegar and put dill in there and a bunch of little spices and stuff like that, and then pop a little hole in the top, and you can sprinkle that on top of your food for a little bit of extra added spice. Faye keeps that around here too. She just keeps adding peppers to it and stuff, and it make a good sauce. We always had it in the Philippines too, because they like their hot stuff over there. I know Faye, she goes through the hot stuff like crazy. I mean, she'll every meal she'll have something hot. Even when she eats just rice, she'll chop up them little cayenne peppers in there. And she wants to grow them. And if I can get down south and have a garden, I'm definitely want to have some peppers. And Matty, he wants to grow a garden. He's all stoked about having a garden. You know, and of course, we get down south, he wants a dirt bike. And I'm like, yeah, I'm all for this kind of stuff. I had a dirt bike when I was a kid. You know, and I'd like him to have all that kind of stuff. You know, me, when I was young, I never had no helmet or nothing. I just raced that dirt bike all around. Nothing. I had the Husqvarna 400, 3 inches of suspension travel. And then back then, that was a dirt bike, dude. That was top of the line. But that thing had some get up and go in it. The handlebars all rusted out and everything. And we took a weight bench. It was a weight bench bar, and we heated it up. We had to pump air into it to bend it. And it was the perfect size for fitting on the handlebar, and that was my handlebar. And then we had to drill the end out for the throttle tube, and then that didn't work, so I had a thumb one like they do on the quad runners to pull the cable. And that was a pretty cool bike. Yeah, we like the collard greens too. I'm not allowed to eat them now with this blood thinner. I think I ought to just throw the blood thinner in the garbage and eat the collard greens because they thin your blood. You know, but they want you to eat the damn petrochemical, and I guess I'm towing the government line now. But you know, this stuff, you get cancer, it does. They scare the crap out of you to get you to take this stuff. That's what's happening. You know, because they basically said, look, you don't get something done, you're going to be dead. You're going to be dead in a month. Your kidneys are shutting down. Your body's shutting down. If you don't get this taken care of, you're going to be dead meat. And that scares the crap out of you. I'm sitting there going, fuck. And it's okay. Give me the stuff. And then I couldn't get my insurance worked out, and they couldn't help me. They said, hey, go over to the VA. And then I go to the VA, and they say, oh, you were never in the military. You were in the reserves, because all my paperwork got lost. And hey, and it's like, gosh, dang it. Well, finally, they got me on it. Better late than never, I guess. But, it's turning, I guess they're telling me it's turning around. I hope so. I can't tell. A little bit. A lot of the things that were wrong aren't so bad, like the shoulder now. I can get my arms over my head. Not 100% yet, but I've been doing stretching at night, and in the mornings when I wake up, I try to stretch this all out and, get back to some flexibility. But this neck, I got this, right where I got that spot, when they showed me the scan, right exactly where I got that spot, that's where I got the worst crick in my neck, and I can't get my shoulders back. I pull my shoulders back, it's like pinched. That's why I wanted to get that strap thing to pull my shoulders back. And instead of sending me that, they're sending me girl clothes and work boots for a kid. I don't know what the hell went on with that. But you buy stuff off of Facebook, you never know what you're going to get. I bought a jacket for my wife. It was for her birthday. It never came. They took the money and it never came. And then I complained to the credit, because I put it on the credit card. I complained to them saying, hey, I never got this. And the credit card company put the money back, because it was $100 for that jacket, but they never sent it. So I'm not big on buying anything off of Facebook. I think 99% of it is all bullshit. Yeah, I know, but they just scare the shit out of you, and I had to get something done, and I couldn't get the ivermectin treatment because it's experimental here. I do know of a fella. I was reading about him. He got the same thing, and he went to Germany. I guess he's in Germany now getting the ivermectin treatment, because they're doing that over there, and they're curing him. He's getting better. He was on the YouTube saying about how much he's better, all his functions getting back up to normal and all that. And I wished I would have had the money to go there and done the ivermectin one instead of this. At least it's not killing me. I mean, like the doctor said, he said, look, I'm poisoning you half to death. And that's basically what they're doing. They're putting deadly poison in me. Chemo came from the buzz bombs of World War I. So it's some nasty stuff. It doesn't just kill the cancer, it kills all kinds of stuff. And they gave me that shot in the belly, and I'm doing it. I wish I didn't have to do this, but at the time I didn't have a choice. I mean, they're telling me you're done for. You're going to be dead. Your kidneys are going to shut down. You're going to die. Yeah, just like that. I mean, this doctor was as matter of fact as you could be. He says you'll be dead in a month. You'll be dead in a month. You need to get something done now. And then I finally got over to the VA, and after a couple of weeks they got it. But when I got in there, they said, man, your kidneys are like 99% shut down. They're not working. And you can't tell. You don't know. I didn't know that there was anything wrong. They didn't hurt or anything like that, but I was completely stopped up from them cells that were all messed up and broken. My body was trying to fight this cancer off, and it was being overloaded. So it was sending out these real bad antibodies that were all broken. It was trying to make them too fast to kill this thing, and it was sending out broken ones, and the only way to get out of the body was for them to go through the kidney and stop the kidneys up. It was just like drinking that drink when they were making it in this bar with radiator fluid and killing all these people. And the girl was making these drinks. Everybody liked the drinks, and these people's kidneys were stopping up. And then they give you this stuff to go to the bathroom. Look at this stuff. This is what they wanted to give me to go to the bathroom. I didn't take any, but they gave it to me. Polyethylene glycol. That sounds like I want to put that in my body, to make me go to the can. It's like, I don't know about some of this stuff they want to give you, all this petrochemical bullshit. It just scares the hell out of me, the stuff they give you. And they don't have to take it. Yeah, I did a lot of stuff. I planted my gardens always early. Another thing you can plant real early is peas, snap peas and stuff like that. Those things will grow up through the snow. I remember planting that in March and we had a big snow and they were popping up through the snow, you know? So those things always grew. We always had lots of peas and stuff. I love those little snap peas. And then I used to do my beans. I used to make a wooden, like a trellis, and let the beans climb up on there. And then the kids could walk in like the little house and pick all the beans off. But I did go to the Philippines. They got them beans that are like 2 or 3 feet long. And I brought some seeds back thinking, well, I'm going to grow them in the States like that. And I planted them and they came out like regular beans like we have here. They didn't grow long. Uh, I don't know about them stem cells, Em. I did a bunch of reading on that on Google last night, and I don't know about that. That stuff it can kill you. You can die from that. You can die from getting a stem cell. It said on there your body can reject it up to 2 years later. And there's just so much crap going on with that I'm thinking I just might pass on that one. I'm supposed to go talk to them on I think it's the 10th. They're going to send a vehicle out, and I'm going to go talk to those stem cell people. It's a different hospital, and I might just pass on that because there's too many things that can go wrong, you know. And me, I had chicken pox when I was 57, and I've got the shingles virus in me. And while my white blood cells are dead, you know, they're taking these ones out of me and then they zap my cells. I could get that. I could get the shingles. I can get a cold, kills me. It just had a whole list of stuff that could go wrong. Scared me out of it. Reading Google. Go get on Google and Google stem cell transplant. And I think I'm just going to pass on that. Hopefully my body will throw off all this deadly chemical they put in me, and you know, this don't come back. But you know, I could take a chance on this stem cell and live another 10 years, or do it and maybe live a month. And I'm not a gambler. I'm just not. Yeah, it's. I Googled it. I Googled it last night, and I sat up here and read till about midnight, and I was reading all about it. And it's just there's just too many negatives. There was too many negatives on it for me. You know, and it would be my luck that I'd get some kind of damn infection and croak. You know, die of hey, there's Matt. He died of a cold. Yeah, because they're wiping your immune system out. They put you in a big radium machine and they just kill all your white blood cells. Boom, one shot. They give you a zap and it just kills them all. And then they got to put these ones back. Well, what if the ones they put back die, or they lose them, or the lady drops the jar? No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to take a chance on that. Yeah, I used to grow those russet potatoes too, Ronald. Those are the ones that we all like the best. Yeah, thanks, Shatia. Yeah, I hope everything works out, but I do think I'm going to pass on that stem cell. It just, I read all that stuff last night and it just scared me. You know, I've just got to sit and talk to the good Lord and decide what's going to be best. You know, I think I'm going to be here as long as he wants me to be, and whether I get stem cell or not. So, you know, I'm going to go ahead and probably pass on that. You know, I remember I had an uncle that he didn't get chicken pox. It's the same age as me. I got him when I was 57 years old. The kids got him, and then I got him. I never had him when I was a kid. And my uncle had him when he was 57, and when he was 70, he would get the shingles. And that poor guy, I remember how he suffered with that, because he lived with us and we took care of him. And his sides would leak and he'd stick to the bed sheet, and we'd have to get water and peel him off and help him to the bathroom. I mean, the poor guy was in such bad shape, you know, and that's a horrible thing to get. And it's when he would get down, you know, when he would get sick and get down. So I got to be real careful I don't get sick and get down. And if they wipe my damn immune system out, them shingles can pop up. And I ain't into that. And there's a bunch of reasons why you won't get that. You know, they tell you on the Google, if you've got this or you've got that, don't get the stem cell transplant. And so I'm inclined not to take it. I'm inclined to just say, well, you know, I'm going to pass on that. I know the doctors want you to do it, but $75,000, I think that's why they want you to do it. not because it may be any great benefit. It's just because it's a big windfall for them in money. And now that I got insurance in place, it seems all of a sudden I was supposed to do 8 courses of chemo, and now they want me to do a whole bunch more just because my insurance kicked in. Yeah, I used to make those little tiny round red ones. They get about this big. They look like big grapes is what they look like. Big red grapes. And we used to make them, boil them up, leave the skin on them, wash them real good, boil them up, leave the skin on them. And boy, you put some butter on them and a little bit of gravy, and those things were, just eat the hell out of them damn things. The skin tasted real good. Those are real good. I like baked potatoes too, but don't eat the skins. That's for sure. And then there's string beans. I love string beans. I could eat those damn things every day too, but they don't want me eating that stuff now. They don't want me eating a lot of green stuff. But I got my green coffee cup, so I'm happy. Well, you guys saw it on here, though. My wife did beat me in the head with a loaf of bread, so and that's elder abuse. Yeah, I'm just not. What I read last night, it had to be about 75-80% bad compared to 25% good. The possibility of it working real good. And I did talk to a guy that had a brain tumor in there, and he did a stem cell, and he said, "Oh, it's not that bad, and it don't hurt." And I'm like, "Nah, I don't think so." Yeah, shingles. I remember when my uncle had them, and now I would be prone to them because I got, I had the chicken pox when I was 57. Go figure that. And boy, that was a mess. All the kids got it. Mumu had it real bad. That's why his one eye's all funny. He was covered in them. Dorothy had them. It wasn't too bad. Maddie had them. It was a little bit worse. And Mumu had the worst case you ever seen, that poor kid. He had them bumpules everywhere. And then about 2 weeks after he cleared up, I'm thinking, oh, my poor little guy, his eye was all funny and he was pretty sick. And then I got him. I started growing these things all over me, and I'm like, holy crap. And I went down to the doctor. He says, yeah, you got chicken pox, pal. I'm like, oh, 57 years old, I get the chicken pox. And then he said, the rest of your life, you're going to be susceptible to shingles. And I'm like, oh, that's just what I need. Like I need another hole in my head. That's the way she goes sometimes. And shingles it's a liver problem. It's a very bad thing to have happen. I do remember my uncle with him. I remember his sides used to bleed and everything, back around his kidneys and stuff, and he was all stuck to the bed. Yeah, mine are in there, ready to wake up. I think so. I hope I never wake them up. That's why you got to keep eating right. I got to get out and get in the sunshine, and I'm not kidding, Ronald. That I'm serious. We got to get down south. I got to get the hell out of this cold weather. Once I get all this chemo stuff done, and they say I'm good to go, I want to head south. Hopefully, we can find a decent car soon, and we won't have to pack everything. We'll pack some stuff up, bring what we can, and maybe get one of them U-Haul trailers or something like that, and drag our stuff down there and find a place. Because the VA, we could stay somewhere. We'll rent somewhere for a little while, get an apartment somewhere until we find a house, and then get the VA, no down payment, and then we'll be putting money towards a house instead of just paying rent to somebody else. And then the kids will have they'll have a homestead, they'll have a base that they can work out of, and always can come back. If the shit ever hits the fan for them, they'll always have a place to come. And that's what I'm looking for these little guys. And I hope if something happens to me, Faye, I'll stay here, because I don't think they're ever going to do as well in the Philippines as they can do here. It's just not going to happen. And they're beautiful kids. I mean, my goodness, all 3 of them are just gorgeous, and they got really good dispositions to them. Moon was a little booger though. But still, he's the one everybody likes the best. You know, everybody who meets him likes him the best because he's very, very forward. You know, he's not shy at all. You know, he's a pistol. He's the most like me. You know, when I was little, him and I are the same kid. You know, but he's a smart cookie though. He's probably smarter than me. You know, and I want that. You know, every generation should be smarter than the last one. And it seems like in this country, it's going the other way. Every generation is getting dumber than the last one. With these kids, guys wanting to be chicks and gender reassignment and getting their winkies cut off. I mean, what the hell is that? Parents that'll do that to their own kid, mutilate their own children, they should be in a stupid nut house somewhere. The damn state comes in and makes me get insurance for kids, but yet they'll pay for some parents to have their kids' winky cut off. And the state thinks that's okay. You know, this world's just topsy-turvy, guys. This is just absolutely going crazy. Yeah, well, I know my uncle, he had them bad, and I remember that guy just suffered through that. And it isn't something that comes for a couple days. I mean, he had that dang thing for a month. It was a whole month that poor guy was down. And then he had him a couple times before he passed away. You know, he just kept getting down. He had congenital heart failure, and you know, he just had a lot of health problems for the end because he drank too much. He was another one. He'd come home from work and half a gallon of Kesslers and a 12-pack. And he'd always leave this much Kesslers in the bottom and one can of beer. So he could tell everybody, I didn't drink that whole 12-pack and I didn't drink that whole bottle. And the next day he'd finish that off and open up a new one. And he did that every day. Well, you probably can't take that. You know, he was a welder and he was washing down his welding dust, but your body can't take that. You know, it's okay to drink a little bit, you know, in moderation, but to drink real heavy, something's going to give. You know, there's going to be a valve somewhere in your body that just plays out. You can't drink like that. Yeah, I know. Who wrote that? Yeah, Ronald. Yeah, kids are dumb. They're not teaching them anything in school. They're not teaching them anything about civics. They're not teaching them. They are not teaching them your Bill of Rights or anything like that. None of that. I had economics classes, and we learned about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and all that stuff. We had to do tests on it. There's none of that anymore. If you want your kids to learn that, you have to teach them that yourself. They don't teach it anymore. They want you to be stupid and get mowed over by the man. You know, and like how these cops are doing. You know, they're just totally disrespectful to the citizen, and they're supposed to be public servants to protect and serve. Well, they're protecting and serving themselves. You know, most of them are criminals and crooks and tyrants, basically tyrants. I mean, you see people getting arrested in cuffs and thrown in the back of the car because their blinkers out. I mean, this is absolutely ludicrous. Give them the ticket for the blinker. And then, hey, we want to search your car. No, you ain't searching my car. Get the fuck out of here. Then they get butthurt. Okay, get out of the car. You're going to jail. And they put you in cuffs and they throw you in jail and they tow your car and it costs you $1,000. You know, what the hell is this? It's just it's a money collection. They're road pirates. They're no different than the Somali pirates that are attacking these ships. They're no different. They're coming with the threat of violence. They got guns. They'll taser the shit out of you. How many people do they kill with tasers every year? They had the one lady, black lady, she was tasering this dude in his willy. Pulled his pants down, was tasering him in the willy. Another black guy, they tasered him 30 times, and she's laughing about it. He died in the back of the cop car. You know, because that messes your heart all up. It disrupts the shit out. And she just kept tasing him. And is she in trouble? Nah. Qualified immunity. He wasn't listening. You know, so we tased the fuck out of him. Nah, he's dead. Too bad. And they were laughing. They thought it was funny. Big wig. You know, that's the stupidest thing they ever did was make a woman a cop. That is absolutely 100% the stupidest thing in the world, to make a woman a cop. That's not how they were built. They are not built for that. I don't believe women should be in combat. You know, and they say, oh yeah, well, this was a staff sergeant and they were over in Afghanistan. Oh, how wonderful that was. No, it wasn't. It wasn't wonderful at all. You know, it just probably caused more men to die trying to save their ass, because that's a job of a man to protect a woman. So there's probably a lot of guys that got killed because of that one woman there, trying to save her because she threw a fit and got her panties in a bunch. They're not geared for that. They get afraid. I watched that one Chicano chick, that young black boy, little skinny black boy, beat the crap out of her and took her gun off of her. Dummy. Now he got in trouble for that. Well, not too many third world countries are better, but it's all petrochemical. They don't do anything else here. They don't want to try any alternative source of medicine. Everything's the petrochemical now. And you can't get all the rest of the healthcare, all the stuff that they use for 1,000 years, they don't use no more because they push this petrochemical because there's big money in it, and this chemo and all this crap. I would have loved to done the trials for the ivermectin to see if that would have killed it. Give it a while, give it a try, and then if my kidneys were shutting down, do whatever it takes to fix them, and let's try this. Let's see if it's a fungus and this stuff will kill it. And I think after this is all done, I think I'm going to start doing a regimen. I'm going to get a hold of a doctor over there, maybe fire my Magic Jack back up and call my buddy that lives over there and see if we can hook up with the doctor in one of them clinics and find out how much of it I need to take, or go online and just start taking it as a precautionary thing. Keep the worms down and keep the fungus from growing. But I'm all for trying something else than this chemo, because right now I'm on this big roller coaster ride that it's I don't feel like I'm getting better. Somewhat, a little bit. But damn, when's this going to end? They tell me, oh, you got 8 chemos, and then I find out I'm only on the second course of the 8, and I've got a never-ending chemo going now. What, I got to be doing this all the way till Christmas time now? Every Monday I got to go down there and get this stupid, stinking, burning shot in my stomach and get all these bags of shit that keeps my bones from growing, all this deadly poison. I mean, come on, when's it going to end? And then they want me to do this stem cell, and I think I'm just going to tell them no. The more I think about it, the more it's like, I'm not gambling. I'm not going to gamble on no damn stem cell, guys. I never was a gambler. I don't like to buy lottery tickets, tax on the stupid, and I'm not going to gamble on any games of chance. I'm just not built that way. I'm not going to do it because it's not set up for you to win. It's set up for you to lose so they can make money. And I think this stem cell, I think it's set up for me to lose. And too much. You got to look it up on Google. The stuff I read about it, I'm like, damn. Everybody's got to make their own choice on something like this. And personally, they can kill me. I mean, they come right out. They come right out and say, you can get this and your white blood cells are completely done. You have absolutely zero immune system and you can die from a cold, or get pneumonia. And there's nothing they can give you because antibiotics only help your white blood cells. They don't do anything on their own. They're just a helper. So if you have no blood cells that are fighting it, no white blood cells, what's penicillin or any antibiotic going to do? Nothing. It can't do anything. It just goes in your system and floats around and can't do anything. It's a helper. So, I'm reading this and I'm like, man, I don't want to cut off, my God-given immune system just because they can. They zap you. They zap you and kill it all. I mean, they kill all your bone marrow. And I'm like, oh, that's your marrow. They always say down to the marrow. And man, it just, my common sense is telling me it's not a good idea. That's what everything in me is saying about this stem cell thingy. Now I know they take stem cells out of the baby's umbilical cord and they put that in for different things and stuff, and your body can reject that. I was reading a bunch about that, and stem cells from other things that they can put in you. But and I've heard of people who've gotten it and they've got no problem, but it'd be just my luck, for something stupid to happen, or give me a staph infection in this hospital, or choke on a meatball, you know. So, I, I just can't bring myself to agree to it. It just doesn't sound right. I don't tell me what you guys think about that, but I hope some of you guys look it up and read and maybe can help me decide. I know when I have a really good friend on here, name's Mike Simpson, and him and me were talking, and you know, I was in a lot of trouble, and he said, hey, you know, maybe this happened for a reason, and you should get your wife there. And that basically got us back together, you know, and it was me. I was just in a fit. I knew something was wrong with me in the Philippines, and I was just cranky as hell. I wasn't right. Wasn't saying too much about it, but I just wasn't right. Something was wrong. And then I finally just took Maddie and said, I got to get the hell out of here. Can't take it no more. And then I get here, and I come to find out a few months later I got bone cancer. So, and then I got down. And she said she'd always take care of me. And yeah, right. I believe that when I see it. And I called her up, and you guys all helped out and got her a ticket and got the kids a ticket. And out she came, and she's good to her word. She's 100% good to her word. And she's taking care of me. And I know I'm a rotten patient. I know I'm a rotten patient because I just am aggravated a lot of times and just hurt. And sometimes when she pulls on me this day, I get such a sharp pain in my hip. It's like, oh, you know, I'm like, careful, you know, and like when my shoulder was hurt, she'd yank on my arm and stuff. And she, you know, she's just trying to help, you know, and then I got to be a big jerk and say something shitty about it, you know, but yeah, I'm just an old crab apple. That's all there is to it. Getting old and shitty. I just wish this would come to an end, you know. And then like the other day, I'm not kidding you, it just depressed the hell out of me because I told the girl, I was all smiling. I said, I'm so happy this is my last chemo. And she goes, what? I said, yeah, this is my last chemo. She said, no, it's not. She says, you're only on your second course of 8 courses. I said, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, no, you've got a whole bunch more. You'll be back next Monday. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. She's like, no, there's like 4 or 5 shots in each course. And I'm like, oh, gosh, dang it. I'm not even halfway done with this shit. Like I say, I'm going to be taking this crap until Christmas time. You know, they're just going to keep poisoning. And they told me 8. Well, why didn't they explain that? Why didn't they say, okay, you're going to be taking 8 courses, and the first one's going to have 3, and the second one's going to have 5, and the third one's going to have 6, you know, and let me know what I'm going to have done. And I'd have been okay with that. But no, they couldn't tell me that. They just said 8. Okay, so I got 8 done. I'm done with my 8. No, now I find out I'm nowhere near done with my 8. And I'm just about ready to say, hey, you know what? Let's just make this be it. You know, I just don't want to go back for more of this roller coaster. You know, I get the damn thing and I'm fine. I feel good for a day or so, and then boom, I'm down again. Like this one didn't even last a day. It lasted a half a day, and now I'm down again. I could barely walk over to the bathroom. You know, yesterday I walked up to the store, which is not even a quarter of a mile away. It's about 1/8 of a mile away. I couldn't make it halfway. I was just out of gas. I had to sit down, and I'm just beat. I've got no energy. I'm like the Energizer Bunny with Chinese batteries in it. You know, I just got no power anymore, no strength. I got absolutely no strength. I can't pick up nothing. I picked up a watermelon the other day. It felt like I was picking up a bowling ball. You know, I'm picking it up thinking this thing don't weigh nothing, and I can just barely pick it up. You know, I can't get a damn jug with one hand. I can't pick a jug of milk out of the ice box. It's so stupid low. You know, if we move and we have a refrigerator like that, I'm going to put it up on a stand. Like I used to have my dryer on. I had my dryer up on a big stand that had a drawer down in the bottom to put your soap and stuff. And that put the front-facing dryer up in my face. And if we got a refrigerator and there's room up above it, I'm going to prop that thing up on something. Because I can't bend over to get down in the refrigerator anymore. I can't pick anything up off the floor. You know, I get down on the floor, I can't get back up. You know, I mean, this sounds really stupid, but it's what happened. I got stuck on the floor for a half hour one day until Faye came. And then she helped pick me up, but I couldn't get up on my own. Maddie was trying to help me get up. I couldn't get up. And finally she come out. She goes, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I went down on the floor to pick this up. I can't get up." And she hoisted my ass up. You know, she's strong. I am not kidding you. You know, she had 16 years of throwing these big, heavy Filipino golf bags where they carry their bowling ball and 5 gallons of water, and they put all the shit, and they make the girls carry them instead of putting them on the cart. So she's strong as a bull. I mean, she's an athlete. I mean, to be a caddy, to be a Class A caddy in the Philippines, you have to be an athlete. And she's got sturdy legs and strong shoulders. I mean, she is one tough little chick. There is no doubt about it. I mean, she's just like a pit bull. You know, she's a tough monkey. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I couldn't get up. Maddie was trying to help me up, and I just couldn't get any power to get up. And then when she finally came out, she just grabbed me around the middle and poof, hoisted my ass right up, just like nothing. And I was like, "Oh, thanks, sweetie." I was down for half an hour crawling around on the floor, trying to grab something, the couch, anything to get up on my feet, and I couldn't do it. I didn't have the strength. My arms are like toothpicks now. I got old grandpa flaps. My skin's all wrinkly and flapping like an old grandpa. You know, it just sucks. It just sucks really bad. And then I take a hit or bounce off the wall or something, everything hurts. That day I fell off my motorcycle, it shocked my whole skeleton. And man, I was hurting so bad. I was there, you know, and I know I was making noises like a little sissy, but man, did it hurt. You know, I fell right down like into a ditch, and a sudden stop. I'm glad I didn't break a bone or something, but man, I was messed up. I mean, it hurt so dang bad. It hurt everything, all the way down into the back of my ears and all the way down to my butt and the back of my knees, everything. I just hurt. I got shocked. So this kind of stuff happens. But I hope I can ride the bike some more. I hope I can ride my beautiful green booger. I want to get that thermo bob on it, get the center stand, get the clutch thing, get all that done, get the oil changed, and start riding this summer. And when the kids go to school, I'd like to put Faye on the back and show her where I grew up, and just take the side streets. Don't have to get on the highway, just putt around. It's not like I'm going to ride a whole lot, but you know, I'd like to show her where I grew up and the places I went and the things I did, you know, because I got to see all the stuff she did over in her country, and I'd like to see her some of the stuff here. And she's amazed at here. She threatens that she wants to go back to the Philippines, but she's not going to go. She's going to stay here. She just uses it as a threat when she gets pissed off, because she doesn't cope well with a lot of stuff. You know, she gets flustered a little bit too easy, and this is overwhelming. You know, now she's got a man that is in trouble, and she knows it. You know, and anything can happen, and I know that's got to weigh just as heavy on her mind as it's doing mine. You know, and the kids are, you know, Dorothy's asking me, "Well, why did you get that?" And I'm like, "Honey, well, why not? You know, anybody can get it." And she says, "Yeah, but we don't want you to die." And I says, "Me neither. You know, I don't want that to happen either." And she's pretty understanding, and I hope I don't, because that's going to leave 3 little kids really bumming. You know, because I love them, and they love me. I know they do. You know, that's something that God gave to me, was their unconditional love. It doesn't matter what, those kids are just hugging me up all the time, and they love me. They always tell me they love me. They give me big hugs, all of them, you know, and they're good babies, and I want to be with them for a long time. I don't want to leave them, and I hope the good Lord lets me stay with them for a good part of their life anyway. That's what I pray for every day. So I hope so, guys. I really hope so. You know, because that would be a big loss for them. You know, I'm a big part of their life right now. You know, I'm always messing with them and tussling with them. Dorothy, I can get her to laugh anytime. Just make a goofy face at her, and I got her laughing. She loves her papa very much. I know Maddie does. Moo, he fakes like he don't sometimes, but he does. He always comes up, gives me big hugs, and he'll sit by me sometimes. Sit on my lap and just hug the living heck out of me. He's just a sweet baby. They all are. They're all just sweethearts, and they're not too big for their britches. They love their papa, and they don't care if I'm holding their hands in front of all their buddies or they give me a big hug and a kiss when they go to school. They don't care. Some of these kids, their parents will give me a hug like that. Oh, and they run off like it's a bad thing. My kids don't do that. They'll come right up and give me a big old hug and a smooch. Bye, papa. And then go get on the bus when I was going out front. I don't go out front with them anymore. That hallway's kind of long. By the time I get up there, I got to sit down on the couch, and I can't sit down on the bottom. I can't get out. I got to sit up on the arm. But that's the way things are going right now. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ronald. Right now I can't put much weight on my right leg. The knee, it's not hurting that bad, but the inside of my knee is sore, and then this right hip is just absolutely, it's okay if I'm sitting, but as soon as I stand up, I swear it feels like I got a knife in there. Like there's a knife on the joint, and I'm just shoving it into the joint ball. It just hurts like heck, and now it's spinning all the way around to the center of my back. It's worse than it was. And this stupid patch that they gave me, well, I got one on, but I ain't gonna bother next week putting another one on, because it's about worthless. It worked for a few hours, and that was the end of that. So why take something that doesn't work? It's just like that other pill they gave me. It didn't work, so what the hell do I want to take it? All it did was block me up. So those things are going back. They have a disposal thing over at the VA. I'm just going to bring it back and say throw them in the garbage. They gave me a whole shitload of them. I still got half a bottle. I think there's like 40 of them in there. I ain't taking them. I forget what the hell these things are called. They're called hydromorphone, 4 milligrams. And there's a shitload in there. But they're worthless. They don't stop any pain. And then I had those codeine ones. Those just made me stupid. Made my neck feel funny. So those were worthless. Gave me a stomach ache. And then now they got this patch thing. Well, it ain't working. When are they gonna give a guy that's got cancer something that works? I thought they had stuff for that. Give me some Demerol with some Vistaril. I'll walk to the moon and back. That's the kind of stuff that I know works. When I was in the hospital in Pennsylvania with my back, the doctor came in and was giving me that, and it was working a little bit. And I says, hey, you're giving a little 100-pound woman the same doses you're giving me, and I'm 290 pounds. How about giving me a little bit more? And he's like, I never thought of that. So he gave me like a double dose of it. And man, that stuff was working great. I was able to get up on my feet and walk around. Now you got to be careful because I had a pretty bad back, but at least it took the pain away. Yeah, the oxycodones. I know my nephew had a lot of them. You can get hooked on those things. I don't want to take anything that I'm going to get hooked on. You know what I mean? When I was taking that Demerol and Vistaril, I left the hospital and I was taking steroids, and I had to get out. I was in there for almost 2 months, and I finally just signed myself out. When I got home, I was having daymares. I was actually seeing stuff trying to get me, So, that was really a hard crash coming off of that stuff. So, I don't want that. I don't want that kind of stuff. I'm not somebody who likes to be high. I don't want to be high. I don't want dope, like smoke. When I was a kid, I never was like a weed smoker or anything like that. I don't want anything to do with it. And then when I was in there, they got alternative medicine. Oh, here, try one of these gummies. It's a gum. I got paranoid as a motherfucker. I'm not kidding you. I was like, lady, I don't want any more of them. Throw them in the garbage. You got a bunch for me, throw them in the garbage. They gave me like 8 of them. Throw them in the garbage. That gave me the worst high in the world. And it didn't help anything. It just made me paranoid and all freaked out. I'm not cut out for that kind of stuff. I know I got a brother. I mean, he smokes that stuff like some people smoke cigarettes, but I don't want no part of it. I never did it when I was young, and I just don't want any now. I like to drink beer, but I don't like to drink beer till I'm drunk. That's for sure. And I stay away from the whiskey and the wine. I like to have a little bit of wine with spaghetti, to help wash it down. But a glass, glass of red wine. We used to get in Philippines, we'd get the box of that wine and have a glass with spaghetti. I had some real nice glasses. And whenever we eat spaghetti, we'd have a little bit of wine, but that box would last us for months, And a box of wine. I remember watching that Jane Fonda movie. I remember when you were a weathercaster and you were drinking your wine out of a box. That was a wedding show or something with J-Lo. That was kind of a funny movie. There's a woman I can't stand. And if you see Jane Fonda now, boy, does she look fucked up. She got her face on. She must have had about 50 plastic surgeries because her face is all fucked up like this. She's all messed up looking, but old Hanoi Jane. A lot of people, you go down to the vet and mention her name. Them guys don't like her down there at all. Because most of those guys I'm running into are Vietnam vets. They're in their 70s now and late 60s, early 70s. And man, they hate that woman. You'll hear them in the waiting room talking about her. And yeah, get a hold of her. We'd like to end her. Bitch. They had them guys in there, gave her a note, and they thought she was fun, and she turned around and gave it to the captors, and the guy got his ass beat half to death. Yeah, I know that oxycodone and that stuff works really good. I could see taking a little bit of one, just to get the edge off of this. Wish my hands would stop hurting. It's like arthritis. I know I talked to my brother and how his hands hurt. I think he just has arthritis, but me, this is something else. This is something that's on the nerve. And that's what they're saying with the scan, that this blotch is right on the nerve that runs down my arms into my hands, because my fingers from my knuckles down are just completely numb all the time. I can't feel nothing. I go to grab something, it hurts. It feels like I'm grabbing a porcupine. Yeah, that James Fonda, she's a real piece of work, that one. Hanoi Jane. Loving it up with the enemy. And then poor pilots, the shit that those guys went through. I actually worked when I first got over there. I worked for Captain Stratton in the recruiting command. He was the guy that got shot down, and he had to say this spiel, but he was blinking SOS with his eyes, like that. And they thought it was really good. And then when they found out what he did, they beat the crap out of the poor guy. And he was a real nice guy. I remember going into his office, me just a third class, third class guy, E4, and he was just, come on in, and talk to him. He wasn't a real boisterous guy. He wasn't real loud or anything. And I'd sit in there and talk to him, and I thought, boy, what a nice man he is. Just a super nice guy. And he was running the recruiting command before Captain DiLorenzo took over. And he was just a super guy. He went through some serious trials, getting his ass beat in Hanoi, and didn't say too much about it, but I talked to him. I knew his story. And when I got there, I did some more reading. They had a book about him, and I read the book about him before I started working for him. And then when I got to meet him, you could go right in his office. Oh, this is the VA. Hold on a second. On Monday this time. Okay, well, that was good. I like that they call me and let me know, because I always forget. Yeah, I know. I remember when my aunt was in the hospital and she was dying, and she had that little blowhole because she smoked too much and stuff. And she smoked. She was dying, and she wanted a cigarette. That was her thing. She smoked, till you smoke yourself to death. And I remember I snuck her in some. I actually went down to the store and I snitched a pack of smokes, and I hid them in my pants. And when I got to the hospital, I stuck them under her pillow with a pack of matches. And she smoked them, and I got caught. I got in all this trouble. What'd you give them to her for? What's it going to do if she has a smoke? Cut her life off another couple minutes? That's what she wanted. And then I had an uncle too that liked to drink. I remember he was in the hospital. I snuck him in some of them little airline bottles. They're dying. They're not going to be around for long anyway, and that's what they wanted, and that's what they like. Let them have it. Why deny them it? Why deny them their last breath something? I never thought that was right. You're ruining their system. It's like alcoholics. Every drug that there is, they have you wean yourself off. But not alcoholics, boy. You just gotta cut that off. And you see these guys getting the DTs and all this kind of shit. No, you need to wean yourself down from that shit, just like any other drug. I don't get. And then these people say, "Oh, well, it's bad." Everybody thinks drinking's bad. Well, what the heck did Jesus make a big old bucket of wine for at the wedding? And it was the best wine they ever had. It's not bad. Have some. But like it says in the Bible, do all things in moderation. All things. Just don't do too much of it. But yeah, if somebody's dying of cancer and they're in trouble, give them all that damn morphine if that's what they want. Now, when my Uncle Vic was dying of pancreatic cancer, he didn't want a shot. He was a medic in World War II, conscientious objector, wouldn't shoot nobody. He said, I'm not going to shoot nobody. That might be my friend. And he didn't want to shoot nobody. So he was a medic, and he wanted his head to be clear. He wanted to know what was going on, and he didn't want that shot. And I remember after he passed away, they kept bringing it because it was a hospice thing, and I remember squirting them all in the toilet down in his basement. All that. I threw away a lot of that dope. They were bringing over 6-7 syringes a day for him, and I'd say, hey, do you want that? And he was clear-headed enough to say, no, I do not want that. And then at his last, he was laying there on the bed, and his right leg his leg started blowing. We were watching it like somebody put an air compressor in a valve and just started blowing his leg up. His leg just started, and it got like 4 times bigger than the other one. And I called my other uncle saying, hey, I think this is it. You better get over here. And he's like, yeah, you gave me a bunch of calls. He lived pretty far away. You people gave me a bunch of calls already, and he's still there. And I said, well, I never called you. And he came over, and my Uncle Vic passed away that night. But we kept good care of him. We didn't. We didn't leave him full of shit or nothing. Poor guy. He had pancreatic cancer. And he was stoic. He was real stoic, that guy. Beautiful man. Never got married. That guy never got married. He was a hell of a fellow, though. He was my favorite uncle, Uncle Victor, on my mother's side. Tough old dude, too. Same height as me, strong as an ox. And then he wound up getting that pancreatic cancer. They got these slurry ponds, they call them out in Missouri. Everything's rock out there. I got a cousin where he dynamites these huge rocks, and you can build a house on them. These rocks are so big. And they just run a big pipe out into a slurry pond. Well, that gets into the groundwater, and then people are unless you filter that water and run reverse osmosis, you're basically drinking sewage. And a lot of them people out there in that area, they get pancreatic cancer and die because they're drinking sewage water. He would drink right out of the faucet. No filters, no reverse osmosis, no nothing. And like these kids, I don't let them drink any of the water at the school. We got the reverse osmosis on the sink, and they take water with them. And I don't let them drink out of the fountains there. My kids, when I was in Pennsylvania, that school, all the kids at the school had a real high amount of lead in their system. Something with the pipes in the school. My kids didn't, because I had reverse osmosis, and I'd give them a jug of water and forbade them to drink out of the drinking fountains. You drink this water. And that kept them good, because that lead, that makes you stupid. You know, people don't realize that, but you get lead in your system, it just dumbs you right up. They do all kinds of shit to dumb you up, and I half the time I think they're doing that shit on purpose. They don't want people to think for themselves. They want sheeple. They want sheeple to do as they're told that don't live long, so that they can just take everything. And that's what governments do. Governments aren't there to help you at all. They're to help themselves. Everyone I've ever seen, and in this short time I've been on this earth, I've never seen that the government's done anything good. All they do is charge you more money to do stuff you should be able to do for free. You know, you got to buy a hunting license, you got to buy a fishing license, you got to have a permit to put this on your own land, you got to pay taxes on your own land. You never own nothing. You're nothing but a serf. You know, you're just living on their land, and you're paying rent to them. You don't own anything. You don't. They own everything. You know, look at George Carlin. You know, I remember watching him thinking, yeah, that guy's a real jerk. You know, and now that I go back, he's gone now, but I go back and listen to what he said. And you know what? That guy was dead on the money. He was dead on the money. It's a big club, and we ain't in it. We are not in that club. You know, these stupid people get into these positions of power, and they just rob everything. And AOC going from $89 in her checking account to being worth over $15 million she filed on her taxes. Where'd that money come from? You look at Pelosi, worth $159 million, probably more than that. Biden's worth, probably $1 billion, all the money that they steal. You think all that money's going over to Ukraine? That's nothing but a laundry. That's all that place is. It's nothing but a laundry. It goes in one side and comes washed out the other side clean. And that's all that is. And who's paying for it? Right there. That's who's paying for that. With this inflation crap that's going on right now. Everything costs a fortune. You know, you just look at the prices of everything. Now, I do believe that if Trump gets in, that's going to turn around. That's one thing I know he's going to be able to do, but he's got some other stuff up his sleeve that he wants to pull on us. You know, I'd hate for somebody to say, hey, that guy, Matt, he's got guns and he could harm himself. And then all of a sudden I get swatted. You know, and they come in and they take all my guns and toss me in the pokey or put me in the 72-hour watch. And anybody can do it. It can be an anonymous tip. The first guy that they did it to, I think it was in Maine, the first guy they did the red flag law on, the police came in and killed him. Somebody called and said he's a danger to himself. So what happened? Oh, he's a danger to himself? No problem. We'll take care of him. They went in and killed him. He's dead. Police came in. And he didn't want to give up his guns, so they killed him. And that's not right. You know, for them to just come, and Trump says, well, we'll take the guns first and we'll do the legal stuff later. Ah, bullshit, you stinking New York liberal. And then you want to give the cops indemnity? I don't think so. Yeah, Haley, really. Yeah, it's just a royal shit show that's going on right now, and these police are. Watch the YouTube channels on these police and these police accountability stuff on YouTube, because I'm telling you, the camera doesn't lie. They show these cops abusing the shit out of people. When you got a blinker out, and they throw the cuffs on you and throw you in the back of the car, take you to jail and tow your car for a blinker. And then they beat the crap out of girls. They'll put people in cuffs and throw them face down on the ground and bust their neck. They killed I don't know how many people. They paralyzed one old guy. You know, they threw him down, and he's telling them, my legs don't work. And yeah, right, you're full of shit. And they're dragging the guy to the car. You know, they tase the shit out of you. They don't realize that taser, that no other country uses that except us. Because it can kill you. Taser can kill you. And they don't care. What do they care? They'll just keep zapping you away. That one black chick cop, she was tasing the guy in his willy. Pulled his pants down and was tasing him in the willy and the asshole and stuff. It's like, damn. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's the stuff that these cops are pulling. They're not your friend. I see them, boy, I go the other way. I remember walking and I'd see a car coming. I'd try to get behind the telephone pole so they wouldn't even see me. You know, I just don't want anything to do with them, because they see a big tall guy like me, they're going to be looking and harassing me. I remember when I was young, I got harassed all the time by the cops. That was one of the reasons I moved out of Cleveland. I lived down close to the city, and man, I was getting harassed all the time by them pricks. Went out to a court case one time and got harassed there. You know. Well, that is a big problem. The police. Why don't they take them damn police and let them go round up all these illegals and do Operation Wetback? And Ronald, I don't think you're right about people who give up on throwing them out, because people are getting fed up with what the hell's going on around here. You know, all this money going to those people that aren't even citizens here. Get rid of them. Deport them back over the border, and I don't give a shit what Mexico says. Whip them over the border. Put our National Guard on the border, and the people coming back from Afghanistan, and they come across that river, shoot them in the guts. You know, you start shooting a couple of them, and they ain't going to come over that fence no more. Get the wall up. Every other country don't let them in. Look what they're doing over in Poland. They don't let any of them pricks in, and then women can walk the streets at night. You go over to Sweden, them women can't even walk the streets at night anymore because them dang crazy Muslims. You know, they have a problem, those people. Yeah, go ahead, Hallie. Subscribe if you want. That'll be cool. We'll get a couple more. Give a little thumbs up on there. And, you know, I just get on here and blabber. You know, I got, what do they call it? Multiple myeloma. I tell people about how that's going. And hopefully nobody else gets it. I mean, it's a terrible way to go. And going through this chemo crap, the ups and downs you run through. You know, just my life, what's going on. I'm an older daddy, you know, I'm 63 and I got a 10-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 6-year-old. And I want to be here for them. You know something? I think there's not as many as they say there are. I think they're a small percentage. I remember they said, oh yeah, all the gays and stuff, and come to find out they're like 1% of the population. They just got a big mouth. That's all it is. You know, and they got them in Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think there's going to be that many people, because you look at Trump down in Harlem. He would have went down there a few years ago and they'd have booed him out of the place. Now, they ain't booing him out. They're praising him. Yeah, that's our guy. You know, people are fed up with this crap. You know, and they're getting their money taken away from them. You got vets living off on the street. You got these people crossing the border, living in a fancy hotel, and they're giving them money, and they're giving them 3-4 meals a day, living the life of Riley. You know, and now they're going to have riots in New York because they're starting to kick them out, and it's gonna come to a civil war, and people are fed up with it. I don't think it's going to be like that fella said, Ronald. I really don't. We watched Ronald turned me on to a guy that said, oh, as soon as they hurt one or separate some mother and kid. But that's not what's crossing the border, buddy. Look at what's crossing the border. Find a woman. They show camera pictures of this on YouTube all the time, of these people climbing the fence and going underneath stuff. There's not a woman in the bunch. There's not a kid in the bunch. It's all dudes. There's people coming from Somalia. They're coming from China. They're coming from all over the world across the border down there. Okay. I gotta plug my phone in. It's gonna die on me. I better get it plugged in quick because it's down to like 2. Okay. Now I gotta put it over here. But yeah, so I don't think it's gonna be like that. I think they're gonna get in there. Yeah, leave the women. You want to leave the women? Go ahead. But get all these dudes out that don't belong here. It's an army. I think it's an invading army is what it is. Yeah, I know. And they're taking the jobs. You look at your kids. Your kids can't get a job because these people who work for nothing. You see them down at Home Depot all the time. They want to work for nothing. You know, they'll work for a few bucks an hour. And, you know, kids are never going to learn how to work in this country. You look at down now in California, you know, you work at a stupid burger flipping place. It's $20 an hour. So what are they doing? They're getting rid of them. They're automating them. You know, so there's nobody there. So there's no job anymore. So the government doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Yeah, there's not that many women coming through. I've been watching this for a while now. Ted Cruz has got a thing on there where he goes down to the border and they film all this stuff. And you'll pan from horizon to horizon. There ain't a woman there, not a single woman. It's all dudes. It's all young dudes, 20, 30 years old. That's all I saw. I did not see any women. And if you do, it's a big fat one walking, and she's all fresh as a daisy with her new cell phone and new shoes, like she just walked from Guatemala. Bullshit. Them people were bussed in. This is all a big Soros thing to destroy the country. They want to destroy America, guys. They can't have this bastion of freedom in the world. They want the whole world to be servants. And they think they're smarter than everyone else. And personally, they just need to end them people. The Soroses of the world. I mean, what a disgusting prick that guy is. But this is where we're at. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just a shame what's going on. I watched this old guy. He was a World War II veteran, way up in his 90s, and he was crying with what happened. He said what him and his brothers fought for. And he says, look what's happening now. He's on YouTube, all dressed up in his military uniform, a little shriveled old guy, and he was crying. He says, what happened to my country? You let it go. You weren't vigilant. You weren't watching, and you let it go. What we fought for and my friends died for. Yeah, of course they are. They rode a bus. I saw this big fat chick walking, and she had brand new tennis shoes and nice clothes on. If you just walked 1,000 miles from one end of Mexico to the other, you're going to be dirty. Because what are you doing? You're sleeping on the ground. You're crapping in the bushes. Come on, they were on a bus. They bust them in here. And that's what they're doing. They want to destroy the system. See, we broke the Soviet Union by taking their money with Star Wars. Now they're going to break our system. We're trillions in debt. That can't last forever, guys. It can't. It's going to end. There's going to be, all of a sudden, it's all going to come crashing down because nobody's going to take the dollar anymore. And it's coming. You don't think it's coming? It's coming. Believe me. They're not going to take the dollar anymore because it's worthless. What's it worth now? What's the dollar worth? Yeah, these pricks keep calling me to sell me insurance. Every time I see that call bank number, these buttholes want to sell me insurance. I just bought insurance. I just picked the insurance that I'm supposed to have, $180 a month, and then I got the insurance for the kids. That was $820 for that, so I got them all covered. Now that puts me below the thing, so I'll get a kickback on that, but I don't know when. I don't know when that's going to come, but they say I'll get like 500 of that back. Hopefully it comes real soon, because we sure do need it. I got to get my application into those apartments over there. I need $70, and I'm down to $5 in my checking account, and my one account is overdrawn by $25, and they sent me a thing saying, please pay this as soon as possible. So I called them up and I told them, hey, I'm really sorry. I'm taking chemo and I overspent this month. Can we hold it off till next month? And she says, well, we're going to charge you $22, but we can do that. We'll go ahead and we'll let you go till next month, but I got to charge you $22. And I said, okay, I'm really sorry about that. I accidentally overspent. I didn't mean to, but when I took the money out, I took $25 too much, and it went into my overdraft. And that's only good for like a couple of days. You got to put it back, or you got to pay $22. So she said, no, we'll just take the $22 and you can pay it back next month when you get your check. And I said, okay, thanks a lot. Sorry about that. It's just a mistake. Okay, who we got there? Bloche Caldwell. The Zetas and Drax from Rigel, huh? Well, I'll tell you what, they had all that stuff, area 57 or whatever that is, and out in the desert and all that kind of stuff. And I honestly, guys, I'll be honest, 100%, I don't trust this government at all. I just don't trust them. I mean, when you look at what's happening to Trump, all these charges against this guy that to me look absolutely baseless. I mean, if you open up your eyes and just look, if you just look at what they're doing to this guy, it's a political hit. That's all this stuff is. I'm not buying any of it. If the guy did something wrong, go ahead and get him. But if he's not doing anything wrong, leave him alone. They're just scared to death of him. But he gets in there and says, yeah, well, I'm not prisoner because you'd be in jail. Well, guess what? They're all in the same club and she ain't in jail. Them Clintons got away with murder for years. Heck, they were even eating people and drinking their blood. I mean, what a bunch of sickos. That's all it is. It's just a big shit show, Babs. That's all this whole deal is right now with the government. And they try to scare you. Oh, we got a big asteroid coming. It's going to come within 20 miles of the Earth, and if it hits, we're all dead. And it can be as big as a pin, and it'll blow up bigger than nuclear bombs, and the whole world's going to end. And that's what they want. They want you scared and in fear, so you run to them as the savior. And they even make movies about it, a big asteroid where we got to blow it up and all this. Come on. It's all a big bunch of bullshit. The good Lord wouldn't have put us here. He said he's not going to destroy the world anymore. So don't worry about it. Take him at his word. I take him at his word. He's not going to destroy the world anymore. I mean, bad things can happen. A building could fall on you. There are going to be earthquakes. There's going to be stuff like that. But, he ain't going to destroy the world no more. But they want to keep you in fear of that. They want to keep you in fear that it's all coming to an end and there's going to be a big nuclear war now and blah, blah, blah. I just seen Trump on there. Biden says, oh, Iran, you got to stop. And Trump's over there, I'll bomb the shit out of you. I wish they'd just leave these people alone. They want to kill each other. You know something? Let them. I mean, they've been doing it for thousands of years. It ain't going to stop. Why the hell should we get in there and police them? Because there's money in it. They're selling them arms. They're selling them weapons. Making deals under the table. $800 toilet seats. Come on, give me a break. This is just horrible, the crap that they pull. And it's our government. And who pays for it? Us big dummies. And the world hates us. Believe me. The world hates the United States. You go anywhere, they don't like the United States. Sticking their nose. Some countries do. England, maybe Australia. I don't know. I'm not sure. But most countries in Europe, they hate our guts. Let's see what we got, man. Yeah, well, you know something. I don't want to live there in the Philippines no more, Nate. I had it with that place. I really did. I want to be back here where I was born and in a place where my people are, and I can talk to people. I'm loving it here, and I don't want to go. Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't want any part of that. She don't want to sell the house. I'm not going to go down to that house and live in a stupid nip hut for 2 years while we're block by block building a stupid house, being broke, spending every dime we have to build a stupid house that I'm never going to do anything in. I'll be dead before that place is ever done. And with all the mosquitoes and all the crap down there, I don't want to live in no stupid nip hut. What I wanted to do was sell the house in Lipa, take the proceeds from that, and go ahead and build $1 million home down on the land and just live down there. And we could have made a beautiful home. But nope, she don't want to sell that. Oh, we have to keep that place. Bullshit. What a crap house that is. I mean, it's a piece of junk. Windows leak. The water's no good. Septic don't work. It's just a crap place. It's getting cracks all over in it. You've seen my video where I was karate chopping the blocks and they're all falling apart. Well, that's the way it goes. It's gonna fall. I'll be here when it falls. I ain't gonna worry about it. Yeah, I'm getting older now. I'm not living in no damn nip hut. She can do it. She's tough. I'm gonna tell you, my wife is tough as nails, and she could live in a nip hut. Mosquitoes don't bite her. Not me. I don't want no part of that. I don't want to live down there with the power out all the time, having to go out and fire up a generator and do all this shit just to live in a stupid banana roofed hut. Forget that. I ain't into that at all. We were looking at them, and yeah, it seems kind of quaint, kind of cute, but I'm not going to live in one of them for a couple of years. It might be nice to do it on a weekend, but I ain't going to live in one of them damn things. You can forget it. No room in there. Where are we going to put all our stuff? I'm just not going to do it. Now if we could have built a house, if we could have sold our house in Lipa, and people want them, they want to be over there, and then I could have went and had that dude come down. I'd have been there. They could have put the house up in a month or so, maybe even poured the walls instead of block, and built me the nice little house that I had designed when I was in school. We could have had a nice little place, beautiful little house. And we got coconut trees, banana trees, we got calamansi, durian, all kinds of cool stuff around there. And we could have had it really nice back in there. And I liked the people down there. They're a lot better than what they were up in Lipa. People up there were shitty, absolutely shitty. I come out of a left lane one time. This guy's coming in the wrong lane and almost hits me on his bike, and he's hollering at me like I did something wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. He did. And they're just crappy, calling me a motherfucker and all this kind of shit. The heat didn't bother me at all. If it goes up to 100 degrees, I'm digging that. I love the heat. What I don't like is the cold anymore. But the heat, I lived up in Victorville, up in the desert, and we were out hunting jackrabbits one day, and it was about 105, 106 degrees, and all them guys were like played out. Their big hats. I'm out there. I got my shirts off, tied around my waist, and I was loving it. I mean, I was just loving it. I didn't want to quit hunting. Those guys all went in, sat in the truck, and turned the motor on, put the air conditioner on, and I stayed out hunting. I didn't quit. I had the dog, and the dog was doing okay. I brought a jug of water and kept giving the dog water to drink, and I went through a couple gallons of water, and sweating it all out, and just loved it. I'm just set up for the heat. My body, I can take the heat. I used to love in the wintertime when I was young, go sitting in a sauna, 140-degree sauna. I used to love to sit in there and just sweat all that crap out. Now you got to replace the minerals you kick out, but it doesn't bother me. That was one thing that I was really agreeable with in the Philippines was the weather. And another thing that's really funny, when I got to the Philippines, after I was there about a month or so, I never had stinky armpits. And I stopped using deodorant. I didn't have to use deodorant no more because my armpits never stunk. And I moved back here. I had to go buy some deodorant the other day because now I'm getting stinky armpits again. I don't know what it is, something in the air or whatever, but it's like, damn, I stink. So my little daughter went up to the store and got me some Old Spice Classic. I didn't use it for 10 years. Yeah, it looks like, I've been going for a long time. I like that I got some of you guys to talk to, and you're going back and forth. I wish we could talk back and forth, but you guys are typing. It's just I got, there's not much to do. I can't really walk around right now with this hip. And sitting still, I'm not feeling too bad right now. My hands hurt a little bit, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what I would like to done. Had a poured, put up forms and port. They did one of them down in Leyte. The guy took those old bridge forms from World War II, and they set those things all up. The Filipinos came and set that up, and that guy, they set the windows in place, the plugs, and then they poured it. Them guys were mixing it by hand and dumping the concrete in. The kids were sticking it down with poles. They had these bamboo poles. They were like jamming it down in there. And when they were done, it was a good job. And it had a nice crosses like this on the wall because the way the bridge was built, these aluminum bridge things. And that's what they used for the forms. And they built it all the way up to the roof like that. Then the roof thing was these huge log timbers that they made, because they got to make them real tight because the MPA come down from the mountains at night. And it's black out there. When they turn their lights off down in Southern Leyte, you put your hand right in front of your face like this. If there's no moon, you can't see your hand. I mean, it gets real dark there. You're walking down the road. You're feeling your way with a stick, just to stay on the road. But that was kind of nice down there. But if you get any kind of health trouble, you're days away from any help. You break a bone or you get appendicitis or something, you're going to die before you ever get to a hospital down there. It's as you get older, it's not the place to be. It's just not, unless you want to live in the stupid city next to a hospital. Who the hell would want to live in Manila? You couldn't get me to live there for $1 million. I'm not a city boy. I don't want no part of Manila. I hated going there. just a dirty, filthy city. And all the cities around there, it just seems like they come up to that island and everybody, they lose all their manners and they throw their garbage all over. They let their dogs shit all over the place. They don't take care of anything. The inside of their house is nice and their body's clean, but everything on the outside, they just throw their garbage outside. It's not where I want to be. I mean, it's just a big old hillbilly land, if you ask me. Bunch of hillbillies. Now, when you get away from the main island, and we went to Mindoro, that's different down there. Those people are way different. That's a whole different kind of Filipino. We got down there with the Munyans. Those are some really cool people with their nunyak and their red teeth. And just the people were, there wasn't a whole lot of English, but the people were so much of a better quality. I mean, just a lot nicer people and clean. You didn't see any garbage anywhere. You didn't see dog shit all over the place. They took care of their animals. Everybody had a little thing going on. They built beautiful little houses, and they may have not had much, but their places were nice. And it wasn't all shitty. They were outside making sure there were pretty flowers and the paths were clear. We stayed down there, and that's where I wanted to be. Get the hell away from Lipa, and you could jump on the bike or jump in the tricycle and get into town in no time. There wasn't that crazy traffic, except when you got right into town. But they had some nice stores, and right at the end of our road, there was a big hospital going in, like a big clinic hospital. So if you ran into some trouble, there it is, right there. And dentists all over, and just that's where I wanted to be. Lipa was the biggest mistake. That it wasn't that the Philippines is bad. I just wound up in a bad spot. I wound up in Lipa. I got lipid. That's like totally detrimental. I hate for anybody to get lipid, because that is absolutely not the place for me. I don't take well sitting in traffic and moving maybe 2 inches every 5 minutes. And Filipinos, I'm going to tell you what, if you ever want to hire somebody to get in the way and impede process of you moving, hire a Filipino. They got it at birth. They're just masters at getting in the way. They just will not go. They'll sit there. They'll sit there on their stupid phone and they'll look, light will turn green, and they'll still sit there. Cops will go beat on their car, tell them to move. That's just what they do. And they won't move. And some of them are just, it's not like it was 20, 30 years ago. Filipinos now get shitty with you. I mean, they don't like Americans ever since Duterte was in. They can get downright shitty. I've had, hey, you motherfucker. And I never heard that kind of stuff before. And I don't do nothing. I pulled out to go make a left-hand turn, and the guy almost runs into me. He's in the wrong lane, going the wrong way. And he's effing, hey, fuck you, motherfucker. It's like, where's this coming from? This was all since Duterte. Because Duterte, he was absolutely 100% anti-American. He'd come over for money with his begging with his hand out, but he was China all the way, guys. And that was a real shame. You go down around his city, Chinese own all that shit. And I ain't allowed to own nothing. Yeah, who is that? That's, Dave. Yeah. Oh, so there it was. I accidentally hit the button. Sorry, guys. It was me. I hit the sound button. It's working now, right? Sound is working. Yeah, I guess it's working because the little microphone thing had a cross on it. I must have when I was turning the sound, I must have hit it with my thumb or something. But hopefully it's working now. But yeah, I really don't want to be back in the Philippines anymore. I hope Marcos does a good job for his country. I believe he's a real patriot, and I think he's a good dude. When I was there before, and his father was running things, that place was running like clockwork, and the peso was 2 for $1. And I thought I was getting a deal back then. Now look what happened to their money. Then the Royals got in after he was ousted, and they just stole everything. You know, it's been nothing but corruption ever since him. And you know, now look at it. Was it 57 for $1? No sound still. My little microphone is on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys. I have no idea. It should be working. Can't you hear me at all? Okay, Bams, it's working for Bamsy there. All right. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with this phone. The battery was just about ready to take a crap. I just plugged it in, and I did accidentally hit the sound thing with my button. Okay, so it's working again. But I don't know. I know I got my one buddy Russell. He's going to be going to the Philippines, and he'll probably do okay. It depends on where you wind up, you know, and what you like and what you can do. I know some of these people, they go down to Dumaguete and they like it down there. There's a lot of Americans. Personally, I wanted to be away from all that and just be amongst the Filipinos. Why would I go to an American place where you got some of these guys were nuts down there. I watched their vlogs and I'm thinking, man, these guys are pretty whacked out, like that Thornton guy, and you know, he got in a big fight outside the place. Yeah, it was the little. I accidentally hit the little microphone thing with my thumb when I was turning the volume up, but I'm glad it's working now. But yeah, it like I say, it depends on where you were. I think if we would have never went to Lipa and we would have went straight down to the land down there and bought that land and built a house down there, I think it would have been different. It would have been way different. But who knows? You know, I might have got the cancer and croaked there. I don't know. But you know, I got so crappy when I was down there and feeling bad. Wasn't saying too much, and then I finally come here because something was up, and I knew I couldn't get the care there. When I was working, I had good insurance, but I didn't have any insurance, and I thought, you know, at least if I come to the States, I'll get taken care of, and not really. You know, not really. I mean, if you got cancer or something like that, you can get stuff taken care of in the emergency room. But when it comes to something like this, ain't nobody going to care for you. They'll put you right out of the hospital. So don't think they're going to come and save your ass without insurance. I had to get my insurance in place, and the only thing that saved me was the VA. You know, if I wouldn't have had that and been in the service, I wouldn't have got any treatment and probably be dead by now. So, you know, I'm glad I had the VA. It's bad I got to take the chemo, but you know, what are you going to do? And I don't think I'm going to agree. Look at that, my arms are all saggy like an old man. Oh yeah, that's that Thornton guy. Oh, he went on a big tirade. My one buddy saved it. He took it down, but he had a big tirade against Trump and saying all the people that vote for Trump are worthless pieces of shit. And I mean, he really went on a tirade, blowing his stack, turning all red. And then he said something about they had a little kid and that his kid was covered and his kid's an American citizen. And if he died, everything's going to be fine. Well, he's going to learn another thing's coming because that kid is not an American citizen. You have to make them one. He's not going to get any Social Security. He's not going to get anything. He's a Filipino until you make him an American and get him a Social Security card and get him a blue passport. You have to pay for that and get a consular report of birth abroad. My buddy Gary's finding that out now. He's doing it for his little son over there.
And it just doesn't happen automatic. It's not like in the States when you come into the States and you pop a baby out, it's a citizen. It's not like that in the Philippines. You have a baby with a Filipino, it's a Filipino baby. It got no rights in the United States. Well, because they had a real nice house there. We found a good house builder. And when we first went down there, it wasn't so trafficy. It looked kind of nice. I thought, okay, this will be cool. And we're in a one-way in and out thing, and it had no speed bumps. I was like, yeah, this is great. And then what the assholes do, they put all these stupid speed bumps in. But I liked it because there was one way in and one way out. It was safe for the kids. And you weren't really climbing them walls because the walls were real high and they got all these broken glass bottles in the top. You're not really going to climb over the wall. And old Tatai, he had a big ladder thing that he would come over, but they blocked him from doing that. Plus, we had security guards walking around. And that's why I went to Lipa. And then after we got there and they're building the house with this COVID stuff, they're building a new road in the back and they're putting all this industry, and the traffic's even worse now. I mean, if you want to go 1 kilometer into Lipa from our driveway, it could take you an hour. One day it was 58 minutes to go from my driveway to town. And we were watching these girls walk, and they got there a half an hour before we did. Yeah, that's what they do, buddy. They're not going to care for you here. It's all about money now. There ain't none of this stuff where they're going to take care of you whether you got insurance or not. You have to get some kind of insurance in place. And it's not something that happens overnight. I got lucky because February is when they turned the Social Security back on. Only one time in a year do they do that. And I was able to get mine turned back on. And they just started taking it this last month. So, I'm back on the Social Security. And then I got the C plan. I got A and B, plus now I got the C plan that I bought. And then I got my kids insurance. I was over the income guideline, so they mandatory make me buy insurance for the kids, and the school's got to see the insurance card. So I bought them a real good insurance, covers everything, $800 and some a month. Well, that put me under the income, so now they're going to kick me. They'll kick me some back, and then that'll put me right on the border again. It's just stupid the way this works. It's just absolutely ridiculous, but it's what's happening right now. It's already 1 o'clock. I'm ready for my noon time. And by the way, most of this stuff is vitamins. Down at the VA, they even offered me acupuncture the other day, which is kind of cool. And I got this one doctor's Dragov or something like that is his name. I think he's a Russian dude, but third generation American. And he's all about the vitamin D, calcium. So half of these pills that I take are basically vitamins, to get my system propped back up. And he said, don't take any more of your multivitamins that you were taking. Just take what I'm giving you right now, because this is what your body needs. So I was like, okay, I listen to the guy because I trust him, and that O'Brien guy down there. Yeah, they'll let you die of cancer here if you don't have the money, because down at Southwest, they weren't going to give me the chemo. They know it's expensive, and they're not giving that stuff away. Even if you ask them for help, they don't care. They're not going to help you. And then I got down to the VA, and I had trouble with VA. They said, oh, no, you were in the reserves. It was all stamped reserves. And I was never in the reserves. Well, that dude John down there, he fixed that for me. It took a couple weeks, but he fixed that. And if I could get on 30%, they're trying to help me out to get me up to 30%. I can get $585 a month at 30%. And if it goes up from there, right now, I'm pretty much disabled. There's not much I can do right now. And if I can get that up from 30% to 50, I can get, maybe $1,000 extra a month. And that'll really help out here because, it's expensive to live here compared to the Philippines. I did like that it was so cheap in the Philippines. For us it was. I mean, we had $500, $800 left over every month, that we could stoke away. And And we did a lot of stuff. We took a lot of trips. We did blow some money. We took big trips, went up to the North Coast and stuff, and spent a lot doing fun stuff like that. Of course, I got that nice car, and we were fixing up the house and buying stuff for that. So we spent a lot too. But we had money, and we had money to burn. And if some of our friends needed some help, yeah, we helped them out. I knew I was never going to get anything back, but I didn't mind helping people when I could. People that we knew that they were down, and it wasn't no fake bullshit. And when they ran into trouble, yeah, we helped them out. But you don't get much thanks for it. You go give them. You look at some of the money. Faye loaned money to friends. The one girl was working out of the country and making all this money, $100 a day, $100 a day, and came here and borrowed money from her. And we'll never see that again. The mom borrowed money. The dad borrowed money from me. They all borrowed money. We'll never see it. We'll never see that money. But that's just what you do if you loan money over the Philippines. It's a gift. You're never going to see it again, because Filipinos do not pay you back. We had one Filipino that paid us back, Mama Manok. If she borrowed money, as soon as she got paid, she paid us right back. And I never minded loaning her money if she needed a hand, but she was always a real good sweetheart and loved the death out of that woman. And she had a pretty rough life. Her husband was murdered playing cards. Her son was murdered. She just had a really tough road to hoe. But pretty tough chick. Caddy also, she gave that up, and she's working for a building now where she handles sending out the ice cream for the guy and managing the building, make sure it's clean and stuff. He's got some kind of apartment building thing. We were over there visiting her in Makati, and she's a sweetheart. I love that woman to death. She was my absolute favorite Filipino when we lived over there, or Filipina. Just a beautiful person, real skinny. Mama Chicken, we call her. I started calling her Mama Manok. Even her own kids started calling her that. They never called her that before me. I said, "You look like a skinny chicken, Mama Manok." And then everybody who knows her calls her Mama Manok now, even my wife. But she's just a living doll. She takes everything with a grain of salt, and just like I say, just a beautiful person. That was absolutely my favorite Filipina in the Philippines. Just a good solid chick, and a lot of hardships in her life. Just terrible hardships. Losing a son, I don't know if I'd be able to take that. And he was a big, beautiful kid too. Both of her boys, just big, beautiful, handsome kids. The one boy that's still living, he's got a fantastic wife and two of the most beautiful little kids. Every time I go over there, they shower me with hugs. Tito man, oh, and they come up and give me big hugs. They're just sweet. Lemon's the little daughter, and I forget the little boy's name, but both of them are just sweet as can be. And his wife is just a real pretty, quiet girl, very nice. He's a pretty nice dude. Yeah, some of the food here we're getting though is pretty cheap. Like when we went to the Walmart the other day, we actually here aren't spending as much money on food as we were when we were in the Philippines. Of course, we were eating like kings over there. I was buying steak. I was buying, 3 or 4 steaks a month for each of us, and lots of roast and all kinds of stuff like that. And we're not doing that now. I mean, I looked at a couple steaks in the thing the other day, and it was $40, $38, $40. So we just can't afford that now. And the stuff sits on there and rots. People aren't taking it. And then you start seeing the old stuff, and the price comes down. Well, it's starting to turn all brown, and they're putting more dye on it to make it look good. So it's a shame how this inflation is just kicking things up. But we're not spending it because our eating habits have changed somewhat. We are eating a lot of fruit. We're getting pretty good deals on fruit here, like strawberries and blueberries. We go across to the Marks, and they got a really good fruit section over there when you first walk in on the right-hand side. And the prices are really good. And then, of course, we got the Aldi's down there. And we've been getting really good apples over there and oranges. And it's not that expensive, a couple bucks a bag. So we've been grabbing them up. But this month we're having We're not having it good. The fridge has still got quite a bit of food in it, but before the end of the month, we're going to have to finagle some way to get a few more bucks. Next month we should be doing a little bit better. We're gonna have the move. We gotta move next month. I gotta get that stupid applications in. I gotta have $70 for that. So anybody wants to chip in, I got PayPal. Like I said before, somebody, I don't know who it was. I don't know if you're on here now or not, but somebody sent me through Zilly, Zille. They sent me $25. And I want to say thank you, but it doesn't say who did it. Now, if somebody's on my list for Zilly, it'll say that person sent it. But this came anonymous, so it doesn't say who sent it. It says description, and it's like grayed out. I can't push the button to see who sent it. So yeah, I'm sure they are BAMs. They probably are. We've been looking in the organic section. They have a whole section on the one side. It's just all the organic, and that's where we over and grab. It's a little bit more, but like the strawberries over there, if you look at those strawberries compared to the ones that are on the main aisle, they look a lot better. I mean, you just look at them, it's like, oh yeah, this is much better strawberry than those. It's like the Wizard of Oz. You don't want those. But we've been getting really good apples. And we wash them off. You can wash them off in vinegar or peroxide or something like that and get a lot of that shit off of them. They put this like wax on them, but if you take that 9% peroxide and put that on a rag, that wax will just come right off. You can just take it right off. It just like turns white, and then you can get big pieces of it around the whole apple. That'll come off, and then wash it real good, because you don't want to eat that wax they put on there. It's mostly old apples when they do that. Yeah, this is the place to be, and I hope the kids are able. I hope I'm around long enough where the kids can stay here. I want my kids to stay here in the States. I don't want them going back to the Philippines. It's going to be too tough. They're never going to be anything there but a Kano. Yeah, they got friends and stuff, and they're close friends that they go to school with. They'll always be their friends, but the people who don't know them are going to treat them just like a Kano, just like they treat me. They treat you like dirt. You go in the stores, you get dirty looks anymore. Ever since Duterte, do dirty is what they called him. And, it's just not the same like it used to be. There's not the love for America as there used to be. They're all looking to China now to be their buddy. And that's a huge mistake. A lot of the older people know better, but these young ones, they're not thinking. They don't care. They're so carefree. They don't do much thinking for themselves. I was in court, and this dude was up for murder, and he's like, okay, I plead guilty. And the judge says, you don't realize if you plead guilty, you're going to jail for the rest of your life. Oh, I don't care. Yeah, that's what he said in court. I'm sitting there going, he killed somebody, And the judge said, hey, his lawyer, he had this lawyer, he said, you need to go talk to your client, because he doesn't want to plead guilty to this. The rest of your days you're going to jail. And this kid was just all carefree about it. Like, okay, I'll go to jail. Yeah, I want to have a big garden again. I remember that little garden I had when I was in Pennsylvania. I got so much food out of that. Plus we canned. I was always canning. And we get down south, I'd like to get a big canner again. Cold pack groundhog and cold pack meats and deer, and make a bunch of deer burger. Put that away. I learned how to cook deer burgers. The trick is when you form them, they'll form real nice, but don't put them just in the frying pan with oil or anything. Put them in water first, and that'll solid them up so they don't fall apart. And then once the water's all boiled off, then you drop a big clump of ghee in there, and then you go ahead and fry them up. And deer burgers are good. I don't like to mix them with pork, and people mix them with fat, and they do all this stuff. I don't want to do that. I just want to eat the deer burger, like it comes. And I'd like to go deer hunting again. Get myself a nice rifle. I got that AK, and I'll hunt deer with that. I can hunt deer with that dang thing. I got to get out and shoot it. I was going to buy some ammo this month, but we just really ran out of money, so I wasn't able to get any bullets for it. But hopefully in a month or two I can buy some bullets for it, and we'll load her up and shoot her and make sure the sight's on. I got one of them prism scopes on it, you know, 1 power, and it's like a nice little TV screen to look at, and it's just a nice little rifle. I got a real nice sling for it where it hangs down to my knee. Yeah, I know, Ronald. You know, you live over there, and it. We were definitely doing a lot better. You know, of course, we didn't have to pay for. You know, the house was already done. You know, we didn't have to pay for that. And here we got to pay $1,100 a month for rent. And you know, that's why I want to get down south and buy a house, and that way, you know, the money that I'm putting in, it's going towards a house that eventually will be paid for, and the kids can, you know, the kids got a homestead that they can always return to. You know, if the shit hits the fan, you know, you can always come back. You know that, you know, I want a base, like a base of operations for them, and you know, they're gonna get on their own one day and give it a try, and it might work, it might not, and if it doesn't work, you're always welcome here. You know, you're always welcome at mom and pop's house. I don't care if they're 50 years old, they're always going to be my babies. That's what my mother used to say. You know, you're still my baby. So, yep. You know, I want them to have that base. I want them to have a homestead where they can come back to. And I hope the good Lord gives me enough time to set it all up for them. You know, or He can. And I'd like them to stay, and I'd like Faye to stay. This is so much better here. I know she loves her friends, and the Philippines is her bag. That's where she grew up, but man, it ain't my bag no more. I actually don't want no part of it anymore. You know, we had some nice friends and stuff, but for me it was few and far between, and every time everybody would come over, I didn't understand a word anyone was saying, even on birthday parties and stuff, and I'd just leave and go for a walk because I'm third man out. You know, they all start talking Tagalog, and I'm lost. I don't speak the language, so what the hell am I doing there? You know, the only ones who talked to me in English were my own kids and Faye sometimes. So, you know, that was no fun, guys. If you go there, I recommend you learn the language. And me, I don't know if I was just too dumb to learn it or what, but I never did learn it. I knew some. You know, I can get the gist of the conversation, but, you know, you get in there and I'd say, hey, come on, speak English. And even some of our friends would, come on, speak English. You know, you're in my house, but it's their country, so they all jabber in their Tagalog. So what's the point of me being there? I just take off and take the dog and go for a walk and make a vlog. You know, that's all there was for me there. And then I had the kids, you know, kids riding their bike, but they're going to get big, and before you know it, they're going to be starting to go their own way. You know, and then that's going to be lost. And I just got totally disillusioned with the Philippines. I don't care that it's cheap. You know, it's just not my bag anymore. I don't want no part of it. I don't even really want to go back to visit. You know, now if I went back to visit, I would love to go see Gary. And if Russell moves out there, it'd be nice to go over there and visit with him. You know, Gary said, "Oh, if you come here, we'll put you up. We'll give you a place to stay." You know, I'd like to meet that guy. He's a hell of a nice fella. And Russell's a hell of a nice fella. And Sean, he might be going there when he retires. And yeah, it'd be nice to go visit those guys and say hi, but you know, I don't really want to jump on a plane anymore. Yeah, not really, especially when they gouge you. I hate that when I would go into the store, how they would gouge me. We went into a store one time and they had one of them carry bags that I wanted to put my phone in, and it was perfect size for my phone. And it had a real nice place for glasses, and it was just this really nice, like a girl man purse or whatever they call it. And they wanted $1,650 for it. And Faye said, "I'll go over there." And she went over to the Muslim lady, you know, had that big serape all over her head. And she said, okay, Faye got her down to like $550 or $650 or something like that. I'm like, okay, let's go get it. And then instead of me being smart and handed her the money, I walked over there. As soon as that lady see me, boop, back up to $1,650, and she was not dealing. Either give me $650 or I'm not selling it. She crossed her arms, and you know that's what you get there. You know, they figure you're going to pay the bucks or you ain't getting nothing. So Oh, I know. You can get rent places or buy places so cheap over there. That first house I bought was 60,000. So what, $8,000, something like that. 12,000. I forget what that was, but it was cheap. 60,000. I had it. I bought the motorcycle. I had some cash when I went over there, like 25 grand, and I went ahead and bought that house. And I didn't like it there, so I didn't fix it up. Faye was wanting to fix it up and put a second floor on it. I'm like, man, I don't want to live here no more. This is like the slums, dog poop everywhere, thievery. We first moved in there, and I hung my pots up outside in the dirty kitchen, and Faye said, "You better not put them there. They'll disappear." And I said, "Well, I'm going to put wire up. I'm going to put chicken wire up over there tomorrow, so they'll be all right tonight." Got up in the morning, all my pots are gone. The ones I had hanging on the hook, they're gone. They stole them. And then it was about, I don't know, a year and a half later, the preacher down on the end opened up a computer, um, like a internet cafe. And we were using the internet over there, and I walked in there, and there's my $80 Cephalon pans. They're using them for dog food bowls. So the preacher's kids stole them. And they just reached up over my fence and reached in the place and stole my pots that were hanging. And that's what we got over there. Hey, he's a foreigner. Screw him. We'll take his stuff. And then we had the girl down the street. Her son, his arm was broken. He needed money, and she had to go get the cast off and get his arm fixed. He was in the cast for like a year. He wasn't healing. So Faye, we felt sad for him. So Faye gave her a bunch of money, and the next day you see her, she's got a brand new coat. Her fingernails are done, her toenails. She's got shoes. She's got a new jacket, new hairdo, and the kid still wore a cast for another year. So that's what we ran into over there, and I got tired of it. And yeah, I have no idea what the hell you're saying there, Ronald. But that's what we ran into. And to be honest with you, I just got fed up with it. It's just like a bunch of, it got to be a point where it was nothing but a bunch of damn beggars when we were living over there in GMA. So we got out of there in Lipa. That wasn't as bad. We ran into some nice people like our water guy and good neighbors. We had some pretty good neighbors there. But, I started getting sick after we got there, and I got cranky as hell and just turned into a real prick is what happened. And got the hell out of there. I just had enough. I think I was there for a little over 11 years, and that was enough for me. I was born here, raised here, and I didn't want to get planted in some apartment over there in the Philippines. Screw that. Put me in the ground somewhere here. The kids can come visit until they're old. We go see where my mother was and where my grandparents was buried. And you got something that's holding you to the area. And me, I got nothing holding me there. I just don't want anything to do with it anymore. Totally disillusioned, guys. Totally. The longer I'm there, the worse it got for me, and especially, and I don't think it's because of the Philippines in general. Because there would have been a better place we could have been. I got lipped. I got in that stinking ass town of Lipa with rotten people. Rotten people out on the street. And just gouging you like for hell. You go to buy something, and even if they got a price on, oh no, that price is wrong. It's more. They just say, oh, you're a foreigner, you got lots of money. So some of the people weren't that way. We had like a vegetable lady that would give us a good deal all the time, and certain ones. But I got to the point where I would go to the market. I just went to that one lady because she didn't try to gouge me, and all the rest of them tried to gouge me. Charging me these big prices. We had a vegetable lady and we had a fruit lady. That's the same ones I went to every time, because and they'd always give us a little extra at the end. They appreciated my business, because I would go there and spend 20 grand, on fruits and vegetables. I'd buy for the whole month, and spend a lot of money there. It was nothing to drop 10, 12 grand, on fruit and stuff in that place, and vegetables and eggs and all that kind of stuff down at the market. But then you get these people that, there's their fish for 40 a peso, and then now I come up and it's 80. You go to buy a mango, the big sign says 40, and they pull the sign away, and these are 80. No, I'm not shopping with you, you ripoff. And they laugh. They think it's funny. They think it's real funny. I'm not paying that. And it's just, I got tired of that real quick. You're nothing but a money bag. You're an ATM machine to these people, and they're going to gouge you as much as they can. And maybe it doesn't happen to everybody, but it sure did happen to me quite a bit. And I got tired of it. I just got so tired of it. And I started thinking, man, these aren't the greatest people in the world. The ones I knew when I was out in California, they were top quality people. Your best Filipinos leave, and then you got a lot of the hillbillies left. But when we went to Mindoro, that's when I ran into the people I really liked. I got down there, even though a lot of them didn't speak English or nothing, they were super nice. That Frederick guy that built my tricycle, what a super nice guy, and his wife and family, super nice guy. And then we got Gloria and Jaime, and then Uncle Pruding and all their family, got to know everybody. Their poor little boy died, though, the little retarded boy, and that was a real shame. But, and then we ran into the Munions, and there was that lady that was in Italy that we stayed at her house. Just super nice people. We ran into the best people down there, and that would have been the place to be, for me anyway. And they were putting a clinic up, so we had a hospital within a few miles, and they were fixing that road up. And of course, I'd have bought a dirt bike down there too. I'd have bought some sort of a dirt bike, even if I got it on the gray market or something, because down there you want something that's going to ride nice. And this dude had a Kawasaki 450, and he had a tricycle, and he had the same rear end that was on the back of the Kawasaki was on the side of this tricycle. And the road was really bad then. I mean, we drove our tricycle, and we were doing about 5 or 6 miles an hour, dodging ruts and stuff. And this guy passed us doing 45, just boom, 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 boom. His wheels were doing all this, and he was flying down the road, some Australian dude. And he had that Kawasaki 450, and he had this really cool sidecar. It was a dirt bike sidecar. And I said, man, I'd love to have one of them. It was all aluminum, real lightweight, and he come flying by us. And that's what you need down there. But they did fix that road somewhat. But I'd love to have like a XR 650 or even the KLR. This KLR, I just love this thing. I know they got problems with that doohickey, and I'll change that out. This fella I watched on the vlog last night, he said after about 5,000 miles, you should change them every 5,000 in the spring. But he said, I've got a new torsion spring, and you put this one in, and it's good for, 50,000. So I'm going to order that from him. I got the Thermo Bob. That'll be coming down the road, so I'm going to definitely get that, to keep that engine so that it's like a car, so that it heats up normally, because I'll be riding it in the cold weather. I'd love to down the road put a sidecar on that, and that way if car goes out and we don't have a car, at least I can jump in that and put groceries in it and go to the store and do stuff, haul the kids around if I have to, so that would be nice to have a sidecar on that KLR. Just put a bigger sprocket on the back and a smaller one on the front, and just have a fun buggy. I loved my tricycles in the Philippines, and it'd be really cool to have one here too. How many people got a KLR with a sidecar? You know what I mean? So that would be really great to have one of them. And I can ride a sidecar just fine. I can fly the chair and do all kinds of cool stuff on mine. I went around a corner one time with the sidecar up about 45 degrees going around the corner, and when it came down nice and easy. I let it down real easy, and the cop was there, and he's like going like this to me, the traffic cop, and I'm like, oh, okay. But he didn't stop me or nothing. But that was kind of fun. I don't do it with the kids in it or anything, but I was just goofing off a little bit. But I loved my tricycles. That last one, you had a hard time flying the chair. It was just too damn heavy, and that motor wasn't enough for that. That needed about a 400 motor to make that thing. If I could have got that Bristol or something 400 and put that sidecar on it, I'd have had a hell of a machine down in the Philippines. And the other vehicle I really liked that I wished I would have had, and they had them down there in, what was that town? Duterte City. See, that stuff leaves my brain. But the motorcycle fit inside of it, and it was like a little bus. It was like a little jeepney in the back. They had 2 wheels, so you could take them anywhere because they actually got 4 wheels. Three-wheeled stuff you can't park in certain spots, but if you got four, and you jump in them and they go. You know, the dude's sitting inside, and you're all protected from the rain, and it goes in back like a jeepney. Most of them are yellow. I would have loved to have one of them. You know, that would be a cool vehicle to have. You know, because I rode in them, and they go. These guys don't mess around. They hit the gas, and those things are going. But down there in Davao City, you know, the big motor that they use for pulling tricycles and those little jeepney type bus things they all use that Barako Kawasaki 175. You don't see much other than that one. You know, that's the machine that everybody's pulling everybody around on, because that motor's got plenty of good power. It's only a 4-speed, but you know, it's a great bike. Our neighbor, he had me break his in before he got his license, and him and me went riding all around on it. And I thought, boy, this is a nice bike. They're a little bit pricey, but what a great bike. Real good bike. The motors on them got just all kinds of grunt, a lot more horsepower. Now that Honda TMX, that was a good one too once I changed the sprockets. It was geared way too high when I got it. And then I threw that Laguna style tricycle on the side, and then it was just terrible. So I put 6 more teeth in the back, and I dropped it from a 14 to a 13 on the front. You don't want to go down less than 13 because it binds the chain up too much. But then all of a sudden that thing would climb the hill. I could climb that hill going up to our place at 70 kilometers an hour. You know, it just really went. I could pass them Barakos with it because it was geared. It was finally geared properly. And I'd do that with my wife and kids in it. When they got dengue and were all in the hospital, when I was bringing them home, this dude was coming up to pass me in the Barako, and he had one rider in there, and I got my whole family in there, and I just hit the gas, dropped it down a gear and hit the gas, and boom, pulled right out in front of him on that hill and lost him. He was getting smaller and smaller in the mirror, and he was giving her all she's got. Mr. Scott, but Captain, I'm giving her all she's got. You know, I love that show. Well, you know something, you make a trike out of some of them, it might be too much, especially in the Philippines. Wind up killing yourself. But it would have been nice to have like a 400. They got that single cylinder 400, and single cylinder is the way to go. I got this Kawasaki 650, and man, that is a great bike. I sure hope I can get to ride it again. You know, I just jumped on it the other day and was sitting there and tries to squeeze the clutch, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't get that clutch only about halfway in. And I thought, oh crap, you know, this really sucks. And I don't want to change the spring on it because you want that clutch to engage. I don't want it slipping or anything like that, but damn, I'd like to be able to ride that some more. You know, I bought that as my retirement bike, and it just floats along. I'm going to get him when I go in. The guy said he'll adjust the rear suspension, make it a little softer for me, no charge. You know, because I'm doing I got a warranty ticket in my book. I got the first warranty ticket. The very first service on the bike is free. There's no charge for it. The only thing you have to pay for is the oil and the filter. If they change your oil and filter, well, I have that. When I was at the dealer and bought it, he gave me oil and filter. So I have the oil and filter. So the guy, you know, if he puts the stuff on the bike, he said, hey, you're going to get out of here for around $100 maybe. And if I get that thermal bob and have him put that on there too, I'll just let them do it. You know, maybe if I get out of there for under $200, I'll be happy. You know, it'll all be done, and you know, I want that bike to last me for a while. And I know people that put tons of miles on them, and one of the things you need to do is put that thermal bob on there so the motor heats right, because I want to drive it in the cold weather. And they say if you ride them under, the dude said he put one of them thermo shooters, and he said the bottom of the motor would be at 30 Fahrenheit and the top would be at 190, and you can't do that. You can't do that to a motor. That's too much of a difference in heat. So you want the water jacket to heat up evenly, you know, so that's what the thermostat's for. So that's what I'm going to do. Absolutely, Gilbert. It's absolutely 100% legal to have a sidecar on a motorcycle like mine, as long as you got the plate for it. Yeah, I want to make a trike here. I want to put a tricycle on my KLR. I've seen them now. I looked at some of them. They were like $5,000, $6,000. And then I found a place down in Texas for like 2,500 DMS or something company. And it's a nice sidecar. It's the one I like. It's like a off-road looking type sidecar, but you have to send the bike there, and then they'll put it on. They'll get it all adjusted for you. And once I get all the stuff done to it out, and we're down south, I'd like to head over there and put a sidecar on for me. And if it costs me 2-3 grand, I don't care, and then I'll have myself a sidecar on there. And, I can drive it in the winter then. It doesn't matter if there's a little bit of snow on the ground, or shouldn't be too much down south, but, I can throw the kids in and take them to school if they miss the bus, or, put a top on it in case if it's raining, And if you're in a sidecar, you don't have to have a helmet on, but I still probably would have a helmet on the kids. Put some seat belts in there, and make it nice for them. It had a really nice row seat, and then under the seat it had storage to put your stuff, like you can put oil and a bunch of stuff in there. It had lights all on it, real nice tire. It had a spare in the back, and then it had a flat front so that you got a hand grip to hold on to. I think it was a DMC or something like that was the name of it. It's online, but it was the tricycle. It's the tricycle I would want. Out of all the ones I looked at, I don't like those bullet ones. You can only get one or two people in there, or maybe a dog or something and a kid. But I want something where they can all sit side by side in there. If I want to throw Faye and the kids in there, we can make do. Because we rode in that tricycle we had in the Philippines. We had enough room in there. And we put stuff up on top and everything, and I'd like to have that. Now, they didn't have a top for this one, but you could fabricate one. Get some EMT and fabricate yourself one. Get somebody to weld some pegs on it for you, and that would be really cool. But that KLR, and then get them to paint it green, paint it green just like the bike, because I love that color. I mean, that bike just pops. I didn't have the cover on it, so it's a little dusty now, so I'm probably going to have to wash it up, but I got to get that thermal bob on it before I do too much more riding. And I hope we have a nice hot summer. Yeah, but you can't find them anymore, Ronald. Maybe you can find them down south, but around here, you're not finding them. And if you do, I saw a 750 Honda. It was like a bone stock. It had 6,000 miles on, and it was on Facebook Marketplace, and it said $28,000. I mean, give me a break. $28,000 for a bike that cost a couple thousand back in 69, 70. And that's what the guy wanted, but it was beautiful. I mean, it was just bone stock with no miles on it. And then I saw a 900. It was trashed. It was just a beat piece of crap, and they wanted like $4,500 for it. And it said, doesn't run now, but it needs this and it needs that. And the bolt broke off on the exhaust, and the rims are bad, and the brakes are all shot. And he wanted $4,500 for it. So, yeah, I don't really want another Harley. I don't really want anything to do with the Harley. I like this Kawasaki. I want something that's going to ride nice. Something that if I hit a bump, it's going to take it, not my back. And this thing does that. I hit some pretty good bumps. I was going down Bagley, and this woman crowded me over, and where they had the manhole, it dropped off about this much, and there was nothing I could do but hit it. I went right over it, and you know what? Didn't even hardly notice it. I thought it was going to, bang me real hard like it did on other bikes, and the bike just sort of floated right over it like I was driving on a cloud. A little bit stiff in the back, so I'm going to loosen the back end up a little, just a tiny bit, and get them to take it down another couple notches, and lighten up the spring. Take some of the preload off the spring, and set the suspension up a little better for me, because I want smooth ride. I'm not racing it around. I'm not doing corners at 45 miles an hour. I'm just riding it nice and easy. That's gonna be my retirement baby. I won't get rid of it, even if I never ride it again. I ain't getting rid of it. That's just a beautiful bike, and it wasn't too expensive. Like the dude that got that for me said, you can have any bike you want. He was going to buy me any bike in the world. I don't care what it costs. I want to fix you up. You made me really happy watching your vlogs all these years, and that's worth something to me. And I picked that one out, and he goes, "Oh no, you don't have to get that cheap bike. You can get whatever." I said, "That's what I want. That's the bike I want." And he's like, "Okay." And he sent me the money for it. He sent me extra. He sent me extra money. And then that fellow passed away. He was down there in Georgia. Yeah. Yeah, the CB750, I had one. Mine was a 76 CB750. It had been my brother's, and he had extended and floorboards on it and made it big for us guys. And that was a great bike. That was a fantastic machine. I loved that bike. And then after that, I got that 850. Well, it turned out to be an 1100, and they had the shaft drive, king and queen seats, the nice pullback handlebars. I put a J.C. Whitney windshield on it, and rode that thing all winter. It was the year that they had the lights on it, and I remember going to work. It would have the caution light on the whole way to work because it never warmed up. It was so cold out there in southern Ohio. I actually was going to work one day, and there was this big snowdrift across the road. So I took my plastic shovel off, and I shoveled me a little narrow thing so I can get my bike through it. And this guy behind me in the car, he says, "Hey, why don't you shovel it wide enough for me?" I'm like, "No, I'm not shoveling it out so you can get your car through here. Get your own shovel." He says, "Hey, let me borrow your shovel." I'm like, "Hey, I don't know you." I threw my shovel back. I had a nice little, like a gunsling on it. I threw it back over my back and took off. "Go around, buddy. I'm not giving you my shovel. Go buy, why don't you have your own shovel in your trunk if you want to go through that way?" But we would get drifts out there in Ohio. Even though there wasn't a lot of snow on the ground, the wind would blow, 6-foot high drift out there wherever the snow fence was broke. And I'd ride that even though it was 20 degrees below zero. I was riding that bike to work because I had to leave the old lady with the car. She had the baby at home, and what if something happened and she needed to get to the hospital or something? Baby choked or something. So I left her with the car, and I took the bike every day. And once I got that snowmobile suit, I was never cold after that. And I had moon boots. I had these big moon boots, and I had a big piece of leather for the shifter that I bonded to the top, and then we sewed it on, and I had those big moon boots. I had a milk crate on the back that I put my work boots and all my stuff in, and I wrapped it up in a big waterproof bag, put bungees over the top of it, and I'd get to work. I had my lunch and had all my stuff on that bike. And that was a really nice, honestly, guys, that was a nice bike. But I come out of work one day, they let me park it inside on the dock, and the boss came up one day. He said, "Look, we got a whole bunch of stuff coming in, and your bike's kind of in the way. We got to put it outside." And I said, "Okay." So I went down, and we rolled it down the ramp. I didn't start it up. I just rolled it down the ramp, and I parked it on the side of the building. And when I got out in the morning, every time I put it in gear, it would stall out. Well, in the gearbox, that 180 weight oil froze solid in the shaft drive. So they had to go get a torpedo heater from inside, and we had to shoot the torpedo heater on that until it would break loose because you couldn't turn the wheel. As soon as you put it in gear, you would just stall the motor. So because that's how cold it was. It got so cold in the morning. So we put that on, and then I rode it home. And I loved that ride because I had a 25-mile ride to work. I was in Ann, Ohio, and I would drive into Sydney every day. And I had about a mile to the highway, and then I had 20-some miles on the highway, and I was that guy. I remember I talked to a fellow at the store one day. Hey, you're that guy. I said, "What guy?" He goes, "You're the guy we hear every night. Yo!" The kids call you yo, because I'm flying by at 160 miles an hour, and no cops, nobody on the road. And you would fly in the road as long as the roads were dry. I didn't care. I flew. I kept good tires on that. I had them Dunlop qualifiers on that bike, and man, I flew on that thing. And they were rated for speed. I think they were Z rated, and I flew on that bike, and it ran. That motor, that was a Suzuki 1100 motor, and that thing had balls and a half, and I had 850 badges on it. Everybody said, "Oh, he's got an 850." No, that wasn't 850. That was 1100. Yeah, those are nice. I rode one of those Valkyries, but they're not balanced like a Harley. When you get on one, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. That's like I rode one of them Boss Hogs one time. Screw that thing. What a piece of crap those are. V8 motor I drove the 351, and then the other one guy let me drive his 454 one. and they're just one gear. And yeah, they're speedy, go fast, but boy, if that thing ever went over, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble because you ain't picking that damn thing up. But you know, I'm not into the big bikes. I've always been. I like the middleweights. You know, I had some 1000s and stuff like that, but anymore, that 650 is plenty of power for me. You know, plenty of power. It sounds really cool. It goes good enough for me. It rides nice, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a nice, comfortable ride. I got to get that stunt clutch on it and that lever down on the bottom that's longer so I can pull the clutch in, and you know, then I'm looking to be able to ride again, and get the thermo bob on it, you know, so that it lasts a long time. You know, I don't want a bike that's going to break down. And as soon as the doohickey is ready after 5,000 miles, I'm going to change it, put the torsion spring in there. And yeah, I had two KZ1000s. One of them was an old police bike from California, and then I bought one that had a few thousand miles on it off a guy, and they're speedy. That was a speedy bike, not a super speedy go fast, but pretty damn speedy bike. You know, they were overrated. Everybody thought, oh yeah, this is the fastest bike around. Nah, there were a lot of bikes that were faster than that, but now Kawasaki's got the king of the hill. They always come up in the end with the fastest machine. They got that damn H2 that they got now, 25 grand, and they will not let you take that for a ride. No, sir. You know, you want one, you give us the money, and then you take it for a ride. And supercharged, and boy, what a machine. I watched a couple videos on that, and I watched a guy set a speed record on it going across this big bridge. Oh man, that thing's just a monster. And then they got one that's just for track use only, no lights and stuff on it, and it's really souped up. But I think that thing's running 250 horsepower, and the track only one is running like 350 or 400. There's a kill yourself machine, guys. I know I'd kill myself on one, that's for sure. But nice looking machine. Oh man, they're just absolutely gorgeous. Kawasaki, they're not going to let anybody beat them. You know, they've just, you know, that's Kawasaki heavy industry, and they've got plenty of money to make a nice vehicle. And everybody makes one, and when they get all done and say, this is, you know, Hayabusa, this is top of the line, Kawasaki comes out and blows their doors off. Just blows them away like Suzuki did to Honda, and now Kawasaki did to Suzuki. And them Hayabusas, yeah, they're a pretty cool bike. Don't get me wrong, they're kind of cool. I think they're fugly though, but my Harley would eat those things for lunch. I mean, you just hit the gas and you're looking in the mirror at them. Yeah, some of these bikes are, you know, them old Harleys, they'll kick the living shit out of you. But I had bikes. I put Kickstarters on a few of them that I had. I'd love to put a Kickstart on this Kawasaki just in case. But one nice thing about this Kawasaki that's different than a lot of bikes, some bikes, if you disconnect the battery, the motor stops. You have to have the battery connected up. So if your battery dies, you're stuck. Well, this Kawasaki, you can disconnect the battery and it stays running. You know, it runs off the alternator. So, you know, that's always a plus when you have a motorcycle, because you don't want the damn things going out on you. You know, and I've seen where, you know, my battery cable came off. That one Honda that I had, if that battery cable, it was loose. I had a bad battery and it was loose. If that come off, boom, you know, that was the end of that motor. You know, you had to stop, pull over, take the seat off, and it was, of course, it wasn't a keyed seat that just folded up. You had to take the bolts out. It was just a real pain in the ass to get to the battery. You know, they need to make all that stuff easy on a bike. I like that Honda. You just stuck the key in and the seat flopped open, and there's your battery. You know, they don't do stuff like that anymore. They used to have those racks in the back that, you know, if there was two people on there, you could slide it back and you had a leaner. And if you were on there by yourself, you could slide it forward and put it on the small of your back, because that's where you need a little pressure on the small of your back when you're riding. Now, this Kawasaki, I have to honestly say, out of all the bikes I've had in the last 20 years, it has absolutely the best seat on it. It's not trying to shove me down into the front. It comes straight across. It's got plenty of cushion on it. I'm not going to have to change that seat. And most of the bikes I had, that was one of the first things I had to do was change the seat because they were crap. That was like that XR 650. Holy shit! You might as well have been sitting on a railroad track. That seat was horrible. I put a big old sergeant seat on that, big old fluffy one. And then when I bought the kit, and when the guy was putting it on down in Hacienda, I says, hey, can you put a little bit of extra and widen that thing up? And he's like, sure, man. I put in whatever you want, man. And didn't charge me that much. I think he charged me like $50 to put all that together and stapled it all up and glued it all down. He did a nice job. What do you got there, Gilbert, your first bike? Yeah, I had a 400. When I was in the military, this guy sold it to me for $400. He got shipped out, and he had just bought it. He just paid like $850 for it. It had, I don't know, 40 miles on it, and they shipped him out. And he's got that bike, and nobody wanted it. Everybody was like waiting for him to come down to nothing. And finally, I went up there the day he was leaving. I says, I'll give you $400, take it or leave it. And the guy's like, he's like, okay. And he took the $400. And I drove it back to Cleveland. And I had up to 95 miles an hour. And I was laying down behind the thing, no windshield or nothing like that. And it would get up to 95, and then the motor would cut out. It'd cut out and slow down to about 92, and then pick back up. And it kept doing that. But that was a great little bike. I loved that little thing. It was small for me, but I ran the piss out of that little bastard. Nothing went wrong with it. I just beat the hell out of that little bastard. I remember it went to my brother, and we're going to go riding, and he leaned it over, and he kept leaning it over, and finally you could see a little bit of oil in the window. We're good to go. Jumped on it, took off. Both of us big monsters on this little tiny bike. One time we were racing some dirt bike, and we wiped out on it. And you couldn't hurt the thing. I mean, those things were just made tougher than nails. But that was a KZ 400 Kawasaki. I had a maroon one, and I just loved that little thing. Got it for $400. Sold it to my brother for $400. What a great little machine that was. And like I say, I every time I jumped on that, I hammered the piss out of that little thing, and you couldn't hurt it. It loved you. The more you flogged that little thing, the better it liked it. That motor would just heat up just perfect. And it was not hard on oil. I broke it in real good. I broke it in when I was in Illinois and up and down the hills over there, and got the rings to seat real good in that thing. And then I started using Mobil 1 on it, and I just ran the piss out of that bike. And every time I took off, it was full throttle on that little bastard, and it ran good. And it was bone stock. I never changed a thing on it except I put some higher handlebars, and then later on I put a windscreen on it. One of them little ones, a little clip type, and that helped. It kept the wind off my chest. But I'd get on the highway and do 90 miles an hour on that little bastard, and it would do it too, even with my big ass on it. Yeah, I got rid of mine too. But you look at them now; they want big bucks for them. I just saw one on the online. Some dude out in California's got a whole bunch of bikes he's got for sale, vintage bikes and stuff. And he had a Kawasaki 400. It was the exact identical one like I had, and he wanted a huge price. I think it was like 20 grand for it. But it was pristine. It looked like it was just come off the showroom. They get them in and they completely redo them. This fella, and I'm sure it was worth 20 grand. Yeah, I used to love to ride my bikes, pull wheelies on them. But that one bike I had a Husqvarna 400, one of them old cast iron motors on it. Indestructible. That was another machine. I just beat the shit out of that thing. I don't know how many times I smashed that thing into trees and all kinds of stuff, and just hop back on, hammer it back into shape, and ride. Yeah, that thing was a tank. The handlebars were made out of an old weight bar. We found it in the ditch. Got a title for it. That was a pretty cool bike. But I had a bunch of them. I had some Honda 350s 2-cylinder. I had a 350 4-cylinder. I had a 400 4-cylinder Honda. Those were my first bikes. I had a chopper. I had a 2-cylinder 350 Honda Chopper I bought off a guy. Then I had that Water Buffalo. I didn't have that real long, but I had that, what was that? I think it was a Suzuki Water Buffalo, they called it. Yeah, and then I had a couple of them. Had that Honda, had the Suzuki. My first wife bought me that Suzuki. I remember we went down to the dealership. I'll take that one. And then I had the one bike I really liked, but it was a piece of junk. I bought a Suzuki. What the hell was that damn thing called? They only made it for a couple years, but it looked just like a Harley Davidson. I remember when I brought it home, I asked my neighbor, I said, I'm building a shed to put my bike in. You know, I was pouring the concrete and all that stuff for it. I asked him if I could put my bike in his garage for a few days. And he says, yeah, sure. And he went ahead and got some cardboard and put under it. And I says, oh, what are you doing that for? It doesn't leak. He says, all these Harleys leak. I said, it ain't a Harley. It's a Suzuki. He looked at it. He was shocked. He goes, man, it looks just like a Harley. And Marauder. It was a Suzuki Marauder, 800cc V-twin. But that thing had problems, guys. It would backfire through the carburetor and throw big fireballs out. It blew the damn filter all over the place, and it ate the chain. The sprockets were getting eaten on it. It ate the back tire. That thing just was not made. You know, it must have been a bad year for Suzuki. And then I finally got rid of it. It just was nothing but trouble, that bike. And it burnt. It burnt right at the light. It started on fire, and like for the third time, and I just got off it. It was burnt. Some guy came over to the fire extinguisher and said, look, pal, please don't put it out. Let's let the stupid thing burn, and I'll take the insurance money for it. This is the third time, and the guy's like, okay, let it burn. Yeah, looked just like a Harley. And it was beautiful. Mine was like a cream colored, this beautiful cream color and blue, like a light sky blue. And man, that thing was just absolutely gorgeous. Lots of chrome on it. And it was the biggest piece of damn junk I ever rode. And it didn't even ride nice. I drove the thing home. I bought it because it was beautiful. And when I was riding it home, I was thinking, oh man, did I make a mistake on this? But they gave me a real nice Vance jacket when I bought it. Got me my size and everything. But and then there was like no resale on it at all. You know, when I was trying to get rid of it. And the guy's like, oh, you beat the hell out of this thing. Hey, I didn't beat the hell out of it at all. I've been just riding it regular. It just ate the chain. It ate the sprocket. You couldn't keep the back wheel tracking right. The fuel injection just kept blowing up through the carburetor. Every time I turn around, it would blow this big fire. I'd go to take off at a light, and it would go boom, blow back through the carburetor. You'd see the air filter blowing out all over the place, and a fireball. You know, and then you'd have to start it back up again. And it was like, man, what the fuck? And I took it back. I don't know how many times. There's nothing wrong with it. I said, look at this. It blew the air cleaner out. And they're like, yeah, well, what are you doing to it? And I'm like, nah, what a piece of junk. But like I say, it was gorgeous. Yeah, I know the Harleys marked their spot. They were just like a dog. But I liked my Sportster I had. And I loved that Buell and that Dyna Fat Bob, that monstrous Speedy Go Fast machine that I had. Fastest machine I was ever on in my entire life. I don't think it would beat an H2 Kawasaki or anything like that, but it was the fastest thing I was ever on. You know, that thing was just a monster. It just dug in. I got my tire from Japan. I had to do a Dunlop, just like the stock tires on it, but it was a special rubber compound from Japan. I paid like $800 for the tires. And I bought a couple of them. I had them shipped over a few of them. It's a drag tire. You know, it wasn't the best tire for going around corners, but that bike wasn't made for corners. That was made for going in a straight line. The Buell was my bike for corners. That damn thing, I'd come around the highway coming from the 15 down to the 60, and man, I'd scraping the pegs. You'd see little sparks coming out of them pegs. I nubbed those things off the foot pegs that stick out. I nubbed those things down to nothing. You know, that was one hell of a cool machine. And if I could have any bike in the whole world right now, that'd be the one. And it rode pretty nice. That one rode pretty nice, but I guess this one I got now with the suspension, it's the way to go for me anyway. But I don't think I'll be having another Harley. This will probably be my last bike I ever own. You know, I said that about my car, but you never know. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow. Might wake up dead. Who knows? But I hope things turn around for what's going on in this little family. Getting tiring of all this chemo shit. Supposed to be done with it, and now they find out I'm not even halfway through it. You know, they should disclose everything and tell you exactly what's going on. They never said. They said 8 treatments. Okay, I go 8 times, I'm done. I didn't know it was 8 treatments of 4 or 5 each time. You know, that really ticked me off. That really burst my bubble, and I walked out of there just about 50%. When I walked out of there, I was like, gosh, dang it. Well, I lost about 80 pounds, 70, 80 pounds. I went down to 180 pounds. I weighed that when I was 10 years old. I was 260. Now, when I went in this last Monday, I was 196, so I gained back 6 more pounds from week to week. I'm eating ice cream and eating yogurt and all that stuff, and next payday, if I get some money, I'm going to get some of that whey protein. He wants me to start building my body up so I have weight to lose in case if it happens again. He says, if this happens to you again, you ain't going to have the weight to lose, and you ain't going to make it, buddy. You know, he says, the weight's what kept you going. So, you know, that's the way it's going for me. But I got to take it. You know, I'm taking it now. I don't know what else to do. I mean, they scare you half to death. Oh, I got to go to the can again. Every couple hours. Oh, can't hardly put any weight on this. No, on this hip. I got to get this stupid belt off. I hate these double belts. You know, by the time I get the damn thing off, I'm about ready to piss my pants. I can't get them undone. Oh. Sorry about that, guys, but I'm getting prostrate, so it's time to go. I am taking that stuff, that Emma stuff for cleaning my intestines out. And boy, I'll tell you what, that stuff's doing a good job. That and the stuff that Gary sent me, told me to buy. He takes it, and that's really doing a good job of cleaning me out. I'm actually going normally again. You know, that being constipated in the hospital from all these meds. That happened to me before when I was in Pennsylvania. And then my mother, she came in, and I said, man, I haven't gone for like 10 days. And she said, oh, no, you got to go. And she left, and she went and got me some of that citrate of magnesia. And I took that stuff, and holy mackerel. If you got to go, that's the stuff that's going to purge. You are definitely going to have a purge. And you got to be careful with that, though, because there's no telling when it's going to start working. But this stuff that Gary told me about, guys, this is the stuff, because it's a little bit more controllable. Tastes like crap. Yeah. Well, that's like my one buddy. He's having a little bit of problems, and I was telling him about the saw palmetto. You know, I had a buddy that he had a lot of problems with that, and he started on the saw palmetto. And then I had problems. This was actually a few years back. The doctor was saying, hey, man, your prostate, it's getting all swollen. And it seemed like every 20 minutes I had to piss. And I started taking some of that saw palmetto, and guess what? It went away. Yeah, I don't mess with that stevia shit or any of that. I don't need any sweeteners in anything. You know, I just ain't going for that. Oh yeah, that citrate magnesia, that will blow your doors off. There's no doubt about it. It'll clean you out. But this stuff they give you in the hospital, these softeners and all this other bullshit, none of it works. It just blocks you up. I got impacted twice over a period last month. Just because that stuff it just dries everything out. I just had a hell of a time. I sat in there almost crying a couple days in a row trying to get this out, and I know I can't leave it in there, so I started on this stuff. I read up about. They were telling me about this, and I read up about this stuff. This lady's some kind of special super duper poop doctor, and she said this stuff will get it all off your lining of your intestinal wall, which stuff is coming out. It looks like leaves. I don't know what the hell that shit is coming out of there, but well, shit is what it is. But it's coming off. It looks like leaves and stuff. So that's peeling off now. And then when you take this stuff, it's just. I mean, you just sit down and it's like, bloop, bloop, you're done. It's like, wow, that's great. Just like it used to be when I was younger. I remember I used to go hunting. My buddy one time came over. I said, oh man, I got to go to the can real quick. And he went down and got a magazine. I was down there for about 2 minutes. It's like, bloop, 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 and I'm up and gone. And he's like, wow. And he that poor guy was constipated all the time. Yeah, I had that barium one time. They were gonna look up my butt, and I got into that room, and the guy showed me this big thing he was gonna stuff up my butt. It was a big long thing like that. I said, you ain't stuffing that up my ass. And I got up and got the hell out of there. But I took that barium enema, where you drink that whole gallon of like a saltwater thing, and oh yeah, that one will clean you right out. I mean, holy cow, it cleaned me out real good. And the other time I got cleaned out good was when I got that amoeba. And I know how them amoebas work. They get in your system and they connect your throat to your butthole, because anything goes in your mouth comes right out the other end. But that barium enema, that did me in good. But when I went into that thing, it was a Filipino dude, and he picks up this big sausage. I mean, this thing's a mile long. And I said, what the hell's that? He goes, well, that's the scope. And he was lubing it all up. And I said, you ain't shoving that up my ass, pal. You can forget it. And he goes, oh, no, we do it all the time. I said, no. I got up, put my pants back on. I got the hell out of there. I said, you ain't shoving that damn thing up my ass. If I got polyps in there too damn bad, leave them there. Yeah. Yeah, that was a real thing that day. And they were all like, hey, why didn't you get that done? Oh, no. You ain't sticking that big thing up my ass. You can forget that. Ain't no way in a million years you're shoving that thing up my ass. And then you read about it. You get online and you read about it. This was back before the internet was as good as it is now. But they poke holes in people's intestine, and then they got to go in and get surgery and all kinds of stuff with those things. Who the hell came up with that thing where they shoved this big sausage up your ass just to look around? Why ain't it a little microscope thing? I like the one where you eat the pill and it goes through your system and it films what's going on in there. Hell with this shoving a big sausage up my butt. Yeah, that guy. I looked at that. I said, I'm out of here, pal. And he was one of them Filipinos. I think he was a little light in the loafers. I think he liked his job. Hell with that. But that was back. I had a fistula. And I had to go see a proctologist. And I remember when that dude was fixing that thing, man, did that smell bad. And I felt bad for him. He's like, no, it happens. He was putting the Vicks vapor rub on here and a little nose mask. Because, I just stunk up the room when he cut that thing open. Cleaned it all out, stitched it up, and he says, you got to be careful. And every now and again, if I have to go real bad, it'll bleed like it did, when I was impacted. I'd get days where it was bleeding. So, yeah, practicing medicine, sticking a big sausage up your ass. I mean, the damn thing was like 3-4 feet long, and it was big around. It was like this big around. How's that supposed to go in your butthole? I don't want a big old damn thing going in my butthole like that. Yeah, really. Yeah, no kidding. But, yeah, I got the hell out of there. I looked at that. I says, I even went and told the doctor. I says, pal, I'm sorry, but you ain't shoving that thing up my ass. And he just laughed. He thought it was funny, and I got the hell out of there. Jumped on the bike and rode home, and I never did have him look at that. It was fine. Nothing's wrong in there. but they always want to look, oh, we better check you out for this and check you for that. Well, they're checking for something you don't have. So, if you have something, you'll know it. But, that was a real bummer when that was going on. But that got fixed. That was another thing that doctor fixed. And I remember he was using, to fix it, he was using an X-Acto knife. I remember he was laying there. He didn't have a scalpel. He had an X-Acto set laying there on the little cloth, and he picked up the little X-Acto one I used to cut pictures out of. And he sliced that thing open, and when he sliced that open, it's like you grow a new poop shoot. It like goes off to the side, what they call a fistula, and he cut that thing open, and it bled, and he cleaned it all out, and salted it up, and stitched it. And he says, you got to be careful, and gave me some stuff so that I would go real easy for a month or so until it healed. And it healed up. It wound up healing up. Every now and again it'll bleed if I have to go real bad, but not that often. Now I'm taking this blood thinner. They're all worried about that. Yeah, that damn thing they try to stick up your butt, that thing's like monstrously big. That's a joke. I mean, that's got to be a joke. I mean, these doctors, they got to be a bunch of sadists, to actually want to poke something that big up your butthole. Why has it got to be so big? Why don't they got a little tiny one? I don't want that stuck in my butthole. That's an exit, But that's what they do. I mean, they come up with some. Medicine is a very strange practice. And then you look at what they used to do in the olden days when somebody was dying of anemia. What'd they do? They do some bloodletting. Hey, the guy's dying from loss of blood. Let's drain some more. Get the leeches. Now I'm seeing my one buddy, though, the one thing that happened to me that really freaked me out was he had sugar real bad, and they were cutting his feet off. And his one foot was rotten in the front. And the nurse came over, and I was there that day. And, of course, he's eating Cheetos and drinking pop. He didn't care about his sugar. He'd just take more insulin, this guy. And he was pretty bad. And he put his foot up, and the girl unwrapped it. And, oh, man, it smelled, and it was really bad. And she put maggots on there. She had a little thing with a bunch of maggots in there, and she's dumping all these maggots. And I said, wow, what's that do? And she said, they only eat the dead stuff. That's all they eat. They won't eat the good skin. They're going to eat it right down to the good skin. And I was like, damn, what a way to whittle away at your body. Yeah, that's it, Bams. But, they put maggots on his foot. And them dang things were in there chewing. But they wound up cutting him off at the knee, and he wound up croaking. Had a stroke and a heart attack. But he wouldn't stop eating. He said, yeah, well, I'm not going to thing. And he had one leg. They would cut him off at the knee, and then they were working on the other one. I hear that's happening to my brother now. Heavy drinker, and they're starting to cut his feet off and stuff. That's what I heard anyway. I haven't seen him for years. I haven't seen him since 2017. I got another brother, my brother Al. I don't think I've seen him for almost 40 years. And since the 90s anyway. Well, that's 30 years. I haven't seen him for a long time. I see his wife on Facebook. She still looks the same. And he's got some really handsome kids, boy. His son Albert, boy, that's a handsome kid. And he's got a boy Race. Good. I see pictures of them on the Facebook, and good looking, just absolutely good looking kids. Well, that's what they put on him. And then I had a buddy too. He lost his finger. A chain pulled his finger off, and they sewed it on, and it wasn't doing too well. It was swelling up, and it's because they got the veins going into the finger, but they couldn't get the ones going back. So they put leeches. They put leeches on the end of his finger. And them leeches would suck it, and the swelling would go down, and then he didn't lose his finger. I thought that was really cool. That was smart thinking. Because the vein, they were able to put the vein that put the blood to the finger, but all the capillaries where it went back, they couldn't do that. It was too small. So when it started blowing up and it was pushing on the stitches, they just stuck a leech on the end of that. And that leech sucked out all that extra blood. And they brought it over in a little thing with water in it, picked it out with some tweezers and put it on his finger. And I was sitting there watching it going, hey, that's pretty cool. And it saved his finger. He didn't lose his finger. He got it caught in a chain. He was doing a chain fall thing, and it got ripped off. And boy, I tell you what, that had to hurt. because it ripped it off right at the knuckle. And he got it, and they stuck it on some ice and got him down to the hospital, and they went to put it on, and it was looking really bad. And the doctor said, "Yeah, well, we'll have to get the leeches out." And they put the leeches on him and saved it, and it was working. Now I heard my one brother here. Haven't seen him for a while. I guess he had a finger that went bad, and they had to take it off. I guess it went real bad, and had to go down to the hospital and have the finger taken off. And that was a real, that must be a real bummer. But he got mad and hit a beer bottle against the wall, and it cut the tendon in there. So it didn't work for years anyway. Yeah, I've heard of that too. I saw that on the internet where they can pack it with spider web, and I seen this new Band-Aid they got for these big cuts. They showed it where you glue it on one side and glue it on the other. It's got these tabs, and you pull it together so it doesn't leave stitch marks. They're using that in plastic surgery now. I just watched that. I watch a lot of stuff on the internet now. I can't really get up and get around real good, so I sit here and watch the phone. I just set it. I got this real nice little stand it's on right now, and I just leave it sitting there and watch it. And we're going. Oh, holy cow, we're going for almost 8 hours today. Just yakking away. I'm glad I got somebody to yak at, and you guys are on here. Ronald, he's my buddy. Can't wait to get down and see you, buddy. I'm hoping everything works out for us to take a trip down this summer, and we find a decent car, and that'll make it down there. Yeah, that they did that for my buddy's mom. She had arthritis real bad in her elbows and couldn't go, and they would take the bees and they sting you on there, and there's something about that stinger juice, and it helps. And she swore by it. I mean, I want to go get that again. And she'd go in there and let the bee sting her in the elbow, and they rip the bee off, and that little thingy just keeps going and pumping that stuff in. And she said, man, it really helped her a lot. Yeah, we'll get down there and we'll find a place to rent for a while until we can find a house, one that the VA is satisfied with. Keep looking around in the good areas. I sure would like to have a couple acres of ground, not in the city, kind of a little bit out of the city. And, hopefully there's a VA not too far, and we get a decent vehicle. It would be nice to have a little tiny Ford Ranger or something too, pickup, because you get out in the country, you always need a pickup for something. You never know, you might have to haul a refrigerator or a washing machine or something, I found one time a double bowl Maytag ringer machine on the side of the road, and I had my truck, and I pulled up and I ran up to the door and I asked the lady, I says, ma'am, you throwing that out? She's like, yeah. I said, can I have it? She said, take it. She said, it works. It worked. The only thing wrong was the rollers. I had to replace the rollers on it, and it was a double bowl. I used it to wash my work clothes in. It was an old Maytag double bowl ringer washer, and all ceramic. Boy, that thing, and it worked great. I put it down in the basement, heavier than you wouldn't believe. Yeah, I know. They want huge bucks over in Missouri. We got our Chinese friends over here. They're going to move to Missouri, and I'm sure hoping it works out for them, because those people don't take kindly to Chinese in some areas of Missouri, because the Chinese took all their work, all the shoe factories and all the different businesses that were going. The Chinese took it all, and all them people are out of work now. Yeah, that's what I want. I want Maddie to have a dirt bike like I did when I was young, and go beating around the fields, keep him out of trouble, let him ride his dirt bike. And if I can, I'll swing him a dirt bike. I may not be able to buy everybody a dirt bike, but I can buy one we can all ride. All the kids can ride it. They're all pretty close to the same size, and just fit on it, and find him a little 125 or something like that, and let him go beating through the fields. You can pick up them Hondas, those Hondas, 100cc or 125cc. They're not that expensive. You get a brand new one, big knobbies on it, no headlights or anything like that. But you could beat through the fields on one of them and have some fun. I had fun riding mine, and it would be nice to have a horse too. I would love to have a horse again. I can't ride him if it's not a smooth riding horse, but the kids could ride him, or an old mule. I could be like old Clint Eastwood on that. My mule don't take kindly to that. Yeah, I never liked them quad runners. I had a three-wheeler for a while. Yeah, there's all kinds of, you can find good deals on dirt bikes. Plus, you can get them used for like dirt cheap. People buy them, then they don't really ride them, and then they sell them for half of what they paid for them or even less. I'm seeing tons of them on Facebook Marketplace right now. I mean, for like 300 bucks, for a 125 or a 250. I saw a 250 on there. The guy wanted 400 bucks for it, and it looked like brand new. Nice Honda. They just want rid of it. You know, they're not riding it anymore, and they want rid of it. Now me, I got this bike here. I definitely don't want to get rid of my bike. I'd like to get out and ride it. My hand is definitely not going to work that clutch though, and if it did, it would work for a short while before it would give out. I got to keep squeezing those hand squeezers and you know make it so I could ride. I want to ride again. I know my brother, he's wanting to ride too, but he had a stroke and messed up his eye, and he's a little bit worried about riding. But a couple old cripples riding down the road. We'll call him Patch. I don't know. What a bummer. Stuff. It's what happens when you get old, I guess. But he's other than that, he's in pretty good shape. Yeah, I don't really like the four wheelers. I had a three wheeler for a while. That thing was kind of cool. I bought it used. It was a 185, and the guy had it all souped up. I got it for like 200 bucks. And boy, you could pull wheelies on that thing. It had the big balloony tires, and that thing got up and went. But you go around a corner, it wants to throw you off head first. Neck breaker. Yeah, we got fishing poles, and Maddie's got a 22. I'd love to take him squirrel hunting and just having some fun. He's got that single shot 22 in there, the Savage. We got to get out and shoot that, and there's nowhere around here we can do that. Out here you pull out a gun and you got the federales on you. Somebody will swat you, and that's just no damn good. We can't be having that. Come up and they shoot my kid and shoot me because we got a 22. But, we get out in the country, we can do that kind of stuff. I remember in Pennsylvania, you just go out over by the river and you can shoot all you want. Nobody bothers you. Everybody knows what the hell's going on. It's like a gun culture over there. Everybody hunts, everybody fishes. Just about everybody. And I'd like to get back into that. I don't like this stuff. And now I got that nice AR. That's my first one I ever had. It's a 450, and it's ready to hunt. I'll get a deer with that, I guarantee you. But I'd like to get that shotgun too. I'd like to get that Savage pump with cylinder bore and put pumpkin balls in it. That's a surefire way to get whatever you're hunting. Them pumpkin balls. And I had when I first started hunting. That's what I had. I had old long tong. Then for a while I had that 10 gauge. And then I found a box of 10 gauge pumpkin balls. I didn't even know they made them, and I found a box in one of these little old hardware stores. And I put that thing in, and I was shooting at a old building at a block wall, and it just blew a hole this big in it. I was like, damn, it blew right through the block. Yeah, Missouri's a nice area, especially you get down in the Ozarks and stuff. I'm looking forward to get down by Ronald. I worked down there for a while. I worked in Tennessee for a while. Worked on a dairy farm. Worked on a car dealership. Worked on a mini mall, and just loved it down there. I just absolutely 100% loved it. It's a more laid back. People were a lot more friendly. Everybody just seemed more friendly. And hey, Alabama. Got to find Greenbow. See if I can find Forrest Gump. My name's Forrest Gump. People call me Forrest Gump. But yeah, it's a beautiful area. I got on there to that Google Earth and was looking around. You can zoom that thing around and place it on the map and look around, and it's just beautiful countryside. I liked Pennsylvania too, but I don't think I'm going to do well in the cold weather anymore. My hands just don't like the cold. At nighttime, I wear gloves because she likes to have the window open, and we've been getting some cool air coming in. I'm all covered up, but my hands freeze, so I put my gloves on. Then I can't operate the phone. I wish I had one of those little gloves with the little finger things so you can operate it. Or they'd give me a pen for these phones. I liked that one phone I had that had the pen. You know, I could just hit dots on there and do whatever you wanted, but this one ain't like that. And then I got the screen on it, so it does, you know, my fingers are cold now, so it doesn't want to work. Yeah, everybody does. You know, I liked it where my uncle lived. You know, all those roads where he lived, you were on the main highway, and then each red road went back to a dead end, and he was at the dead end. And anything past there was just big old farmer field. And then you go across a 400 or 500 acre field, and then on the other side there'd be a road that goes out to the other highway. And it was just absolutely beautiful. Yeah. When I was down there when my uncle was sick, it was really, really cool because I went to the market. He didn't like to shop for like I do a whole month or for a whole week. He wanted to go every day. That was his way to get out. So every day they'd give me the money and I'd be the one to go to the market in my little truck. I had an S10 back then, you know, extended cab. And I'd drive down the market, and every day my mom would buy me a lottery ticket. And every single day for 5.5 weeks, I hit the lottery. It may have only been for a free ticket or $2. One time I hit for 400, you know, and a couple times 70, $80. Every single day I hit, got me a little bit of beer money, a little bit of money for the fish and stuff like that. And then the day my uncle died, I went in and I turned in my last ticket. I told the girl, man, I says, there's a lot of winners here. She says, you're the only one winning. She says, you're the only one that brings tickets back. And I gave that last ticket in. And when my uncle passed away, guess what? That last ticket I got was a loser. First one in 5.5 weeks, it was a loser. But every day I was there helping with him, I at least got a free ticket. That was the minimum I got. But it was every day, not, and that girl was just amazed. She goes, you hit every single day. But when my uncle passed away, you know, they put him in the box and we put him in the ground and we left and stopped at the Luter Market and gave him the ticket and got another one, and it was a loser. But that one day that I won the $400, that was great. That was really cool. You know, because that didn't hurt a bit. You know, because I went there, I didn't have much money. I just wanted to make sure, help my uncle. You know, wanted to keep him clean because you know he got sick like that. He was going 11 times a day, and you don't want to leave anybody like in a diaper or something. You know, clean that up. You know, take care of your oldies. Yeah, I used to love it in Pennsylvania. You see deer out all the time. See nice, beautiful bucks in the fall. And a lot of times I'd go walking 2 in the morning if we had a big snow or something like that. And you'd see rabbit tracks all over and snow bunnies, them snowshoe hares. They had them around there. And they had them big muskrats. You'd see muskrat tracks. I got to learn how to track foxes all over the place. You know, that was just a real nice area if you like to hunt and fish. I remember my son and I, a good story I got. We were fishing one night. I had this Coleman lantern and I had a big stick stuck down in the mud and it was hanging over the water. And I had this Coleman lantern hanging and all these perch were coming up and we couldn't catch anything. Finally, we put a bumblebee and we started catching a few of these perch, little ones, just tossed them back. And then we started throwing some worms out and we caught these catfish, you know, just these catfish about this big. Well, I kept catching, it seemed like I kept catching the same one, so I just threw it up on the bank. You know, and then we'd catch another one. We'd catch another one that size, and we threw up on the bank, and we wound up getting like about 7 of those, and we left them laying on the bank. Figure a raccoon will come up or something will eat it. And left them laying there, and I was talking to my buddy the next day. His name was Kevin, and he had raccoon traps. He ran a trap line along the river, trapping coon and whatever. And I told him about them fish. He says, oh, man, go get them for me. I'll use them in my traps. Well, I went back. Well, these things, the flies got to them, and they had maggots in them, and, you know, they were eating down into where the gills were and everything, and it was pretty nasty. So I went up to the house. I sent the boy up to the house with a bread bag, picked them up backwards in a bread bag, and I pulled all 7 of them into that bread bag and tied it off because, you know, they were stinky. And I wrapped it up in some white paper, and I wrote Kevin's Fish on there. You know, and do not eat. And my brother come into town. He's a hell of a fisherman. He come into town, and we were leaving. All of us were leaving. We were going to take off for the weekend, and he shows up, and I'm like, okay, I wish you would have called, but go ahead. The door's open. Knock yourself out. But we're leaving. So he stayed there for the whole weekend, and we come back on Sunday, and because we were going up to camp, and I didn't want to bring him to camp. He's would have been trouble. He'd have got drunk and started trouble down there. So I didn't want no part of that. And we got back to the house, and man, the house stunk. Man, it stunk. Man, it stunk. We had to peel the wallpaper off. It stunk so bad. And I said, "What the hell did you cook?" He says, "Bro, them fish. You're supposed to take the guts out of them." He ate them. He cooked them catfish with the maggots in there up and ate them. And I was like, "Oh gosh!" But he likes fish. But that was pretty nasty. And my buddy Kevin never did come get them damn fish. And I wasn't going to bring them to his house. You want them, you come get them. But I had 2 big deep freezers back then, 26 cubic footers. Because back in Pennsylvania, you could take 7 deer a year, 1 buck and 6 doe. If you had all the tags, green tag area, bow and arrow, pistol, muzzleloader. And I had that Thompson Concenter muzzleloader. I had a Renegade. Boy, that thing was a straight shooter. You got to use ball there, 50 caliber ball. And it would just spit that ball out. I didn't use black powder. I used Pyrodex. And then I got rid of that one, and I got that Electra. I got the CVA Electra. And then you had those little discs that you put those down the thing, and then you smash them. And you got your ball you put in there, and it's got a piezo igniter that fires it off. That thing was great. I had a scope on that. That was the best. That was the best muzzle loader in the world. CVA Electra. And they don't make them. They made good stuff like that, and then they quit making it. That was a really great black powder. But you could take 7, and the people said, "No, you can't." Yes, you could. You could take 7 as long as you bought all the tags. And the tags weren't much. Like green tag ones were $5.50. I think the muzzleloader ones were $14, something like that. It wasn't very expensive once you got your buck tag, and then you get the tags off of it. And I stayed legal. I stayed legal on it. But I got to where I didn't like anyone else cutting it up because they waste so much meat. I'd go down by where these meat cutting guys were, and shit, there was more meat laying outside in the back than there was wrapped up. So we started cutting up our own, got a fillet knife, started cutting it up ourselves, got some good knives, and we got some meat. And I got a buddy of mine, I traded him off a boat, and I wound up getting a boat from him and a Mercury motor, and I got this big Dayton meat grinder, big monstrous thing with brand new knives and everything in it. And you could put a big old chunk of meat down that hole. Better not stick your hand in there. But you drop that in there, and I grind it twice. I put it through the first big cutters and then put it through the smaller cutters. I loved my muzzle loaders. I just loved them. The one that I really liked that I didn't shoot too much was the Pennsylvania Hunter, and then in California I had that 45 caliber muzzle loader. But that CVA Electra, that was my baby. That thing was just a fantastic rifle. And California had a lot of guns. I got a gun safe here, but I got to put it together. It comes in pieces, and you assemble it. So I got to get Gilbert to help me carry it over to the new place. And when we get there, I'm going to pay him real good to help us move, because we got to carry this bed upstairs, and I got to see if I can get somebody else other than him, because I don't want Faye to have to do it. I'd hate for her to get a hernia or something like that. Try to find some other young buck to help me out and move. We're not going to take the couch. A lot of this stuff we're not going to take. But all the stuff that the VA gave me, I'm taking all this and our shelves and stuff, but we'll wrap the TVs up and the lamps, but I don't even think I'll take all of them. A couple of them don't work. I should fix them, but just leave them. I got them for nothing. And then I got all them dishes. I got to pack all that stuff up. And some of that stuff in the kitchen, like that deep fryer, I'm going to give that to somebody. I don't use a deep fryer. I bought it just to boil water in when Maddie and I were at the motel, because it was cheap and it would boil water for us. I just dip my coffee cup in and put my instant coffee in there, and So that worked out for us. Plus, it was good to have hot water for washing dishes, but we don't use it because we don't deep fry. You know, if we're frying anything, we fry it in a cast iron skillet. So we'll give that to somebody. Probably give it to Gilbert and his sweetie. Ask somebody who deep fries and they can have it. But I got some nice pots and pans. Some of them I'll get rid of. Some of them we don't use. Our friend just gave us some real nice bacon pans. We're going to use the heck out of them. You know, that's what I cook chicken in and stuff like that in the oven. So we got some, gave us some really nice bacon pans, cookie sheets and stuff like that. Some lady was throwing it out, so she took it and threw it in her trunk and asked us if we wanted it. And I was like, yeah. Cupcake ones. Dorothy likes to make cupcakes. I got to buy her some more of those paper things and get her a cake mix so she make cupcakes this weekend. She likes to do that kind of stuff. My little Susie homemaker. Yeah, I had that. The one that was really accurate was that Electra. I could shoot little one-hole groups, and then the other one I had this. I don't know who made it. I don't know what brand it was, but it was a muzzleloader I picked up at the gun shop. I looked at it, I thought, boy, that looks really nice, 45 caliber. And I took it apart and looked down the bore, and the guy said it's never been shot. He goes, nobody's ever used it. It's just been a wall hanger. And the brass was a little bit tarnished on it and stuff, and I cleaned it all up with some Brasso, and I had it hanging on my wall. And I thought, I'm going to go buy the stuff for this and shoot it. And I was using the regular, I think it was the 451 pistol bullets in it, and jamming them down the bore. And that thing was a damn tech driver. It didn't take much powder. I was using Pyrodex in that too, and it seemed to like it. I forget how many grains of that I was dumping in there. Just that little horn thing. I had this really cool horn, and it had like a holder that held so much, and I was dumping that down there. And then I was putting a paper patch over the bullet because it was a little bit under bore sized, and it would just slip down there smoother than snot, and I'd pack that down on the powder. And it was a flint loader. I put a little bit of powder in the pan and pull that thing back, and that thing would go kaboom. And just with the sights on it, it just would shoot these most beautiful little one holes. That thing was a super accurate, and it said Kentucky rifle on it. So, we fry our bacon up in the cast iron skillet. I love my cast iron skillets in my Dutch oven. If you ever buy them, get the Lodge, because they got the little tits on like when you're cooking a chicken, you put them in that Dutch oven, and you put that lid on it because it's got all these tits on the lid, and instead of the drippings coming down on the side, it rains on the chicken the whole time it's cooking, and when you take that lid off, it's already browned and looking great. Those things, whoever came up with that idea was a smart cookie, because that little cast iron Dutch oven, that thing is fantastic. You can use it on top of the stove or in the oven, it doesn't matter. I like to use it just on top of the stove. I put a rack inside to get the chicken up off the bottom. Put some water in there and cook a chicken up, and the chicken fits right in there. My brother Steve brought me over a chicken one time. He goes out to this chicken farm or something, and man, oh man, that was the best damn chicken I ate. that son of a gun, I guess they feed him right, because it wasn't like the chicken you get at Walmart or Mark's over here. That was a superior chicken. And I'd like to find out where the hell he goes. I think he goes once a week, and they go over there and they get their meats and stuff. Like when I was a kid, my dad used to go to Clement's Meat Market in Ashtabula. Every Sunday we went there after church, and he'd pick up $100 worth of meat and chickens and all that kind of stuff. That was a weekly thing we did. He'd load up boxes and boxes of meat back then. But and my brother Steve, he found this place that's got this really good chicken. Yeah, I tried cooking in the George form. That's my mother used to cook bacon too in a microwave and stuff. I never thought much of that. I like my bacon fried in its own bacon juice, and dip your bread in the bacon fat and eat that, because that's just, to me, that's good eating. You just pull the whole frying pan in front of you, set it on a piece of wood, and sit there at the table and just eat right out of the pan. I like that. Dip your bread in. You don't need butter. You're dipping it in all that bacon grease. That's some good eating, and that won't stop you up. It's the oils that stop you up. It's not the animal fats. So that's the way. That's the way. I like it. Oh, my second thing of water. Yeah, glad I got you guys to talk to. I don't really have anybody to talk to. My brother ain't talking to me right now, and well, my oldest brother, we yak back and forth on the phone every now and again, but he ain't getting out much. But my other brother, he quit talking to me. He got a case of the butt. He's blacking out. I think he drinks too much. I don't talk to my brother Luke anymore. My brother Al, nobody. Talk to Gilbert a little bit, but he's always busy. It's not like I got a whole bunch of friends around here. Oh, I'd love to have one of them Sportsmans. Not the new one. I want the one with the little door on the side. I wish I had one of those. Paulie was telling me he had one, and boy, I would love to have that damn thing. You know, I'd be out grilling on that thing every weekend. We can't grill here. It's not allowed, but when we move over to the new place, I'd love to have one of them Sportsman's grill or a hibachi. I used to have a hibachi, and I want to barbecue some chicken. I want to barbecue some fish and stuff. You know, I'd like to do that every weekend in the summer with the kids. I used to do it before, but it also would be nice to have a propane grill. The only problem with that, I'd have to keep it in the carport. You know, because I ain't dragging no propane grill from the second floor downstairs. Yeah, that's the one you want that's got the door in the front, because you can add wood to it. But that old Sportsman's grill, that was the one. Now they made a newfangled one that's just crap. You know, the new one's really stupid. They messed up, Lodge did. When they came out with the new one, they took the door off. Well, that door is nice. You can open that up and stick some more wood in there, or stick your hickory chips in if you want to smoke or whatever. And they got rid of that. Well, Paulie had one, and he told me at one time, he said, yeah, I'll sell it to you. I'd have loved to got that, because you can't get that one anymore. You know, unless you find it somewhere at an old hardware store or something like that. I'd love to have one. But I'd be happy with a hibachi. You know, I used to cook on my big cast iron hibachi all the time. Hamburgers, hot dogs, chicken. You know, but then I also had the propane grill. I like the propane grills too. Yeah, that cast iron ain't going nowhere. About the pellet grills for smoking. I don't know about pellet grills that are smoking. No, pellet grills. I had a buddy that had a pellet furnace in his house. Grills. But I liked my propane barbecue grill too. I might buy one. You can get them at the end of the year real cheap in Walmarts and stuff. The end of the year they just practically give them away. And I bought that. I bought the one when I was out in California, and kept it in the backyard. That was a nice one. If I get it in the carport, I could chain it to the wall or something, or to a post. Hopefully nobody will take it, and then the propane thing, I'll lock that thing down. There's a little spot you can put a lock on them, and then I can have a barbecue grill outside. You know, put all the stuff in, put a chain around it, and lock the clamshell, so nobody messes with it. But she said nobody really messes with anything. I went riding up and down where the carports were, and there's guys that got motorcycles that are uncovered, and they're just sitting there. Nobody seems to bother anything. You know, there's some kids around, but they're not mischievous kids. So they pretty much, she said, we really don't have any trouble here at all. She says there's no thefts, no robberies. They just had that one trouble with that woman and her man that went up and tore up the place. And she said that's the only thing in the 3 years she's been there. And they didn't even know what was happening until it was over. The chick just left, and then they went up there to see her because she didn't pay the rent, and they find the place was just completely trashed. It was a big royal shame, but nice folks over there. I hope we get it. You know, if I have to get a cosigner or whatever, I guess I'm going to have to do that. But we got to get our application in here real soon before we lose the place. Her friend went there and asked if they had anything, and they told her no. So hopefully she's holding it for us, because we said, hey, we want it. We're ready to move in June. And I liked it. I liked it over there. It was right behind my sister's old house. My sister lived in a little house on the last street off of Sheldon Road, and right behind her in her backyard was these apartments, and that's where she lived, right over there. I had a smoker. I had a guy give me a really nice smoker one time. It was a Brinkman, a round one. And you could put a whole bunch of like chickens in there and jerky and all kinds of stuff. But when I started doing jerky, I just started doing it in the oven. Mike is going to make us some more jerky and send it out our way. He made us some last year, and boy, I'll tell you what, the kids, Maddie and I scarfed that jerky up. That was really good. The dude knows how to make jerky. He made a pepper jerky, put it in nice bags for us and sent it to us. And he said he's getting ready to make some more. He's going to go get some more pepper, and he's going to ship us out some more deer jerky. And I'm like, oh man, that's going to be great. Because Mike Simpson, he really made, boy, that stuff was absolutely fantastic. Best jerky I ever ate. And I used to make it. I can't make it as good as that guy did. His just came out perfect, like store-bought. Some of this stuff they sell in the store, it's expensive as heck, and it's not that good. You know, some of that Jack's jerky, and it's just not that good. It's too gooey. And then there's the one that Faye's been getting. It's pretty good. It's a pepper one, Smokehouse pepper. That's a pretty good jerky, but it's $10 for a bag of that damn crap. It ain't cheap. But, you know, you got to splurge every now and again. Like I splurged on the steaks, $17 for 2 little steaks. But all of us got a nice taste of it. We didn't get a whole lot, but we all got a nice taste of steak, and it was good. Faye fried it up in the cast iron skillet. And boy, I'm telling you what, it was delicious. I love them rib steaks. Those are some of the best steaks, the rib steaks. But I'd like to get some steaks and even some pork steaks and fry them up on the barbecue grill. We'll get one. I think after we move, we'll buy a propane barbecue grill.
You still in phone
Yeah, I'm still on the phone. What'd you get?
from this morning?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
it's only 8.5 hours.
Huh?
Oh, you brought me something. Wow, thanks. She brought me something rather good to eat, guys. Cool. Wow, thank you. Ooh, chicken sandwich. Wow,
Why do
thanks.
you like that?
Oh yeah, of course I like that. Wow, my sweetie got me a chicken sandwich. I'm gonna go ahead and eat this, guys, and I ain't gonna eat in front of you. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. We've been yakking for 8.5 hours. Enjoy your guys' company. I really appreciate you guys hanging on there for a while, but I'm gonna let you go and eat my sandwich. And she got me even a drink, cold drink, my little sweetie. So I'm gonna have some talking to her and see how her day went. So thanks for coming in, guys, and I'll talk to you again.